Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Narcissa was so ashamed and angry that she revealed the reward, Expelliarmus. Malfoy was so angry that he revealed the reward, 10,005 gold galleons. Expelliarmus. Riels raised his eyebrows in surprise, not expecting that this thing would be exposed directly. It's not that Expelliarmus is more valuable than Crucio, one of the three unforgivable curses. The reason why he felt surprised was that Narcissa had just given him a heartbreaking blow. Judging from past situations, even if there is a reward this time, it will be some rubbish at most, and there is a high possibility that it will be gold galleons. But this direct exposure to Expelliarmus was a bit unreasonable, and it also made him a little surprised. Riels, who had gained a lot, looked at Narcissa much softer. This is indeed a treasure. No, this is simply a big treasure. This explosion rate is really amazing. How are you going to let me and Draco go? You don't really think that that servant contract can restrict me, do you? If you dare to hurt Draco and do harm to the Malfoy family, then I will never let you go even to death. Before Narcissa could finish her threatening words, she was interrupted by a look from Riels. At this moment, she finally felt the power of the servant contract. After signing the contract, she faced Riels' powerlessness, which made her feel desperate. Not only could she not resist Riels, she couldn't even resist a look from Riels. Narcissa closed her beautiful eyes in grief. She really wanted to die so that Riels would not be able to use her as a hostage to threaten Lucius and Malfoy. But everything that just happened told her that what the servant contract said was right. Her life and death are no longer within her control. What makes it even more difficult for her to accept is that under the influence of the servant contract, she can't resist Riels at all. The enemy is clearly right in front of her, but she can't even hate him, let alone revenge. Narcissa despair plus 19, grief plus 19, regret plus 19, Malfoy hatred plus 19, anger plus 19. Riels raised his eyebrows happily. Very good, Zayabai's mood was worth it again. Today's second elementary 10-draw round seems to be coming soon. You don't have to think too much. I have no hostility towards the Malfoy family, and neither does Draco. If he doesn't mess with me, I definitely won't mess with him. I won't do anything to you, all you have to do is what a normal maid should do. Riels waggled his fingers and counted in detail. Laundry, cleaning, feeding the cat, warming the bed, and acting as a bodyguard to protect me when necessary. Of course, you can use magic spells to solve these things, and you don't need to call me master. I don't really treat you as a servant. Well, giving both kindness and power, hitting a stick and giving a sweet date, is an eternal method of imperial control. Of course, he didn't hit Narcissa with the stick, but Malfoy, but the effect would be better if it hit Malfoy. Don't forget, Narcissa ended up in this situation because she doted on Malfoy too much. If she hadn't been concerned, it would have been a mess. If Riels wanted to deceive her, he would have to spend a few more words, but Narcissa didn't pay attention to what he said. Not only did he not care about Riels' sticks, he also didn't care about the sweet dates Riels gave him. She was now stunned by the information revealed in Riels' words. What do you mean? You want me to stay in Hogwarts and be your servant? Are you crazy? Narcissa's eyes widened in shock. No, what did this person think? She is the wife of the patriarch of the Malfoy family and is one of the real powerful people. Forget it, even if she will stay under the influence of the servant contract, will Hogwarts let her stay here? You know, she was a Death Eater before, a wizard with bad deeds. What's more, this is a boys' dormitory. How could Snape and Dumbledore agree to her staying? Narcissa shocked plus 19, disbelief plus 19, despair plus 19, Malfoy hatred plus 19. Riels raised his eyebrows. His emotions were so explosive. He would be a real fool if he didn't keep Narcissa by his side. Waste so much effort and then put it back in the end. He thinks he is not a good person, so he cannot do anything useful. From the moment Narcissa took action against him, her fate was already doomed. Either die in the Taluan cave and turn into a pink skeleton, or sign a servant contract and become his maid from then on. Again, he is a bit special and can hold grudges. If I were crazy, you would be a dead person by now. Well, that would include Draco, wouldn't it? You don't think I'll let you go, do you? I've signed the servant contract, where can you go? Old God, Riels sat back on the sofa. I just said that if Draco and the Malfoy family don't mess with me, I will not take the initiative to be hostile to them. But this does not mean that I am a person who is afraid of things. Otherwise, I would not have signed a servant contract with you, the noble Mrs. Malfoy. Do you understand? What should I do if the little, big maid disobeys? It doesn't matter, I just need Zyoqui. Cough, I just need to fool her more and intimidate her. Let her know she is afraid and she will obey. Of course, the intimidation mentioned here is not an attack on her life, but a threat with something she cares about. He can use Narcissa to threaten Lucius and Draco, and similarly, Draco and Lucius can also be used to threaten Narcissa. Well, Lucius may not be easy to deal with and Narcissa may not really care about him. But Draco was really good at handling things and Narcissa really cared about him. So these things are similar. It is not difficult to pick one and take away the other. As for whether it would be too shameless, come on, in the wizarding world there has always been a clear hierarchy and the law of the jungle preys on the strong. If you don't eat them, they will eat you, like the Malfoy family. He has offended little Malfoy and will continue to offend him in the future. So the question is, will the Malfoy family not take revenge? If there was a chance, wouldn't Lucius and the others threaten him with Hermione and the others? If Lucius really didn't know how, then he wouldn't have become a Death Eater in the first place. Therefore, there is no such thing as being shameless or shameless. Some people just want to take revenge if they have a grudge. If they have a grudge, they will grudge. If there is no grudge or grudge, then let's all stop. Riels silently brainwashed himself a few words, and the little remaining guilt in his heart disappeared completely. If you feel guilty sometimes, it only means that you have not found a suitable reason. Sometimes think more about other people's problems. Don't always be confused about yourself. Put aside the facts. Isn't the other party wrong? Narcissa's despair plus 19, helplessness plus 19, grief plus 19, fear plus 19, Malfoy's hatred plus 19, despair plus 19, murderous intent plus 16. It seems that little Malfoy is still a good boy. He has made it this far, but his murderous intention is only 16 points. Tusk, you can think of ways to break it for him in the future, change Malfoy's disgusting personality. There is no way who makes him a good person. Now that Narcissa has been obtained, it is reasonable to give Malfoy a proper education, right? Riels was holding the black tea, and after taking a sip, he narrowed his eyes in pleasure. His peripheral vision seemed to have inadvertently glanced at the protruding piece of magic wand at the corner of the corridor. I could stay here, but do you think Professor Snape and Professor Dumbledore would agree? Do you think the Malfoys would agree? Don't forget my identity. I am the Patriarch's wife of the Malfoy family. If I stay at Hogwarts, I will definitely be featured in the Daily Prophet. Narcissa still wanted to fight to the death, even though she no longer had much hope. Just sign a servant contract. As long as you can escape Riels, isn't this servant contract the same as nothing? And most importantly, she really couldn't imagine what Draco's reaction would be if he saw her becoming Riels' maid. You don't have to worry about this. I will talk to Professor Dumbledore. I think he will agree. It's getting late. Are you hungry? If you are hungry, you can go to the banquet hall with me. Of course, you can also ask the house elf to deliver it directly. Oh, by the way, my dormitory, which is where you will live in the future, is in the third dormitory after this corridor. You know the hidden prefect's dormitory. Riels raised his head and drank all the black tea in the cup and let out a sigh of relief. This feeling of comfort is really great. I still remember the last time I had this feeling. It was once. Go on your own, I hope you can get what you want. Narcissa's lips twitched a few times, and she walked towards Riels' dormitory like a zombie. She really didn't want to spend any more time with Riels lest he get wild and do something. Strange, her only hope now is to wait until Leto and Snape won't be deceived by Riels, and really promise Riels to keep her here. And Lucius, I hope he can discover all this early, and then use the power of the pureblood family to pressure Riels to hand her over. Even if the servant contract cannot be terminated, as long as she doesn't see Riels, the servant contract will be in vain, right? Probably. As for whether Riels will get angry and kill her directly, she was not afraid of this but hoped that Riels would really kill her. Rather than becoming a maid to a teenage boy, it would be better for her to die. Narcissa's despair plus 13, expectation plus 19, fear plus 19, regret plus 19. Malfoy is extremely hateful and the reward is 10,000 gold galleons. After Riels looked at the mountain of gold galleons in the system backpack, he curled his lips disdainfully. Poor guy. I'm really poor and only have these gold galleons left. I'm not Zuzu. Why do I need so many gold galleons? What's more, Garfilas also has the stone Garfilas. Wacko. Riels seemed to suddenly remember something, and without complaining, he hurriedly ran in the direction Narcissa left, which was his dormitory. He almost forgot that Garfilas is not a fat cat now, but a very powerful muscular fat cat. And that little one was very grumpy. If Narcissa barged in rashly, she would definitely give Narcissa a taste of meow meow fist. He just got this big maid and she hasn't covered her head yet. If her nose and face are bruised and swollen after being beaten, he will really cry to death. He really didn't want to sleep in a pig's arms at night. Riels hurried but did not catch up with Narcissa. There was no way because his dormitory was just around the corner, and Narcissa's long legs were walking so fast that he couldn't make it in time. Riels didn't even bother to look at Malfoy, who was huddled in the corner. He pulled out his wand, kicked open the dormitory door and shouted, "Stop it." Then there was no more. He was accepted. Zisha and the two big cats looked at each other with doubts. Well, he seriously suspected that the looks in Garfilla's and Xana's eyes were not only seductive, but also a bit foolish. There is a backbone. These two big cats have a backbone. Riels complained a few words in his mind but slowly lowered his hand holding the wand. It's okay, there are no outsiders here, just lose it if you feel embarrassed. You can live more freely without shame. Narcissa is funny plus 11, doubtful plus 16, nervous plus 19, scared plus 19, Malfoy doubtful plus 19, hateful plus 19, desperate plus 190. I almost forgot there is a white-haired young Master Malfoy outside, but Malfoy probably didn't see what he was doing. Right? Riels rubbed his wand a few times and seriously considered the possibility of murder and silence. Narcissa rubbed Garfira's belly with her jade hands and asked doubtfully, "Didn't you go to the banquet hall? Have you finished eating so quickly?" Meow Tilda, Garfira's whose belly was being massaged, meowed softly in agreement. Even Shanna, who had no energy during the day, shook her head humanely. In this regard, Riels remained calm and silently closed the bedroom door. After doing this, he was still a little worried, so he cast a few spells on the bedroom door to prevent someone from breaking in directly. That's right, I'm talking about you, the white-haired young Master Malfoy. If the white-haired young Master Malfoy sees anything again, then he really has to find a way to kill and silence him. Just as Riels breathed a sigh of relief, he was about to talk to Narcissa, Garfield, and Xana, who was watching the show. But he saw that Narcissa had retreated to the corner where the cat food was piled. Seeing Riels looking over, Narcissa was so frightened that she shrank back. Narcissa panic plus 19, despair plus 19, fear plus 19. Riels' eyelids twitched slightly, and just as he was about to step forward to comfort her, he heard Narcissa making a sharp crack. "What do you want to do? Don't come here, you are still young, you can't do this to me." Narcissa's face was full of horror. "I'm too old. If you really want it, I can find someone else for you. Do you know the eldest lady of the Parkinson family? I can help you get it." Before she could finish her words, Riels waved her hand and forced her to shut up. There is no way the servant contract is so perverted. The corner of Riels' mouth twitched a few times, fearing that she would say something sarcastic again. He asked himself that he was a little frivolous at best, but not to the point of being lustful, right? Otherwise, he would no longer be a cucumber. Even the three little angels and the archangel and maid were arranged by him in order to better gain emotional points. And he just drove the car and held hands occasionally and didn't do anything else too excessive, right? Well, at least that's what he thinks, so does Narcissa react like this. This makes him, a cucumber girl, very hurt, very hurt. "Don't come over, I beg you, I really can't, I can't." Narcissa covered her red lips and kept shaking her head, tears bursting from her sapphire eyes, and she collapsed to the ground helplessly. Despair, suffocating despair, has completely enveloped her. Narcissa's despair plus 19, fear plus 19, nervousness plus 19. Another low 60 mood points were gained, but Riels was really not happy at all. "What's going on here?" Riels held his breath and walked towards Narcissa expressionlessly. Narcissa closed her eyes in despair and her expression gradually became numb. Forget it, it was just a matter of time. Fortunately, she believed Riels' lies, saying that all she needed to do was make the bed and do the usual things. Now it seems that all this is nonsense, just like Riels tricked her into signing a servant contract before. Riels looked at Narcissa with this expression and felt a headache. He really doesn't want an emotionless puppet. This is cat food. Although it's not dirty, it's not very clean either. And if you sit down again, Garfilla's may use the meow fist on you. "Why are you crying?" "Fortunately, I was worried that you would be beaten by Garfield and rushed back without eating lunch." Riels grabbed Narcissa's arm and pulled her up forcefully. Then with her confused eyes, he gently patted the dust off her clothes. Well, Riels is really curious now, is Narcissa his maid or is he Narcissa's valet? Who can do this? Just ask, who can do it? While Riels was immersed in self-movement, Narcissa couldn't even cry anymore. It's over, he has already started to touch her. Due to the constraints of the servant contract, she had no way to resist Riels. It seemed that it was only a matter of time before she lost. Narcissa closed her beautiful eyes in despair, waiting quietly for Riels to perform the inhumane atrocities on her. When Narcissa was desperate, she revealed the reward. 500 emotional points. Riels moved his hands for a moment and checked the balance of his mood value repeatedly to confirm that he had read it correctly. He looked at Narcissa in confusion, with her head raised and her beautiful eyes closed, as if she was going to die. Then he looked at his suddenly extra 500 emotion points. At this moment, a song suddenly appeared in his mind. A lot of question marks suddenly appeared in his mind. The two most important questions are what Riels must understand. First, he was so kind to Narcissa and even took the initiative to brush the dust off her body. Would she just explode something? How much more must Narcissa resist him to do this? Or what is this stupid wife thinking about all day long? Second, and most importantly, why are there emotional values in the rewards that were revealed? Riels frowned slightly, showed a kind smile, and asked silently in his mind, "Don't you have anything to say about this?" For specific functions, the host is asked to discover them by themselves. Well, very good, great. Riels did not continue to ask any more questions, but just added a large amount of money to the dog system in his small book of grudges. At present, the number of enemies between the dog system and him has reached 12, and there are 37 small ones. Just wait until one day you have a gun in hand. Don't even think about Tongzi's happiness. Since the system didn't ask anything, the remaining question is. Riels looked at Narcissa, who was squinting and staring at him curiously. Narcissa was originally wondering why Riels had been silent for a long time. Riels, who was caught off guard at this moment, looked at each other. She was stunned for a moment, and then there was a sharp explosion. Ah. His voice was so loud and his emotions were so exciting. He was like a groundhog who had his snow cake taken away, or like Garfield who didn't have enough to eat. All in all, it was so loud that Riels couldn't help but frown. Narcissa panics +19, fears +19, despairs +19. Malfoy was furious and the reward was 100 emotion points. Riel's mouth twitched a few times, not knowing how to describe his mood. Does this white-haired young master think that he is doing something bad to Narcissa? God shows pity, he really did nothing and his original intention was not dirty at all. This is entirely Narcissa's own imagination and has nothing to do with him, not at all. Riels complained feebly in his mind. But in order to prevent Malfoy from dying of anger, he still raised his hand and used physical means to stop Naxibo's sharp explosion. Woohoo, Narcissa, whose mouth was covered, kept shaking her head, trying to get rid of Riel's hand, but she couldn't. As for why she didn't take a few steps back to avoid it or reach out and push Riel's arm away. This was entirely because she subconsciously felt that Riels had used the servant contract to control her body. So she couldn't raise her arms to shake him off, nor could she take a few steps back to avoid him. Riels just didn't know about this, and if he knew about it, he would be so stupid as to give her a blow. He has seen smart people, but he has never seen someone as smart as Narcissa. In order to eliminate the gap in Narcissa's heart, he did not choose to use the power of the servant contract to force her to shut up. If she still thinks so, then Duency is serious. Narcissa, no, Sister Narcissa, can we not scream? No, why are you screaming? Have I done anything to you? Riels let go and continued. Think about it for yourself. How much ill will I have towards you since we met? Have I really bullied you? Why didn't he explain directly and let Narcissa think about it on her own? In fact, this is very simple because he himself can't explain it. After all, he had already figured out the ending for Narcissa since he met her. Then why can he say such things so rationally and confidently? It's smaller, the layout is smaller. He didn't know how to explain it himself, but that didn't mean that Narcissa didn't know how to explain it to him. As long as he is confident enough, he can then throw the problem to Narcissa and let her think about it on her own. She would think about it subconsciously, and then she would come up with various things to help him explain. Although the charm of language cannot be seen or touched, it is real and has infinite charm. If you don't know a problem, just leave it to others, let others think about it, and then just echo it yourself. Riel smiled slightly and silently gave himself a thumbs up. With this trick of deceiving people, he is almost reaching the pinnacle. Simply, so cool. Narcissa relaxes +19, embarrassment +18, shame +19, Malfoy anxiety +19, hatred +19. Listening to the system prompts, Riel's smile became a little bigger. He ignored Malfoy's explosive emotions behind him and just looked at Narcissa without hesitation. You are indeed very good, and you were not angry when faced with my weak attack, but you should not have tricked me into making me sign that servant contract. The servant contract can bind my body so that I can't resist you, but it can't bind my soul. I will never surrender to you. Narcissa covered the baby's granary and looked at Riels warily. If you were really a good person, you wouldn't trick me into signing a servant contract. Even after Riels met her, nothing strange happened. But that alone wasn't enough for her to trust Riels. After all, Riels lied to her and signed a servant contract, which reduced her to this situation. Narcissa is suspicious +16, vigilant +19, relaxed +13. Riels raised the corner of his mouth slightly and asked with a smile, "You said I tricked you into signing the servant contract. Then I will ask you carefully. You have to sign the servant contract, right? Do I want you to think about it carefully? Did I say this? Originally, I wanted to sign only your name, so that the contract would not take effect and I could use it to deceive Draco. But in order to be more real, you asked me to sign my name, so let me ask, did I really ask you to sign this servant contract? Or did I trick you into signing it? Don't you know what this servant contract is? The servant contract is clearly written on it, and all the restrictions are clearly written on it. The secret code of big flirting, beat it up. As long as you rake well, no one can fool you. Riels firmly believes in this sentence because this is the truth he said and realized from practice. For a stupid and cute wife like Narcissa, he could rely on this to trick 10 of her at once. Again, if Narcissa was really that smart, she wouldn't have signed the slave contract. Even if there is a reason why she cares about Malfoy, it is only a small part of the reason. The result was just as he thought. Narcissa was stunned when she heard what he said. You, me. Narcissa pointed at Riels, stammering for a long time without saying a word, and her delicate little face was full of self-doubt and disbelief. Quirrell, good, I'm offended. Narcissa doubts plus 15, guilt plus 13, shame plus 11. Suspicion is higher than other emotions, but it is not too far away from other emotions. This also means that if Narcissa is given some strong medicine, Narcissa will be deceived and become lame. At least in a short period of time, Narcissa will no longer be estranged from him because of this matter. Of course, she is not a fool, and she will definitely react sooner or later, so what he had to do was to win her over before she could react. Even if she reacts by then, she won't care too much. He is very confident about this. Okay, I don't want to tell you the reason for this matter, I just want to tell you that the contract was just an accident. I want to keep you by my side, partly out of selfishness, and partly because I want to see if I can terminate the servant contract. Riels opened his big bright eyes and asked sincerely, Sister Narcissa, are you willing to believe me? The secret of cheating, tell lies with your eyes open. When you speak, make eye contact with the other person and let them see the sincerity in your eyes, which will increase your credibility. He has practiced this move in the orphanage for more than 10 years, and he is very good at it. With this trick alone, he helped countless resentful men, and resentful men find partners in the orphanage. Sometimes he can also use this trick to avoid Mrs. Anna's punishment. Of course, this trick is not easy to use. The first and most important point is to be confident even if you are not justified. You also need to look at the other person without fear and let the other person see the sincerity in your eyes. It took him several years just to develop the sincerity in his eyes, and he helped countless blue kids awaken to their hobbies. So he is very confident that Narcissa will definitely believe him if he takes this strong medicine. After all, even if she didn't believe it, there was nothing she could do. With the servant contract, it was not a choice for her to believe it or not. Thank you, Mr. Thomas, I misunderstood you. Actually, if you think about it carefully, I really don't blame you for signing the servant contract. Narcissa looked touched. But what did you mean by selfishness just now? Don't blame her for trusting Riels, it's just that Riels' eyes are too clear. When she was a Death Eater, she saw too many people and could see the guilt in others' eyes at a glance. But she didn't see any guilt in Riels' eyes, only naked sincerity. Coupled with the things she had thought before, she couldn't help but not believe Riels. And if Riels is a good person, it will be a good thing for her, so she will not be in danger. And Draco too, he won't be bullied by Riels anymore. So subconsciously, she was willing to believe that Riels was a good person and that the contract was just an accident. Riels is keeping her now because he really just wants to terminate the servant contract. At this moment, Narcissa has selectively forgotten all the bullying Riels had done to her in the common room. It's not that she has a bad memory or deliberately forgets, it's just that Riels is too young and she doesn't think Riels has that kind of dirty thoughts. Narcissa moved plus 15, doubted plus 16, delighted 16, expected plus 15, Malfoy doubted plus 19, anxious plus 1. 9, hatred plus 19. Riels' eyes flickered, as if he glanced at the closed bedroom door inadvertently. If he really did something bad to Narcissa here, what would Malfoy reveal? The revelation must be very rich, right? Of course, he is just thinking about it. He likes consensual consent rather than unilateral force. Moreover, he is still young and has not yet had a cannon on the bed, so he does not have any dirty thoughts for the time being. But it doesn't matter, with the existence of a system, his development in all aspects will definitely be so fast. However, he still had to sigh with emotion. Women are indeed fertile. Especially women who are easy to fool, their attitude changes from time to time. It's no wonder there were so many bloody things in the past life. Letter 3005 Sister Narcissa, you can just call me by my name, Riels, my friends all call me that. You may not know that I was born an orphan. Because I am special, I was ostracized in the orphanage. As Riels spoke, he took Narcissa's little hand and led her to the bedside to sit down under her somewhat wary gaze. Wave the wand a few times at the same time and take out 2 steaming cups of black tea. After seeing Narcissa take the black tea, he began to talk about his tragic past. He is not a pushy person, but he is also self-aware. Do you expect a wife in her 30s to fall in love with an 11 or 12-year-old young lady? That is completely nonsense and there is no hope at all. Don't forget, people have tasted meat and fish. Even if they haven't tasted much, they won't be tempted by a teenage Shota. Of course, except for Shotakin, but Narcissa is obviously not a Shotakin. She is just a wife who is vicious in both her methods and heart, but not particularly smart and has top-notch looks and figure. Want to conquer her. But you can't do it by deceiving her, let alone that the tiger's body will be shaken, and others will be completely devoted to you. To expect this, it is better to expect that Narcissa is more likely to be tempted by him. So if you want to build a relationship with Narcissa in a short period of time, the best way is to stimulate her motherly love. Yes, it was the maternal love that inspired her. Don't forget, he and Malfoy were similar in age, and Narcissa had misunderstood him and felt guilty about him. So what he had to do was to do as much as possible to make Narcissa sympathize, and then not think about the unreasonable things. In this way, he could close the distance with Narcissus in a short period of time, and at the same time eliminate the estrangement in her heart. The facts were just as he expected. After Narcissa listened to his story, her sapphire-like eyes overflowed with distress and pity. Riels, I really didn't expect you to have such a past. No wonder you grew up so fast, I mean. I'm sorry. Narcissa lowered her head and looked at the steaming black tea in her hand. I don't know how you conflicted with Draco, but I understand Draco. I'm sorry for the trouble he caused you. If possible, I would like to ask you to forgive him. He has learned a lesson, okay? Women are weak by nature, but mothers are strong. Even her current embarrassing situation is caused by caring too much about Draco. Even though she sympathized with Riel's experience, her first thought was still little Malfoy. This is a habit she has developed for a long time, and it is also her instinct as a mother. These are all derived from instinct and basically cannot be changed. Narcissa's sympathy plus 19, pity plus 16, guilt plus 18, expectation plus 19, Malfoy's anxiety plus 19, hatred plus 19. Riels ignored the system and looked at Narcissa quietly. Riels was not surprised at all by Narcissa's words, or in other words, this was what he expected. He originally wanted to inspire Narcissa's motherly nature and then take away this motherly love. Well, he is such a vicious person. As a human being, he has no mercy for his enemies. Little Malfoy can be said to be his biggest enemy so far. Even Quirrell, who had a bird's nest on his head but had no bird feeder, and Nose, who had already started scheming, couldn't compare to Malfoy. To be precise, Noseless and Quirrell were not his enemies, they were the enemies of Harry Potter and Dumbledore. Even if they had any conspiracy, they would target Harry Potter and Dumbledore first. So he has nothing to say about poaching Malfoy. Sister Narcissa, do you remember what I said? I want you to stay here for some selfish reasons, because when I first met you, I felt that you were very kind and caring. You are like my relatives. Riels lowered his head and said sadly, so I want to spend more time with you so that I feel like I have a family. His story was half true and half false. Many things did happen, but they just happened. They were far less exaggerated than what he said. But Narcissa didn't know that, and Riel's sincere eyes made her feel even more pity. I didn't expect that the child in front of me, who was as old as Draco, would have such a tragic past, and it was hard for him to come to Hogwarts. Narcissa opened her arms distressedly, took Riels into her arms, and let him enjoy the smell of facial cleanser. Riels, I think I should apologize to you. You know I'm here because. I'm sorry. But Sister can guarantee that as long as you can live in peace with Draco in the future, Sister will treat you well, just like she treats her brother. Narcissa stroked Riel's hair, her voice gentle yet firm. She was very sympathetic to what Riels was going through, but her sympathy was just sympathy. To her, Draco and the Malfoy family were the most important, and of course the Black family. The former is her biological flesh and blood, the person she cherishes the most, and the latter is her family, the glory of pure blood. The education she received since childhood told her that nothing can compare with the glory of pure blood, not even her own life. However, she is a bit rebellious, and the glory of pure blood can only be second to her. The first is still Draco. Narcissa feels distressed plus 13, guilt plus 3, anticipation plus 16, pleasure plus 15, Malfoy doubts plus 19, anxiety plus 19, pain plus 19. Well, it's a familiar smell again. I feel a little guilty, but not much. As for Malfoy, Well, he knows what he is made of, but Riels was not disappointed. Narcissa's reactions were all what he expected. She is an elite Death Eater, ruthless and murderous, and these can be applied to her. And her character, just look at Draco. Draco has such an annoying personality not only because of Lucius but also because of Narcissa's problem. Narcissa is a very authentic pureblood, who despises wizards of mixed blood origin, despises wizards of muggle-born origin, and takes the glory of pureblood very seriously. For people like this, when they see an old lady crossing the road, they won't even give her a hand and maybe they won't make fun of her. How could she be moved by just a few words? Or should I say be held in check by just a few words? But Riels did not panic. No matter how good a farmer is, if he wants to dig a high wall with a solid foundation, it will take a lot of effort. This is just the beginning, isn't it? Sister Narcissa, don't worry, I still say what I said. I have no ill intentions towards Draco. If he doesn't provoke me, I won't provoke him. After Riels finished speaking, he raised his head and fluttered his long eyelashes, as if expecting. Then Sister Narcissa will stay, right? The first step to deal with Narcissa is to remove the barrier in her heart and let her stay on her own initiative. Although it's useless if she doesn't agree, if she takes the initiative to agree, things will be much easier to handle later. Of course, he was also prepared for Narcissa's disapproval. There would be a way for the car to reach the mountain and for the boat to sink when it reached the bridge. Well, what he means is take it one step at a time. If Narcissa doesn't agree, won't there still be restrictions from the contract? In short, he will not let Narcissa leave here, otherwise all that he has done before will be in vain. He also expected to rely on Narcissa to cheer up Draco and Lucius, but he couldn't let her run away. Narcissa hesitates +16, determines +16, is funny +15, pity +13, Malfoy is anxious +19. Sad +18. Riels raised the corners of his lips slightly and stabilized himself. As for Malfoy, who cares what he does? The white-haired young master is just a tool to increase his mood points. And he didn't do anything weird to Narcissa, he was so anxious. Riels, I can stay here and I want to stay here, but you have to know that sometimes people can't help themselves. Even if I agree to stay, will Professor Dumbledore and Professor Snape agree? Where will I live? Narcissa's eyes flickered slightly and the king gently stroked Riels' hair. She didn't lie to Riels, she really wanted to stay. But the main reason was not Riels, nor was it the servant contract, but because she wanted to watch Draco grow up at Hogwarts. Although Riels' previous words were suspected of lying to her, they did sound a wake-up call for her. Draco is the heir to the Malfoy family and the future leader. He must never grow up to be a mama's boy. She would never allow Draco to become like that. So if Riels really asked her to stay, she wouldn't refuse. Of course, she wouldn't be disappointed if he couldn't stay. Staying here meant that she could see Draco's growth and prevent him from growing crooked and becoming useless in the future. Not being able to stay means that the servant contract between her and Riels is useless. After all, they can't see anyone. Is there any difference between this servant contract and lacquer existence? In short, no matter the outcome, she is the winner, at least in her opinion. Narcissa raised the corners of her lips with a hint of pride on her delicate and pretty face. Lucius always calls her stupid, but he doesn't know that she's not stupid at all, it's just that he doesn't want to say it. Narcissa is proud +19, expects +16, is happy +16, Malfoy is desperate +19, is sad +19, hates +19. This series of bursts of emotional value made Riels involuntarily turn his eyes to the bedroom door. What the hell is this white-haired young master thinking? Why has it been so long that this emotion has no momentum to subside? Riels scratched his forehead. There was something strange on his face, but he did not continue to go but turned to look at Narcissa. Sister Narcissa, don't worry, I will find a way to get Professor Dumbledore and Professor Snape to agree. Riels patted his chest and looked like he was wrapping his arms around me. It's so funny with a big baby like Narcissa here who would care about what Malfoy is thinking. First of all, the first point is that he is straight and straight. There is no tendency to bend at all, and there is no cabinet door for him to kick. The second point is, what does Malfoy's thoughts have to do with him? Whatever Malfoy thinks anyway, if he can explode his emotional value, he will not be the loser. And the most important third point is that Malfoy's current reaction doesn't just show that his previous idea was right. The magic version of holding the Emperor hostage to command the princes. As long as Narcissa is brought under control, she can not only provide considerable emotional value, he can also rely on her presence to make Draco and Lucius give him an emotional boost. Is there anything more perfect than this? No, not at all. I hope you can do it, but if you really succeed, where will my sister live? She won't live in the same dormitory with you, right? Narcissa bent down and looked at Riels teasingly. She could tell Riels was after something, but she didn't care. He's just a little wizard born as a muggle, isn't he at her mercy? As Riels said, it was just an accident that she would sign a servant contract before. Coupled with Riels' past, she did feel a little sympathetic. Therefore, while using Riels, she is willing to give Riels some care among relatives, which can be regarded as making up for her little guilt. Narcissa was extremely happy and received a reward, 300 emotion points. Malfoy is extremely desperate and the reward is 100 emotion points. Oh ho, I got another elementary 10 draw in a row, which can be considered an unexpected surprise. Riels raised his lips happily and replied obediently, Sister Narcissa, don't worry, my bed is very big. When the time comes, let's let Garfiras sleep on the floor and we can choose whoever has it. Sister Narcissa, do you really don't want to go to the banquet hall with me? It's very lively there today. You know, this is the first parents' meeting at Hogwarts. The harvest has been enough, and he is not ready to stay and continue to work. Again, the emotional value can never be exhausted, so there is no need to rush. And he wasn't sure whether Narcissa would notice anything. After all, she didn't reveal her specific emotions just now. If he leaks something or if there is any flaw and Narcissa notices it, then everything he has done before will be in vain. Even after that, it would not be easy for him to conquer Narcissa again. Click through, sometimes it's a very clear decision. Narcissa is funny plus 16, helpless plus 15, anticipation plus 19, Malfoy painful plus 19, hatred plus 19. Well, another reason why he was not prepared to stay here was that he was afraid that Malfoy was really broken. This emotion is so explosive that it can no longer be described as explosive. If he stayed any longer, Malfoy would probably collapse and kick out the door, which would be a lot of fun, although he didn't do anything weird with Narcissa. Go on your own, I'm not very hungry. If I were, I would ask the house elf to bring me some food. I was also a student of Slytherin before. I guess you don't know that the kitchen at Hogwarts is not far opposite Hufflepuff's dormitory. Okay, go ahead. Narcissa picked up the steaming black tea and gently tapped Riel's head with her other hand, looking like a kind sister. But Riels knew clearly that Narcissa's kindness only appeared on the surface, and in fact there was no turmoil in her heart. This can be seen from the fact that she did not show any emotional value. But he didn't care, his goal had been achieved, at least on Narcissa's side. Later, he would have to trick Dumbledore and Snape and persuade them with emotion and reason. I believe that with his persuasion, it will not be difficult to let Narcissa stay. It's strange. So he had to pay something to have a chance to get Old B and Old Bat to agree to his conditions. Sister Narcissa, I'll leave first. If Garfield and Xana bully you, just tell me and I'll come back to help you beat them. 0, please give me flowers, 0. Riels grinned. I will bring good news when I come back tonight, the kind of good news you hope for. It's so funny, he's just a kid, what's wrong with pretending to be cute? Besides, he's actually very cute, okay. Of course, he prefers to believe that he is fierce rather than cute. However, a husband is a husband who can bend and stretch. As long as the goal can be achieved, it doesn't matter what means are used or what price is paid. Riels, who had just walked out of the dormitory door and didn't see the white-haired young master, raised his eyebrows in surprise. I didn't expect that. I am a pretty qualified little snake. To achieve the goal by any means, this book. It's one of the qualities Slytherins admire. Riels, who was already in a good mood, is still in a good mood now. He doesn't care about these things in the first place. It doesn't matter whether he is qualified or not, so what if he is not qualified? Can he be kicked out of Slytherin? Is this possible? This is simply impossible. Is this a beaver? This is not a beaver at all. Again, as long as I am open-minded, then I will be open-minded. There is nothing wrong with this at all. But where did this young white-haired young man hide? Did he just leave? Otherwise, why didn't his emotional value show up? It seems that his body is recovering well. If there is a chance, we can let him experience the human body again. The windmill. All propellers are weak, but the big windmill is still more fun. As if he thought of something happy, Riel's steps became much more brisk, and he began to hum a little tune. The big windmill creaks and spins, you come and spin, he comes. A hum, I forgot the words. Head of Slytherin's room. Snape sent Lucius and others away expressionlessly and closed the door directly amid the wails of the wizards who had been waiting in line for a long time. The meaning is obvious, he doesn't want to see this group of people, doesn't want their gifts, and doesn't want to get close to them. Although these people who had been waiting for a long time were quite dissatisfied with this, they did not dare to say anything more. After all, the purpose of their coming here was to establish a good relationship with Snape, not to offend him. So they could only suppress their dissatisfaction and lead the little snakes towards the banquet hall. In the dean's office, Dumbledore took a sip of strange-flavored beans and another sip of black tea, enjoying the wonderful life. After seeing Snape's actions, he couldn't help but smile and said, "These people have been waiting outside for a long time, why don't you just turn them away?" Severus, remember what I said, try to accept some new things. For example, I think the gifts they send are very good. Maybe there is something useful for you in it, such as precious potion ingredients. Don't you like these things the most? Upon hearing this, Snape looked at him expressionlessly, walked back to sit behind the desk, and waved the wand in his hand again. Dumbledore had eaten more than half of the strange-flavored beans and floated back to his table. Dumbledore wasn't angry about this, but it was a pity that he didn't finish the beans at once. Hey, people will only know how to cherish what they have lost. But when I tried to make up for it, I found that it was too late. If it is lost, it is lost. There is no retrieval or compensation. Just like his strange-flavored beans, I think he cherished them very much at first, but Snape still took his love away from them. Now, even though he ate a lot, he still couldn't eat it all. Therefore, what is lost and cannot be recovered. Dumbledore's expression was bitter for a moment, but the bitterness only passed by for a moment, and Snape didn't notice it. Because he is meditating on another very important thing. Professor Dumbledore, don't you think what Lucius and the others did is unreasonable? They said they wanted us to hand over Thomas, but in the nearly 3 hours of conversation, did they really say much on this matter? According to the information they received, Lucius and the others were clearly here to force them to hand over Riels to avenge Malfoy, who was seriously injured. But during the 3-hour conversation, Lucius and the others didn't react like they were forcing, but like stalling for time. Snape and Dumbledore both thought of this answer, and they looked at each other in unison, with completely different emotions on their faces. Snape had a cold face, a cold light in his eyes, and the way he clenched his wand showed that he was very angry, very angry. After all, Riels is his student, a young wizard from Slytherin Academy. If Lucius and the others are really stalling for time to create time and opportunities for others to attack Riels, then his role as the dean has really failed. Dumbledore was different from Snape's anger and worry. Instead, he was very calm and even had a faint smile. Severus, remember what I said, don't think of Riels as a child, he's unique, isn't he? And Lucius and the others, do you think their goal is really Riels? Even if it is, do you think they dare to take action in Hogwarts? Dumbledore took a sip of black tea and continued with a smile. If my guess is correct, Riels should be here now. Look. What did I say? Look, isn't this guy here? As soon as Dumbledore finished speaking, the door to the headmaster's office was pushed open from the outside. Riel's head poked through the crack in the door and met Dumbledore's amused eyes with just one glance. He turned his head slightly and met Snape's square eyes, which were as if they contained thousands of years of ice. Riels blinked, opened the door, and walked in without paying any attention to Snape's face, which was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Hey, Professor Dumbledore, Professor Snape, I didn't expect to see you here, what a coincidence. I mean, it's such a coincidence that I can see Professor Dumbledore here. I happen to be looking for you. Riels put the wand back on his waistband nonchalantly. He had no choice but to keep it in his hand. Didn't you see that Professor Snape's face turned dark? Well, Snape's face turned dark. Maybe he wasn't angry with him, but maybe he forgot to wash his face, or maybe he got upset while studying the potion. After all, a wise man will always make mistakes. How can you often walk by the river without getting your shoes wet? Even if Snape is the potion's master, can he guarantee success every time he brews the potion? Apparently, you can. Why else would Snape be the most respected potions master in the wizarding world? Snape is unhappy +16, Dumbledore is funny +19. Mr. Thomas, I think you should explain to me how you got in after I cast a spell on the door. I hope you won't tell me that you cast the unlocking spell on the door of the dean's office. This is not a fun thing. Not only was Snape's expression cold, his eyes were cold, but his voice was also cold. There is no way Riels is really too lawless. Just now, in order to prevent parents with little snakes from breaking in again, he specially put a magic spell on the door lock. As a result, he had just sat down with his front legs, and before the chair was warm, Riels 927 opened the door with his back legs. In the middle, Riels didn't even knock on the door, he just barged in, which made him angry. Riels spread his hands. If I said that it opened this door by itself, Professor Snape, would you believe it? Do you think I will believe it? Snape's eyes became colder and colder, and there was visible anger on his face. In this regard, Riels just waved his hand indifferently. So, it can only be opened by me using the unlocking spell. You may not believe it, but I am here to prevent anyone from coming to the dean's office to steal things. There are a lot of potion materials here, which are very precious. Professor Snape, you don't need to give me extra points. This is what I should do. Of course, Professor Dumbledore, you can give me extra points. Riels walked to the sofa carelessly and sat down unceremoniously on the single sofa next to Dumbledore. What? Why is he in this posture? Well, he is floating, very floating. That's weird. No one is invincible yet, let alone calling that god of death out for a fight. He may not even be able to fight Nose and Quirrell. He is a bit special. Not only is he very capable of holding grudges, but he is also very self-aware. Before there was invincible, what kind of waves were there? What were the waves? What kind of waves were there? I was directly killed by someone. Where can I reason with you? So he won't drift or wave, he only does things that are sure. The reason why he is in this posture now is entirely because of kindness. Only if you are cordial enough to talk about things better, Dumbledore and Snape will be more likely to agree. Of course, this kind of affection is mainly directed at Dumbledore, not the old bat Snape. After all, the person who makes the decision is still Dumbledore. Snape is angry plus 18, displeased plus 18, confused plus 16, Dumbledore is funny plus 16, happy plus 18, curious plus 19. Riels raised his lips in pleasure. Look, didn't this feeling of intimacy come over all at once? Well, not talking about you, Bat. Riels, I think you are right, then I declare that you have added 5 points to Slytherin. Dumbledore stroked his beard and continued with a smile. Severus, don't forget to add the 5 points I said. This is a 5-point imposition for Mr. Thomas, who has a high sense of prevention. It is a very necessary score. Riels couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard this, and his impression of Dumbledore changed again. This old no should be called Professor Dumbledore, it's just so cool. The avant-garde old naughty boy always brings unexpected surprises. Dumbledore and Riels looked at each other and both smiled. Very good, he is indeed the strange-flavored bean snack he has been looking for a long time, a good friend. Very good, he is a veritable old naughty boy, this familiar feeling comes to me. The happier the two laughed, the colder Snape's expression became. Seeing that the two of them were about to start a conversation without anyone noticing, Snape could only say aloud, Professor Dumbledore, the 5 points you added are indeed very meaningful. However, Mr. Thomas broke into the headmaster's office without permission, so he deducted 5 points from Slytherin. It's just right, isn't it? Well, when he said this, he didn't even know what he was feeling. As an excellent Slytherin, the importance of honor is engraved in your bones. The Campus Cup is the greatest honor that can be grabbed in Hogwarts. The winners of the Campus Cup in previous years are usually Slytherins, except for rare occasions. Well, there are always some little brainless snakes, right? But that's not important. What's important is that having him deduct 5 points from Slytherin himself is a bit unpleasant. What if Slytherin misses out on the Academy Cup just because of these 5 points? Hissed Tilda. It's hard, the fist is hard. He really wanted to punch himself twice and he regretted it, but he couldn't say it or show it. So Snape chose to use the simplest and crudest emotions to cover up this slight regret. That's right, it's anger. Anger against Riels. Snape is displeased plus 19, annoyed plus 19, regretful plus 13, Dumbledore happy plus 15, pleasant plus 17, funny plus 19. Well, old bats and old bees are always like two extremes. But these two extremes have the same purpose most of the time. Dumbledore is kind, but after living for so many years, don't regard him as a good person, a person who only has good intentions. Dumbledore can grow up to this point, but after experiencing countless troubles, how can he be such a bad-hearted person? Snape, on the other hand, looks cold and unkind on the outside, as if he doesn't care about the life or death of others. In fact, most of the time, he is like this. The most peculiar thing about Snape is not how smart he is or how much he can conceal his true inner thoughts, but that he has his own set of rules for doing things. In Snape's code of conduct, he felt that this was the right thing to do and that the person should be saved, so he would take action. Similarly, if he felt that something was wrong and that this person should not be saved, then he would not even look at this person, even if he was desperately asking for help. Just like the duel between Malfoy and Riels, Snape felt that Malfoy brought it upon himself, so he would not feel sorry for Malfoy or blame Riels. One of Snape's rules of conduct. If he has no strength and still provokes a strong person, he should bear all the consequences he suffers. Well, this is something Riels calculated based on his understanding of Snape and Dumbledore, combined with the content in the original work. But he thinks it's accurate. Of course, it may just be him. Professor Snape has clear rewards and punishments. He deserves to be commended. Professor Dumbledore, I would like to apply for a salary increase for Professor Snape. Professor Snape works too hard every day and is so selfless. He really deserves a salary increase. Riels looked serious. To be honest, Snape was able to pull this off, something he didn't expect. After all, I'm afraid only the little snakes know how much Snape values the Academy Cup. Under such circumstances, it is really amazing that Snape can do this. A word of selflessness is not enough to express his behavior. A more accurate statement is, Snape is so ruthless that he can even abandon the things he likes. The old bat is really a ruthless person. As for what he said, it was all about getting closer. Of course, it was just a try. If it can dispel Snape's inner anger, then Narcissa's matter will be easier to solve if it can't be dispelled. Then don't dispel it. Don't forget, the person who can really make the decision is still Dumbledore. Snape can only be regarded as the icing on the cake. Well, rapeseed flowers. Snape is shocked plus 13. Annoyed plus 18, suspicious plus 16, happy plus 15, Dumbledore is funny plus 19, amused plus 17, helpless plus 18. Very good, today another elementary 10 consecutive draw is out. Only half a day, half a day. Not only did he gain 3 primary 10-draw spells, but he also gained Cruciatus, one of the 3 unforgivable curses, the most commonly used white magic Expelliarmus. And the most important thing is that after successfully signing a servant contract with Narcissa, not only did she get a little maid, a big maid, well, not only in terms of age, but also in other parts. You can also rely on the wool of Narcissa, the crazy white-haired young Master Malfoy and Lucius. This wave can only be said to be the most rewarding day in his 2.5 years of acquiring the system. So far, there is no other day. Mr. Thomas, there are some things that have nothing to do with you, so you should not get involved. This is not a pleasant thing. Also, what are you doing here? At this point, Snape's face turned serious. Although he saw that Riels was fine, he was still worried or more worried. It would be fine if Lucius and the others' purpose of delaying time was just to get people to retaliate against Riels. But if this were not the case, then Lucius and the others' purpose of delaying time would be a bit intriguing. Dumbledore also understood this, so his expression became serious, and he even put down the black tea in his hand. If possible, he really doesn't want it to be the result he guessed, but Riels' appearance here already explains a lot. Snape is worried plus 16, dignified plus 18, Dumbledore is sad plus 13, expectant plus 19, dignified plus 16. Hey, old bee and old bat seem to have guessed something, but that's right, none of them are idiots. On the contrary, they are all truly smart people. It's not surprising that they can guess it. Riels raised his lips and spoke softly. I almost forgot to mention that I just met Malfoy's mother in Slytherin's dormitory. She is a lady with a graceful figure, beautiful appearance, and a very gentle personality. She also has a broad mind, and she is big enough to tolerate the world. You also know my origins and my pressure. You have seen the picture at 1 o'clock in the morning. Before Riels could finish his passionate words, he was stopped by Dumbledore and Snape waving their hands at the same time. There was no other reason than that they had all seen the library in all time periods and didn't want to hear Riels' description again. Dumbledore is helpless plus 16, anxious plus 6, Snape is speechless plus 13. We all know that it's not easy for you, and we all know that you are under a lot of pressure. So can you tell us directly why you came to us? And who did you just mention? Narcissa Black Malfoy. Dumbledore frowned. What did you just say? She was very gentle. Are you sure? As soon as this question came up, even Snape had a strange look on his face. That was a former Death Eater, the kind who killed without blinking an eye. You said she was very gentle. Is this possible? Moreover, she is also an excellent pureblood, arrogant, narrow-minded, and vicious. It can be said that all the bad words can be used against her. Just like that, Riels actually called her gentle. Is it because the world has changed, or is the Narcissa they know not at all? Snape was shocked plus 19, confused plus 19, speechless plus 19, Dumbledore was curious plus 19, shocked plus 19, confused plus 18. Wow, how bad does Narcissa's reputation have to be for old bee and old bat to be so shocked? Don't forget, he just said Narcissa was gentle. Well, this was the only one that talked about her character. As for the other ones, they all describe her body. If Malfoy didn't have a second mother named Narcissa, then we should be talking about one person. I don't know why you reacted this way, but Sister Narcissa and I hit it off right away, and she is now my god sister. Riel sat up straight and said with a serious face, I am here this time because Sister Narcissa wants to stay and take care of me for a while. I know this is not good, but you also know my background and the pressure I feel. I really long for family affection. Although Professor McGonagall is my godmother, she is too busy and I can't disturb her, so I hope you can allow Sister Narcissa to stay. By the way, she wants to share a dormitory with me. I long for family affection so much, so I don't want to be separated from Sister Narcissa for too long, so just let me feel her tenderness. Riel seemed to be in love with his stubborn expression and firm tone. There is quite a feeling that if you don't agree, I will keep saying it. Snape and Dumbledore 4.9 were so shocked that they could not open their mouths from ear to ear. They looked at each other silently for a few times, both of whom were a little at a loss. What should I do about this? They didn't believe a word Riel said, or they didn't believe a word. That's Narcissa, how could she be so good as Riels described her. Obviously, either Riels was deceived by Narcissa and became a tool for her to achieve her goals. Either Riels has his own agenda, so he wants to keep Narcissa. As for longing for family affection, that's pure nonsense. This is Riels. He may long for family affection, but not to this extent. Snape is doubtful plus 19, curious plus 18, speechless plus 19, Dumbledore solemn plus 19. Curiosity plus 16. Riels raised his eyebrows and smiled secretly in his heart. As a senior novice he pretended to be in love, although the pretending was not perfect. But again, sincerity is the last resort. Riels, what happened between you and Narcissa? Why do you think she is so kind? Did she bring it up to stay, or did you bring it up? Dumbledore forced a smile. You don't have to think too much, I'm just curious and I hope you can tell the truth. Snape also said coldly, Mr. Thomas, I hope you can tell everything about what happened after you met Narcissa. This is very important. Don't blame them for being so serious, it's just that they can't understand. What does Narcissa want to do by staying at Hogwarts? What is her purpose? What can she do? You can't really hit it off with Riels and rush to be his godsister and stay at Hogwarts just to take care of him, right? Don't forget, Narcissa's son, Draco Malfoy, is still in Slytherin. Moreover, Malfoy had just been seriously injured by Riels. According to Narcissa's character, it was strange that she did not kill Riels in revenge. How could it be possible to repay evil with kindness? Dumbledore is solemn plus 19, strange plus 19. Snape is displeased plus 19, confused plus 19. In fact, he quite likes getting along with Old Bee and Old Bat, really. Of course, if there is a better choice, he will certainly choose the better choice. A normal man would have to choose between getting along with 2 big men, 3 little Lolita, and a Japanese wife. Then you don't need to think too much about the result, right? It must be 2 big men who are selected. Out. At least Riels feels that a normal man would choose the latter, right? Of course, there are also people with great hobbies. Professor Dumbledore, Professor Snape, are you too serious? I think I didn't make any mistakes. Riels frowned and seemed displeased and said, Sister Narcissa is really nice. Although Malfoy and I had some minor conflicts, she didn't blame me. I don't know why you have so much ill will toward her, but I hope you don't. Well, if you have a tougher attitude, it's like if you don't agree to him, he will be angry and sad. Showing a feeling that he was brainwashed by Narcissa so that Dumbledore and Snape might agree. This is a kind of foreshadowing because they agreed to do it later. Snape is confused plus 19, shocked plus 18, Dumbledore is solemn plus 19, confused plus 19. Snape and Dumbledore looked at each other a few times, both confirming one point. Riels has been brainwashed by Narcissa, otherwise he would not have said these words. But what is Narcissa's purpose in doing this? If she wanted to take revenge, she could just do it directly. Why did she do this and that? What good would staying at Hogwarts do to her? She couldn't be missing Hogwarts, could she? Dumbledore frowned and looked at Riels with a strange look. Riels, you are very smart, you should be able to guess why we have this attitude. It's better that you don't know many things. Your conditions, we can agree to it, but you have to tell us first what happened after you and Narcissa met. This is not a trivial matter, we have to discuss it before making a decision. I hope you can understand. Narcissa was once a Death Eater and the wife of the Malfoy family patriarch. She now wants to stay at Hogwarts, she definitely has an ulterior motive. Since Riels has been brainwashed now, there is no need for them to explain more to avoid Narcissa's vigilance. The only thing they can do now is to try to get the whole story from Riels and then guess Narcissa's purpose. Narcissa, who has a vicious mind, I really, sometimes want to call the police. Mr. Thomas, I think you are not a stupid person and should know the seriousness of this matter. I hope you will not let us down. Snape looked at Riels with a cold face and a slightly twinkling gaze. Unlike Dumbledore, he had a deeper understanding of Riels. It can be said that what Dumbledore saw was the interesting and smart side of Riels. What he saw was also this side, but he always felt that Riels was not simple, a little too smart or too mature. Sometimes he felt that Riels was not a teenager but a very smart adult. This feeling is absurd, but this is the result he got after observing for so long. Smart, ambitious, mature beyond imagination, everything he does seems to have his own purpose and very lustful. This last item is also one of the reasons why he thinks Riels is very mature. Snape is doubtful plus 19, solemn plus 18, worried plus 16, Dumbledore is sad plus 19, solemn plus 19, puzzled plus 19. It's a pity, after all, they are old bees and old bats. Even if several emotional values have reached the critical value, their emotions have been stable at this place and cannot break through. It can also be seen from here that they are all people who have experienced big things and have a strong mentality. They are not able to get rewards easily. But it's nice to have more emotion points, isn't it? Riels comforted himself with a few words in his heart and started to talk a little listlessly. This morning I started. When Riels started talking about what time he got up, Snape subconsciously wanted to interrupt. But before he could say anything, Dumbledore shook his head at him, indicating that he would just listen quietly. Helpless, Snape could only suppress his displeasure and listen to Riels' nonsense with a cold face. Yes, what Riels said sounded like nonsense to him. He is someone who has observed Riels, and he naturally knows that Riels is not a nice gentleman who takes the initiative to give up his seat to others and is extremely friendly to others. Dumbledore was also aware of this, but none of them pointed it out. They just automatically filtered out what Riels said. From these words, look for useful information to make inferences. There is no way it is normal for children to want to perform well in front of the teacher and get praise. From this point of view, no matter how mature Riels is, he is still a child after all, with some thoughts unique to children. This is what Dumbledore is very satisfied with. It doesn't matter if he is smart or precocious, as long as he is still a child. Then Riels can follow the correct path step by step under the guidance of Hogwarts professors. Maybe Riels is on the right track now, isn't he? Dumbledore is satisfied +19, dignified +18, Snape is displeased +19, puzzled +19. Riels did not ignore the system, but continued to tell half-truths, add fuel to the fire, make things out of nothing, and exaggerate what he did today. From getting up in the morning, helping the little snakes warmly and friendly, until he met Narcissa. How could he and Narcissa hit it off like old friends? The two people who were 20 years apart became close friends and recognized each other as brother and sister on the spot. How Narcissa sympathized with his past and insisted on staying and taking care of him for a while so that he could feel the warmth of her broad chest and family. After telling this series of things, Riels picked up the black tea and drank it. But Dumbledore and Snape, as if they had been petrified, looked at Riels blankly. There is no way what Riels said is really so strange. Although they expected that Riels might say something untrue, they didn't expect that Riels would be surrounded like this. She felt like old friends at first sight with Narcissa. She was a pure-blood wizard, and the one thing she looked down on the most was Muggle-born wizards. In addition, Riels also seriously injured Malfoy. Maybe Narcissa fell in love with him at first sight. Of course, this can also be explained by the fact that Narcissa did this deliberately to deceive Riels. The fact that she recognized her brother-in-law and wanted to stay and take care of him so that Riels could feel the warmth of a family could all be explained by Narcissa's uneasy kindness. But they really didn't think Narcissa was the kind of person who would hug Riels and cry until she was out of breath. And the reason was just hearing about Riels' tragic past. Why worry about him not sleeping well at night? I insist on sharing a dormitory and a bed with him. Riels is already a teenager and grew up in an orphanage. He still gets scared when he sleeps at night. Why are they worried that Lucius and the others will just divorce Lucius if they don't agree? What's the point of keeping a guy who has no sympathy at all without divorce? Narcissa is from the Black family, and Lucius is from the Malfoy family. This is a marriage between pure-blood families. How could they be separated so easily? And it's such a nonsense reason, compassion. If Narcissa and Lucius had compassion, then they wouldn't have become Death Eaters before and they would still be elite Death Eaters. Really, you can't bullshit like this, right? In less than half an hour, Dumbledore and Snape had refreshed their impressions of Narcissa several times. Of course, there is also my impression of Riels. This guy really lies without blinking an eye and has no guilty conscience at all. This made them all have some doubts. It was not that Narcissa brainwashed Riels, but that Riels deceived Narcissa for some unknown reason. Even staying at Hogwarts was probably Riels' own idea, and Narcissa was forced to do so. Narcissa, really, I cried to death, you have guessed the truth. However, as soon as the idea came up, Bull-eyed and Snape rejected it directly. Narcissa is not an idiot. No matter how smart Riels is, there is a limit. It is impossible for her to be fooled into being unable to tell the difference between east, west, and north with just a few words. What's more, Narcissa and Riels still had a grudge. It was fine if she didn't take action directly when they met. How could she listen to what Riels said? Narcissa can't tell the difference between east, west, and north. Yes, what you said is right, the wizarding world is full of smart people, they are just bastards. Dumbledore was extremely confused and revealed the reward, the Heart of White Magic. Heart of White Magic. With this talent, you can not only learn the white magic spell faster, but also increase the power of the white magic spell cast by 20%. Note, this talent is unique and will not be spawned again. The talent effect can also be combined with other talent effects. Snape was puzzled and revealed the reward. Advanced Potion Knowledge Mastery excluding potion recipes. Advanced Potion Knowledge Proficiency. superb potion refining techniques, experience in refining various potions, and the classification and functions of various potion materials are all available. Woohoo Shipton! Although the effect of the white magic heart is only 20%, it is not as good as the 30% bonus of the curse heart. But see clearly, the effect of white magic heart can be superimposed with other talent effects. This also means that the white magic spell he is currently casting has the bonus of the heart of white magic, as well as the bonus of the heart of the magic spell. 30% plus 20%, this is as high as 50%, which is equivalent to more than half the power of the spell. Of course, there is no powerful magic spell among the white magic spells. Spells that are slightly more powerful, such as the Shadowless Blade, will be classified as black curses. Black curse refers to something that is powerful, has the ability to kill people, or the ability to tease people, or it is extreme and can affect the mind of the caster. Under these conditions alone, there are very few white magic spells that can be left, and the top ones are only Expelliarmus and others. But if it wasn't a life and death battle, would Wei use a powerful black curse? And relying on this 50% bonus, it is not a problem for the weak white curse to resist the powerful black curse. What's more, this heart of white magic curse came from free prostitution. Do you understand? Again, as long as it is for free and has no side effects, it is toilet paper. I say it has its own fragrance and is very clean for wiping your butt. While Riels was immersed in studying the heart of white magic, Snape and Dumbledore had already. Agreement was achieved through eye contact. Letter 3005 Riels, please go back first. We are already aware of your request. The specific result will not be decided until we discuss it. Dumbledore stroked his beard and promised with a smile. If things are really as you said, then we can agree to this. But not now, tomorrow we will tell you the result. Narcissa can live in Hogwarts tonight. In fact, they have already made a decision, so they just want to discuss specific matters again. After all, letting Narcissa stay at Hogwarts is really an unknown matter. Yes, their final decision was to agree to Riels and agree to Narcissa staying. The reason for doing this is not because they really believed Riels' words, it was just the best choice after comprehensive consideration. It is currently known that Narcissa wanted to stay at Hogwarts and deliberately approached Riels, but her specific purpose is still unknown. Instead of refusing and letting them think of his methods again and causing unnecessary trouble, it would be better to agree directly. As long as someone is under their noses, even if Narcissa wants to cause trouble, they can respond in time. In a sense, Narcissa's doing this was not a good choice. Narcissa. I don't know, I really didn't, I was forced. Mr. Thomas, I think you should go to class now. Remember, today's parent-teacher meeting is about watching you in class. Snape continued with a cold face. If you don't go, you will be late. I don't want Slytherin to lose points. The reason why the parent-teacher meeting was held was actually to prevent Lucius from gathering pureblood families and forcing them to make friends. This is the main reason, and the second reason is to let parents see what the little wizards are doing in Hogwarts. After all, there are many parents who are very ordinary muggles. They will feel strong curiosity about the wizarding world, and they will also worry about whether magic is a scam. Let them take a look, which not only relieves their worries, but also arouses the enthusiasm of the little wizards. After all, I don't have that child, and I don't want my parents to be proud of me. Snape is determined plus 19, solemn plus 16, unhappy plus 18, Dumbledore is funny plus 19, sad plus 19, worried plus 12. Well, compared to other emotions, these 12 points of worry are glaring. The corners of Riels' mouth twitched a few times, and he silently rolled his eyes at Old B. After secretly complaining a few words, Riels stood up, smiled at the two of them and said, "Professor Snape, Professor Dumbledore, I'll leave first." Before he finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the dean's room. "You're laughing so hard you got something good. Why don't you quickly find a place to count the stolen goods? Harvest, what are you doing here with two grown men staring at each other? What's more, there are three little angel Lolita and their parents waiting for them. This time, it can be said that they can meet their parents in advance. I believe that with his deceit and sincerity, the parents of the three little ones will be very satisfied with him. When the time comes, he will have a banner and no worries about what he wants to do to the three little ones." Well, he was talking about feeding them and bullying them. This bullying was not bullying them, please don't get it wrong. Riels was in a good mood and his steps were much more brisk, but as soon as he reached the door, Dumbledore's voice came from behind him. "Riels, you must take good care of the thing I gave you. You must not let Narcissa see it and you must not tell her." Dumbledore frowned and said seriously, "That thing is very important. I think you should understand what I mean. I hope you won't let us down." It wasn't that he hadn't thought about Narcissa's purpose in coming to Hogwarts, which was to find the Sorcerer's Stone and give it to that person. It's not like I haven't thought about taking the magic stone from Riel's hand. But as soon as his thoughts arose, they were overturned by him. It's not that I don't believe Riels too much, I just don't think Narcissa will doubt Riels. Is it possible that something as important as the Philosopher's Stone would be in the possession of a first-year wizard? From some aspects, leaving the Philosopher's Stone with Riels is more than a little safer than staying with him. It's dark under the lamp, that's why the tongue is dark. Riels said confidently. Professor Dumbledore, don't worry, that thing is in a safe place and no one will find it. Dumbledore is pleased +19, worried +11. Snape is confused +19, displeased +18. Riels, who had just walked out of the dean's office, breathed a sigh of relief. Almost, if Dumbledore asked for the Philosopher's Stone, he really didn't know how to answer. You can't say that the Philosopher's Stone was eaten by Garfilas, my cat, and has been digested now, right? Although this is a fact, if he really said it, how could Dumbledore believe it? If he didn't know it was true, he wouldn't believe it if someone told him such nonsense. But think about it from another angle. The magic stone was originally meant to be destroyed. Now that it has been absorbed by Garfilas, it can be considered a waste. This way you don't have to worry about being found by nose. Riels rubbed his chin a few times and raised his eyebrows. If I say so, Professor Dumbledore won't be angry, right? Well, you can tell him directly next time, and don't forget to ask about the formula of the shampoo next time. After silently repeating it in his mind several times, Riels stopped thinking. Sometimes he is also very troubled. He is obviously young, but why is he forgetting things? I have been remembering the shampoo issue from the beginning of school until now, but I keep forgetting to ask, which is really distressing. But it didn't matter, he got some shampoo from Professor McGonagall, which was barely enough for a while. What? Why did you take it from Professor McGonagall? It's so funny, that's his godmother, does his godmother understand? Riels was in a good mood and his steps were brisk, enjoying the scenery along the way. Well, even though it is in the Hogwarts castle, there is not much scenery to see. But as long as you are in a good mood, whatever you look at will please your eyes. I'm in a bad mood, but when I look at Dio-chan and Zaishi ... it's still pretty. Lucius doubt +18, hatred +12. Riels paused, a little confused, what, who? Before he could look around, he heard a voice full of arrogance and contempt coming from behind. Riels Thomas, are you the mudblood who injured Draco? It seems that stupid woman Narcissa listened to what I said. The sound of being beaten made Riels feel itchy in his fists, and he couldn't help but clenched his fists. Turning around, I saw a middle-aged man with the same platinum blonde hair as Draco, holding a luxurious-looking crutch in his hand, set with precious stones. Wearing a black magic robe, he looked meticulous. But just this configuration, coupled with his aloof and contemptuous expression on others, makes people want to punch. No way, the last time I saw someone who deserved a beating was the last time. I can't remember the exact time. Lucius Malfoy, Draco's father, the idiot Narcissa's sister, talks about. Riels unclenched his fist, looked up and down at Lucius, whose expression turned a little ugly, nodded and said, he really doesn't look very smart. Sister Narcissa is indeed right, it seems she didn't lie to me. At the end of the speech, Riels covered his heart with his hands and looked very happy. In fact, that place is where the Piquet ball is, the one containing the basilisk. Since recovering the basilisk, he has not let the 800 to 900-year-old baby out to move around. He also had to give the basilisk a meal so that he could go without food for a long time. Otherwise, he would have to find a way to feed the basilisk. The reason why he touched the elf ball now was that he was afraid that Lucius would not follow martial ethics and conduct a sneak attack. On the other hand, he was thinking about the feasibility of using a basilisk to whip Lucius or swallow him directly. But then I thought about it, letting Lucius die in vain was a bit too kind. This kind of person should live and become an emotional value tool like Draco, specializing in providing emotional value. They happened to be father and son, so they were a good match, and he also had Narcissa at his side, which was also his original plan. Lucius anger +18, hatred +16, disdain +19, murderous intent +11. Like Narcissa, don't you dare to kill someone at Hogwarts. Riels raised his eyebrows, showing little concern for Sundian's murderous intent. He didn't think Lucius was really good enough to kill him at Hogwarts. Of course, it is possible to do it. Sharp-tongued Sister Narcissa. The name is so kind. If I didn't know what kind of person that stupid woman is, maybe I would really believe it. I am Draco's father after all. Even if I haven't met him, now that I have met him, I have to avenge him, right? A cold look appeared on Lucius's face, and he took out the wand from his arms. Come and try with me, don't worry, I won't kill you. As Narcissa's husband, although he doesn't like Narcissa's stupidity, their relationship is not very good either. But he didn't believe that Narcissa would call him a fool, let alone that she would be so close to Riels. After all, Narcissa didn't kill Riels, but he was the one who stopped her. How could she be so close to the enemy who seriously injured Draco? Sister, how shameful. A mudblood is a mudblood, and lies like this are so bad. You are not allowed to say such things about Sister Narcissa. Sister Narcissa is so smart, why do you talk about her so badly? Riel's face was full of anger. It's a duel, I have to ask you to apologize to Sister Narcissa. It was so funny that he was thinking about how to break up Lucius and Narcissa, so that Narcissa could be taken away. Unexpectedly, the opportunity presented itself. Through the existence of the servant contract, he could sense that Narcissa was not far away and should be looking for Lucius. This can explain why he met Lucius in this place. After waiting for a long time, this was the place where Lucius and Narcissa met. Now this meeting place has become his corner. All I can say is ... it's so cool. Narcissa was moved +19, guilty +11, Lucius was confused +11, angry +19, murderous intent +13. Very good, great, very successful. Some strategies may seem stupid, but they are very useful, super useful ones. Apologize? You want me to apologize to that stupid woman? Do you know my identity? Do you know her identities? Oh, Merlin's beard, it's ridiculous that I'm asking such stupid questions to a dirty mudblood. Lucius took a few deep breaths, and his expression turned cold and arrogant. I'll give you a chance, you use the magic spell first. Lest you accuse me of bullying you later, I'll run to your sister Narcissa to cry, that stupid woman can't beat me. Although he didn't know what Riels meant by suddenly saying so much, it had nothing to do with him. He just needed to know that Riels was his enemy. He's just a dirty mudblood, what does what he's thinking have to do with him? Lucius has contempt +19, disdain +19, doubt +11, murderous intent +9, Narcissa is moved +19, guilt +13, worry +16. Riels suppressed the urge to raise his lips, this assist was really great. But one thing is that Lucius's IQ is indeed much higher than Narcissa's, so it's no wonder Lucius said Narcissa was stupid. Just because Lucius asked him to take action first, we can see the gap in wisdom between Lucius and Narcissa. Others may not think it's a big deal, and maybe some people think Lucius is being too big or has the demeanor of a strong man. In fact, Lucius asked him to make the first move just so that he could explain to Dumbledore and the others that he was the one who made the first move, and Lucius was just passively defending. Narcissa would never have imagined this. Even though the time he had spent with Narcissa was still short, he was extremely certain of this. But he didn't mean to say that Narcissa was stupid. After all, she knew how to do magic spells, could take care of herself, and knew how to run home when it rained. To say she was stupid was going too far. In short, this assist from Lucius is enough to become a god. Riels lowered his head, covering the corners of his mouth that he could barely suppress, took a deep breath, and the hand holding the wand trembled slightly, pretending to be suppressing his anger. I will make you and Sister Narcissa apologize, absolutely. Fainted. With a wave of the wand, gray-white light shot towards Lucius. When Lucius saw this, a cold light flashed in his eyes and he showed a successful sneer. You have already taken action, so I won't be polite. Shattered to pieces. Dark gray light shot out from the tip of the wand he held high, colliding with the stupor Riels released. In just one move, Riels fainted to the ground and was immediately defeated. The dark gray body was shattered into pieces, suppressing the gray body and retreating unconsciously, and Riels also followed suit. Riels right. Remember this from now on, dirty mudbloods will always be dirty mudbloods. Don't try to challenge the majesty of pure blood. When you see Draco, remember to kneel down and apologize to him. Lucius sneered, and the magic spell in his hand suddenly increased its power. This time, Riels, who was already at a disadvantage, became steadily retreating. Riels was forced back repeatedly by the tyrannical force, but he still judged and did not dodge but gritted his teeth and tried to persist. In this way, he perfectly performed the role of a younger brother who has a bad temper and wants to seek justice for his sister. What, don't others know that he is seeking justice for Sister Narcissa? That doesn't matter. By the way, don't others know? Riels shouted at the top of his voice. I don't care what your identities are or anything else, I just want you to apologize to Sister Narcissa. She is such a good person, why do you degrade her like that? Apologize to her. Discussion, if I use 2 sentences I can make a girly wife feel more attracted to me. Answer. The right time, right place, right people, plus a little bit of carefulness. Don't say 2 words, 1 sentence can greatly increase her favor. Sometimes the charm of language is far greater than the charm of body or other things. Narcissa was moved +19, guilty +16, firm +14, Lucius doubtful +16, angry +18, contempt +19. Very good, the guilt is steadily increasing, and there is also a firm mood which proves that he did the right thing. Riels opened his mouth and used an angry voice to cover up the rising corners of his mouth. I want you to apologize to Sister Narcissa. Although he said this, Riels was forced to retreat continuously, and the place where the two magic spells intersected was almost in front of him. He didn't panic at all and even wanted to laugh a little. Not to mention that he has a deep mind, but when facing enemies, especially people like Lucius, he can only use evil tricks to grind them down. Riel's right. What did that stupid woman Narcissa tell you? Don't you know why she came to you? Then let me tell you, Narcissa went to find you to avenge Draco. It was me who tried to dissuade her so she didn't kill her. Before Lucius could finish his words, he was interrupted by a broken body that came straight towards him. There was no time to think about it, and no time to continue mocking Riels. His body instinctively ducked to the side, and the magic spell released in his hand also dissipated. Fortunately, the physical instincts left over from when he was a Death Eater were still there. Otherwise, if he had been hit head-on and his body was broken into pieces, the result could be imagined. Lucius looked at the visitor angrily. Are you crazy? If you dare to attack me, are you going to betray me, Narcissa? That's right, the one who took action was none other than Narcissa, who came here to meet Lucius. Different from the past, although Narcissa is still beautiful now, her expression is so cold that it makes people feel chilled in their hearts. There was no emotion in those sapphire-like eyes, and they seemed to be just a pair of sapphires. Lucius, sometimes you really should watch your mouth. It seems that for Merlin's sake, shut your mouth. Revenge Draco, just you. I've never seen you care about Draco, so why are you pretending now? It's such a shame for Draco to have a father like you. Narcissa finished speaking coldly, turning around and walking towards Riels regardless of Lucius's face, which was as black as the bottom of a pot. At the same time, the coldness on her face dissipated instantly, as if it had never appeared before, and her sapphire eyes were filled with distress and warmth. Riels, are there any injuries? Let my sister take a look at you. Narcissa knelt down and examined Riels carefully. In this regard, Riels also cooperated with her in various actions to cooperate with her inspection, and did not forget to raise his eyebrows at Lucius, who had bulging veins. There are many ways to take revenge, including physical revenge, inflicting physical pain on the enemy, or even direct death. It can also be spiritual revenge, causing the opponent inner pain but leaving his body unscathed, achieving revenge that only hurts the inside but not the outside. Regarding whether the two methods of revenge are better or not, I can only say that each has its own advantages, but this has nothing to do with Riels, because he chose to use both methods. Again, he is a bit special and can hold grudges. Lucius was furious and the reward was 3,000 emotional points. Narcissa worries plus 15, guilt plus 18, distress plus 19, pity plus 18, determination plus 17. Tilegrass, 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 a kind of plant, the kind with special meaning. Riels was really shocked this time. It wasn't that he had never seen the world before, he had never seen the world before. Lucius alone unleashed a basic 10-draw combo, and Narcissa also unleashed a small emotional value of 100. This was something he never dared to think about before. He really didn't dare to think about it. Thunderbolt explosion. If you dare to attack me because of a dirty mudblood, then you should all stay together, you idiot. Lucius's cold voice was accompanied by a yellow lightning-like light that struck directly. This spell was extremely fast, and Narcissa didn't expect Lucius to make a sneak attack, or she didn't expect Lucius to strike such a heavy blow. You must know that thunderbolt explosions can kill people, especially since she and Riels are so close. If the thunderbolt explosions explode, the two of them will definitely die. But even if she knew this, it was too late to stop him, not even to defend him. When she just squatted down, she conveniently put the wand aside. It was too late to get it now, Narcissa said guiltily. Sorry Riels, I didn't expect Lucius to be like this. In fact, you don't have to stand up for me, I'm used to it. But thank you anyway, brother Riels. It's not that she is sentimental, but she is absolutely sorry for Riels. At first she went to Riels with the purpose of revenge, but due to some accident she signed a servant contract with Riels. But Riels did not treat her as a servant but respected her extremely. Coupled with Draco's relationship, she had the idea of using Riels to stay. It can be said that from beginning to end, although she felt sorry for Riels' experience, she only regarded him as an object and a tool that could be used. But she didn't expect that Riels would fight with Lucius because Lucius scolded her. Even if Riels didn't know Lucius's identity, he should have been able to feel the gap in the subsequent collision. But even so, he didn't even think about retreating. Instead, he was focused on planning and zealous to apologize to her. She has lived for so many years, but she has never experienced this kind of cherished treatment from anyone, not even her parents. Narcissa was so moved that she revealed the reward. The curse stops. Curse Stop, a simple spell that can bring out the effects of some spells, and is also effective against mild black spells. Lucius murderous intent plus 16, anger plus 19, hatred plus 16. After Riels closed his eyes and accepted the basic information of the mantra, he waved the wand in his hand and said, "Open and stop." The next moment a blue transparent wall of light appeared, blocking Riels and Naxi from behind. The yellow lightning-like thunderbolt explosion collided with this blue transparent light wall, making a crackling sound. It was like something was constantly exploding, mixed with the sound of electric current fluctuations. Riels frowned and looked at the cracking blue light wall with some disappointment. Isn't it still possible? Sure enough, this thing can only block the weak black curse, but it can't block the stronger one at all. Originally, he thought that the curse of stopping was very powerful, but now it seems that it is nothing more than that. But this may be because he is not skilled enough. In the original book, someone used the curse to stop the fire shield well, although it was not blocked. But since those people dare to do this, it means they are confident enough in curse, otherwise they would not be able to do such stupid things. Don't forget that those people are all Aurors. Of course, it may also be because the first-generation Dark Lord was too strong, and the fire body protection he displayed should be stronger than others. While Riels was still meditating, Narcissa on the side had already reacted, grabbed the wand and stood up to cast the spell. Armor protects. But before she finished reciting the spell, she was stopped by Riels' hand. Narcissa looked at Riels in confusion, her sapphire eyes full of anxiety. As Lucius's wife, she knew Lucius's strength very well. Lucius is not considered the top wizard in the wizarding world, but is also in the second echelon of strength. After all, he is the head of a pureblood family, and there are many curses passed down from the Malfoy family. Even she was not sure that she could beat Lucius. She could only hope that the professors at Hogwarts would find out as soon as possible and come to stop him. Otherwise, there will be big trouble. But Riels stopped her from taking action now, which was something she didn't expect. Narcissa promoted Liu Yeme, wondering what Riels was doing. Riels, you. Sister Narcissa, remember what I said. I want him to apologize to you. I always do what I say. Riels stroked the wand a few times, took a step forward under Narcissa's astonished gaze and blocked her behind him. Sister Narcissa, keep an eye on it. It's not that I can't defeat him, I just don't want to use those powerful spells. But if he does it now, then I don't have to hold back. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately swung his wand and said coldly, Shen Feng Wying. Transparent light emitted from the top of the wand, directly splitting the thunderbolt explosion that immediately broke the spell and stopped the protection. That's not the end yet. The transparent light flew towards Lucius at an extremely fast speed. Shen Feng Wu Wying has many forms, among which Riel's favorite is light, a hair-thin transparent light. Not only does this form of Shen Feng Wying not reduce its power, it is also extremely fast and difficult to detect. It can be said to be one of the most perfect forms. Shen Feng Wu Wying. How can you be Shen Feng Wying? Narcissa looked at Riels in surprise. What is Shen Feng Wu Wying? How could she not know? A curse that was no weaker than a thunderbolt explosion, belonged exclusively to Snape and was created by Snape. Moreover, this spell is very extreme, and the damage caused by it can only be recovered through heavy and rapid healing, otherwise it cannot be recovered. But that's not important. What's important is how did Riels get this curse? This is Snape's curse. There are only a handful of people in the entire wizarding world who know this curse. Riels turned his head and said with a smile, Sister Narcissa, have you forgotten? I am a Slytherin wizard and a student of Professor Snape. Isn't it my duty to know this spell? Well, this reason is nonsense, but it is undeniable that this reason is very credible. Of course, he is not here either. It's up to Narcissus and Lucius to believe it or not. The reason why he stopped Narcissa and prevented her from taking action was because he didn't want to attract Dumbledore and the others because of their fight, which was really meaningless. On the other hand, he is very idle and very itchy. Especially after receiving so many rewards but not really testing my strength. Now that Lucius himself has arrived, if he doesn't take this opportunity to test his strength, wouldn't it be a waste of such a good opportunity? Narcissa is shocked plus 19, doubts plus 19, surprise plus 18. Lucius is angry plus 19, shocked plus 19, vigilance plus 19. A series of system prompts made Riels narrow his eyes in pleasure, bend the wand and move it up and down and left and right. Shen Feng Wying formed a transparent light and began to sway continuously along with his swing. Lucius was so frightened that he couldn't even think of stopping him and just kept retreating. Are you kidding me? This is a magic weapon. If you get caught, you will be in real trouble. Don't bully others too much. After hiding for a long time, Lucius gradually became more angry, especially when he saw Narcissa standing obediently next to Riels. He became even more angry. What is this all about? Narcissa is not his wife. Is she here to take revenge on Riels? Even if he calls Narcissa a stupid woman, Narcissa won't break up with him, right? It's not like she hasn't said that before. What the hell did Riels say to Narcissa? That could make Narcissa abandon the family or even break up with him directly. Thousands of thoughts flashed through Lucius's mind, but he couldn't come up with a reasonable answer. After all, Riels was in his grade. He really didn't think Narcissa could fall in love with Riels, and she loved him to the death. This is not Narcissa at all. Overturn this most likely possibility, and then there is no other possibility that seems possible. Lucius kept thinking while dodging Riels' attacks. Mr. Malfoy, did I go too far? I was just playing with you. Look how nervous you are. Give you a chance, kneel down and apologize to Sister Narcissa now. Otherwise, I won't guarantee that my Shen Feng Wang is really under my control. At this point, Riels paused and raised his eyebrows playfully. I almost forgot to tell you I won't heal quickly so you understand. Laughing to death, he knew Lucius was very cautious, but he didn't expect him to be so cautious. It was just a divine blade without a shadow. Lucius didn't even have the thought of resisting, he just avoided it. It was really amazing. Of course, he could also guess Lucius's thoughts. It was nothing more than fear of Narcissa sneaking up on him. It's not difficult to block Shen Feng Wang, you can do it with armor protection. But when Lucius releases his armor to protect himself, Narcissa may sneak up on him from the side. This made Lucius not even think about releasing the curse, he just dodged back and forth. How many lives and deaths have the people on the same bed experienced? Now, trust has collapsed so easily, and they have even begun to be wary of each other. It can only be said that things in the world are unpredictable, and the big intestine wraps up the small intestine. Lucius was shocked and furious, and the reward was 1,000 emotion points. Narcissa was extremely moved and revealed the reward, 1,000 emotion points. Woohoo, 2,000 emotional points, 2 elementary dry pumps. Life is nothing more than this, right? Riels smiled so hard that his mouth was almost crooked. It was so exciting. You must know that this is not only the gain of 2,000 emotional points, but also Narcissa's touch. This touching value has already exploded, which means that Narcissa no longer has any barriers to him. Great, super great, this is the greatest gain. Compared to Riels' joy and excitement, Narcissa's touch and guilt, Lucius was so angry that he vomited blood. Being so insulted, he didn't even care that Narcissa would sneak attack him, and he no longer ran around to avoid the divine edge shadow released by Riels. He then waved his wand and shouted coldly, "Don't you really think that I can't block your divine sword without any impact? Kneel down and apologize to this stupid woman. She deserves it too." Armor for protection. The silver-white medieval armor phantom appeared and wrapped Lucius's body. The Shen Feng Wang released by Riels was also blocked by this silver-white shadow. The two collided and made a crunching sound as harsh as a cat's claws scratching glass. But no matter how harsh the sound was, it was undeniable that the divine edge shadow released by Riels was blocked by the armor. Lucius looked very proud of this, and the arrogance and disdain on his face deepened a lot. Riels was a little regretful, not because Shen Feng Wang was blocked. It's just a pity that I can't enjoy Lucius jumping up and down like a monkey. Well, he kept shaking the Shen Feng Wang, but he didn't hurt Lucius. It didn't matter how fast Lucius ran or how sensitive his movements were. It was entirely because he wanted to see Lucius pretend to be a monkey and jump up and down in the corridor. An entertainment program, yes, an entertainment program. Compared with the two completely different moods, Narcissa is more transparent and thinks more. Narcissa clenched her wand with some hesitation in her sapphire eyes, but when she saw Lucius's proud face, this hesitation was swept away. At this point, there is no point in saying anything. What really matters is what to do. Narcissa raised her wand and said coldly, "Shattered to pieces." The gray-white light shot out just when the armor protection used by Lucius disappeared. If this blow hits, the result for Lucius can be imagined. Lucius's eyes widened and he cursed angrily, "Stupid woman, you are really crazy." He expected that Narcissa would take action, but that was just an expectation. Now that Narcissa actually took action, it was another matter. But fortunately, he had this expectation and found a position in advance. Otherwise, he would be shattered into pieces, and it would be difficult for him to avoid it. But he was still very angry. He, Lucius Malfoy, was the head of the Malfoy family. Narcissa was just from the declining black family. No matter from which aspect, Narcissa did not dare to argue with him. In other words, why did Narcissa attack him? What is Narcissa's identity? Please give me flowers. But the fact is here, Narcissa not only took action, she also did it to death. Narcissa's determination plus 19, guilt plus 19, Lucius hatred plus 19, doubt plus 19, murderous intent plus 19. Hey, don't tell me his previous idea was really feasible. Narcissa's every move can arouse the emotional fluctuations of Lucius and Malfoy, giving him considerable emotional value. Of course, every move Narcissa is talking about here is that she is on his Riels side. Help him with things. In other words, helping Riels deal with Lucius and Draco. But it's normal to think about it. It's normal for a couple who once slept together to be incompatible with each other because of an outsider. It's normal for them to express any number of emotions. Well, to put it bluntly, Lucius raised a lot of sheep, cattle, and various herbivores on top of his head. There is no way the grassland is too spacious. There are too many green grasses. It is not surprising that it can breed many herbivores. Of course, in fact, Riels and Narcissa are innocent. Narcissa would break with Lucius, but it was just Lucius himself. Well, it is undeniable that he was a little bit picky in the middle, but if there is no explosives between them, what is the use of this ignition? Riels, I'm sorry for involving you. Don't worry, I won't let Lucius hurt you, and I don't need him to apologize to me. I know you want to give me an explanation, but there are many things in this world that cannot be explained clearly. What you have done is enough, really enough. While Narcissa was wary of Lucius, she said hoarsely, Riels, I don't want you to get hurt. I don't want you to get hurt for me. It's not worth it. The purpose of her coming here is to avenge Draco, that is, to deal with Riels, and later she wants to use Riels. As a result, Riels now treats her so sincerely, as if he really agreed with what he said. He treats her as a relative, a real relative. It is undeniable that she was only a little touched by these things at first, but mostly she didn't care. But now Riels can openly confront Lucius just to get Lucius to apologize to her. In the entire wizarding world, I am afraid that no one can be found. Of course, the one she said can't be found is that she can't find anyone who can fight against Lucius for her. After all, Narcissa Black Malfoy's reputation was not just notorious in the wizarding world, but she was not a popular person either. The most important thing is, how long have she known the Riels team? Counting from the time of meeting, can it be expected that there will be 5 hours? It may have been less than 5 hours, but Riels has been able to do this for her, and the reason is just that he feels that she is very kind and like his family member. No matter what she thought before, or whether Riels had any other purpose, at this moment she didn't want Riels to get hurt because of her. Sister Narcissa, actually. I can really beat him, you don't have to do this. Riels scratched his head helplessly. To be honest, he really wanted to have a good relationship with Lucius. But he didn't expect Narcissa to disrupt the situation, so how could he be eliminated? Lucius was a rare opponent and a good opportunity to test his strength. He didn't want to miss it in vain. But Narcissa went so far as to say this and even openly broke up with Lucius. What could he say? He couldn't slap Narcissa and tell her to mind her own business. Well, this is indeed a good way to deal with the enemy. But Narcissa is obviously not an enemy now, but one of his own, his maid, if nothing unexpected happens in the next few years. He needed Narcissa's warm embrace to solve his empty, lonely, and cold nights. Don't get me wrong, what he said is a very pure emptiness, loneliness, and coldness, and it is also a very pure embrace to solve. It was empty, and he lived alone in the entire dormitory of the Hidden Superior. Garfilas, Xana, and their unhatched elf eggs were not human beings, so they did not count. Lonely, he was ostracized by all the little snakes in Slytherin. His few friends were all little Lolita, living in the girls' dormitory. Fortunately, during the day, he could play with 2-3 little Lolita and chat with the older cat girl, his godmother. At night, facing an empty dormitory, there is really no one to talk to, so loneliness has become a normal phenomenon. It's cold, which is easier to explain. Slytherin's dormitory is under the Black Lake, which is the bottom of the entire Hogwarts castle, so it's normal to be cold. Well, that's right, that's it. If someone asks about it in the future, he will explain it like this. There is nothing wrong with it at all. Riels rubbed his chin, very satisfied with the reason he came up with. Whether Snape and Dumbledore would agree to Narcissa staying was a matter that didn't require much thought. The answer could be guessed from their looks and voices. But they might not let Narcissa share a dormitory with him. Just kidding, this is his maid. If she doesn't live together, what kind of personal maid is she? Of course, the main reason was that he wanted to cultivate a relationship with Narcissa as soon as possible. Unless he had to, he really didn't want to use the servant contract to restrict Naxi-Savin. The effect of the servant contract is indeed very abnormal, and it can even be called unsolvable. But what he needs is not a puppet, and he doesn't need someone who has no good intentions towards him. To put it bluntly, although he enslaved Narcissa, he needed Narcissa's sincerity. No matter how good the contract is, there will be loopholes. Once the loopholes are discovered, the trouble will be big. In comparison, feelings are more trustworthy, well, at least that's what he thinks. Some people regard feelings as nothing, something that can be thrown away easily. But there are also some people who regard feelings as treasures, something they will never give up even if they die. Among the people he has met so far, there are not many who regard emotions as nothing. The three little Lolita are not, and neither is Professor McGonagall. Narcissa may be, but he has a way to make her not either. As the saying goes, since ancient times, deep love cannot be retained, only routines can win people's hearts. But the purpose of the routine is still to retain this deep feeling, and the two of them do not conflict with each other. Narcissa was shocked +18, confused +17, moved +19. Lucius was so embarrassed that he revealed the reward, 500 thread points. Yes, just follow this rhythm. Whether you are going to draw the intermediate level or the advanced level today, it all depends on this wave. Riels grinned and felt that his life was complete. Today is definitely the most fruitful day for him, bar none. At least looking at the past 2.5 years, there is no question that today is his most fruitful day, but it will not be certain in the future. Riels, actually no. You lowly mudbloods, do you really think I can't beat you? Okay, then I'll show you what strength is. Before Narcissa could finish her words, she was interrupted by Lucius's angry voice. He has lived for so many years and has never been so humiliated before, and the person who humiliated him was Riels, a mudblood. Before Narcissa could react, Lucius had already raised his wand and 327 roared in a cold voice. Fire is blazing. Dark red sparks emitted from the tip of the wand and flew straight towards Riels and Narcissa. The burning aura contained in it can be clearly felt even from a long distance away. Riels, hide back. Narcissa's eyes flashed, and she held her wand as if to stop her. But just as she raised her wand, Riels held it down. Narcissa really didn't know what to say this time. She could only say, numb, really numb. Lucius interrupted her, but Riels interrupted her again and prevented her from taking action. Now she really can't tell who is the enemy. How about she just not take action or say anything? Narcissa is dissatisfied +16, helpless +18, funny +17, doubtful +19, Lucius hates +19, murderous intent +19, disdain +19. Riels' emotions soared again, and Riels could hardly hold back his words. He patted Narcissa's jade hand, holding the wand a few times, suppressing a smile, and said, I always keep my word. I said that if I want him to kneel on the ground and apologize to you, then I will definitely do it. Sister Narcissa, please don't interfere, just trust me, okay? Riels ignored the coming flames and looked at Narcissa sincerely with a pair of peach blossom eyes that seemed to be able to speak. Narcissa looked at the blazing flames and then at Riels, who was blinking at her. At this moment she was so speechless that only she could know. Seriously, when did this happen? What the hell is Riels up to? Although she had many questions she wanted to ask, there was not much time for her to hesitate now. Helpless, Narcissa could only silently take a few steps back and signal Riels to do his best. But the blue veins popping up on her jade hand holding the wand could tell the tension and suffering in her heart. Just kidding, that's Lucius, a former elite Death Eater. Riels may have some strength, but his abilities are simply not as good as Lucius's. No, strictly speaking, there is no comparison. One has just entered Hogwarts and the other has been in the wizarding world for how many years? Is this comparable to a hammer? Narcissa shook her head speechlessly, focusing all her attention on Riels. In any case, she was very touched and benefited from what Riels did, so she couldn't let Riels get hurt. Narcissa is speechless +19, confused +19, funny +14, worried +19, Lucius despise +19, disdain +19, hatred +19, murderous intent +16. 1. Riels ignored the system prompts and did not wave his wand, but just watched the firelight shine on him quietly. Seeing the blazing flames getting closer and closer, Narcissa could feel the hot breath coming towards her face, but Riels still did not move. This made her couldn't help raising her wand, ready to stop it, but the next moment she saw an incredible scene. Riels put his wand into his trouser pocket, intertwined his hands and flipped them a few times, and 2 golden shields engraved with strange runes were formed on the back of his hands. The shield was not big, only 30 or 40 centimeters, but with such a size it could easily knock away the blazing flames. That's right, it was knocked away. Just like playing table tennis, Riels waved his arm and the golden shield slammed into the flying flames. The collision between the two did not produce any fluctuations, and there was not even a sound. But the blazing flame was knocked away directly by this blow. Narcissa's eyes widened in astonishment, her jade hand subconsciously covered her long red lips, and her sapphire-like eyes looked at this scene in disbelief. What the hell is this? Lucius' face was ferocious, and the disbelief in his eyes almost overflowed. He didn't expect to understand Riels and Narcissa just from a flaming fire. He was even ready to unleash the next spell, but Riels' way of coping was a bit beyond his expectation, really. No wand was used, no spell was chanted, and they didn't even know what the spell was. The amount of information is really great. Who are you? A first-year little wizard who can cast spells without a wand and silently. What you cast is a magic spell I have never seen before. Lucius looked at Riels warily. You are definitely not a muggle-born mudblood. Who are you? Narcissa was also curious about the same question. She also looked at Riels with questioning eyes, but her good habits still did not make her forget to be vigilant. But she is really curious now. Isn't Riels an orphan? Wasn't he born in an orphanage in the Muggle world? Logically speaking, it had only been less than 2 months since he came into contact with the wizarding world. These two Riels learned wandless casting and silent casting. When did these two skills become so easy to learn? Narcissa was shocked and revealed the reward, 500 emotion points. Lucius was shocked and revealed the reward, 500 emotion points. The emotional value soared again, almost making Riels jump with excitement. Really awesome. Today's 6th Junior 10 draw has come out. Is this still far from the advanced draw? In other words, is it still far away from the intermediate level of 10 draws? Obviously. It's still some distance away, but it's not particularly far. Sure enough, Narcissa is a big treasure. With her around, there are 3 people who can provide him with a huge amount of emotional value. This is so cool. It doesn't matter what spell I use, what matters is how many spells can you take. Riels took out the wand from his waistband, chuckled and said, Since you are unwilling to kneel down and apologize to Sister Narcissa, then I will beat you until you apologize. The divine edge is shadowless. It's not that he wants to show off or that he's too confident. In fact, when facing someone like Lucius, if you treat him with respect, is it possible that his emotional value will rise? Oh, it's also possible that there will be values like contempt and disdain. But he can obviously eat the food standing up, so why should he kneel down and lick the soles of other people's shoes to beg for food? And he also wanted to use this incident to gain Narcissa's favor. What? Is it really okay to calculate so much at such a young age? Is it moral to poach other people's corners and steal other people's mothers to be a maid? Not to mention your young age, if you can't even guarantee your own life safety, who would think about morality? The world is neither black nor white, not gray. Life may be in danger at Hogwarts with or without the nose and Quirrell, and the basilisk, well, this thing has been recovered by him now. But it can also be seen from this point that Hogwarts is not an absolutely safe place. Don't forget, it's never unusual for 2 young wizards to die at Hogwarts. This is especially true for Hogwarts, not to mention the messy wizarding world. It's nothing new to have someone put a wand to your temple and force you to hand over a gold gallon when you go out. Although there is order in the wizarding world, the law of the jungle still overrides order. The order of the wizarding world is used by the strong and powerful to regulate the weak, not what the strong and powerful should abide by. Otherwise, Lucius and Narcissa wouldn't be standing here, they would have gone to Azkaban to serve their sentences. So if you don't even have the ability to protect yourself or the people around you, then who will care about morality and immorality? At least he won't care about those things. Narcissa is curious +19, moved +16, funny +18, Lucius is angry +19, murderous intent +19, hatred +19. Armor protection. The phantom of the silver-white medieval knight's armor appeared again, blocking Riels' release of the divine blade. Just when Lucius grinned, he wanted to say a few harsh words and then take action against Riels. He saw Riels already holding 2 golden magic shields towards him. The speed and momentum were so fast that Lucius couldn't help but take 2 steps back. After he reacted, he swung his wand angrily. Shattered to pieces. The gray-white light shot out but was easily thrown away by Riels. After doing this, his speed did not slow down but became a little faster. This scene not only stunned Lucius, but even Narcissa, who wanted to help, was stunned. No, is this really a duel between wizards? Which wizard carries 2 shields and rushes forward with his head down? And why did Riels rush up to him, fight with Lucius hand to hand? Needless to say, this move by Riels really shocked them. Lucius and Narcissa asked themselves that they had seen all kinds of wizards and experienced thousands or even thousands of duels. But this was really the first time they had seen Riels dueling like this. Lucius is stunned +19, annoyed +18, fearful +19, Narcissa surprised +19. Worry +19, temptation +17. Riels didn't pay attention to the system, but raised the corners of his lips again. Needless to say, the melee mage is really cool. It's a pity that he doesn't have a magic whip. Otherwise, holding a magic shield in one hand and waving a magic whip in the other hand would feel right. After Lucius panicked for a moment, he thought of a countermeasure. If you can resist being shattered into pieces, can you resist being drowsy? Sleepy. He tried attacking spells, but they were useless whether they were blazing flames or shattered into pieces. He couldn't use the 3 unforgivable curses. After all, this was Hogwarts. He can guarantee that if he dares to use it, Dumbledore will never let him go. Although he was angry, he had not thought about dying with Riels. Just a lowly mudblood, how can he compare with a noble pureblood like him? The fact is, just as Lucius thought, the magic shield can throw off attack spells, and the power of the attack spells is not very powerful. But facing this kind of control curse, it is a bit difficult. It's just that Lucius underestimated one thing, that is, Riels is a big living person and is still running fast. So as expected, Lucius released drowsiness, but was dodged by Riels with a slight twist. After doing this, Riels remained unabated and rushed forward with 2 magic shields in his hands. He had long been unhappy with Lucius's appearance of mink hair. Not only did he want to poach Lucius's wife Narcissa and beat Lucius's son Draco, he also wanted to go up and punch Lucius hard several times. If Lucius is not allowed to kneel on the ground and beg for mercy today, he will be sorry for the pair of magic shields in his hands. Escaped, it seems I was right. Is your curse afraid of control spells? Then see how much you can dodge. Lucius raised his wand and shouted coldly, "Imprison him quickly." The orange chain shadow appeared and headed towards the charging Riels, but the result was still as expected. Riels could easily avoid the slow curse by turning sideways. Sleepy. Stand stiff and stop. The curse stops immediately. Lucius did not believe in evil and tried several magic spells in succession. Later, he became a little anxious and even used the spell to stop. But the result was without exception, either Riels easily dodged it or it didn't work against Riels at all. The successive defeats brought Riels closer and closer, and Lucius' face became ugly. As a powerful wizard at this moment, his brain began to spin rapidly, thinking about ways to break the situation. However, Lucius still underestimated Riels' running speed. Before he could think of a way, Riels had already rushed in front of him. Without having time to think about 0.7, Lucius subconsciously wanted to raise his wand to attack, but as soon as he raised his wand, he felt a sharp pain on his face. There was an astonishing force, accompanied by severe pain that knocked his body away. Lucius fell to the ground, spitting out 2 bloody back molars from his mouth, with a faint look of confusion on his face. Before he could figure out what was going on, Riels was already on top of him. "No, you can't do this to me, I am. No, I am Lucius Malfoy, I am the noble Mal." "You madman crazy." "Stop fighting, I was wrong. Don't, I was really wrong." Lucius's wails and cries echoed throughout the corridor. The sound was so sad that the listener shed tears and even Narcissa couldn't bear to look at it. Really, so cruel. Narcissa is happy +19, fearful +6, excited +18. Lucius was extremely humiliated and received a reward, 3,000 emotional points. The humiliation was so extreme that it directly exploded 1,000 emotional points. Riels, who had just finished hiding and was about to stop, thought for a moment, showed his magic shield again and swung it hard at Lucius, who had a swollen face like a pig's head. Punch after punch, Lucius struggled from struggling to fight back, to covering his face with both hands trying to resist the punch. In the end, he was heartbroken and let Riels' fist fall on his swollen face. At this moment, Lucius felt that the world was dark and there was no light at all. Well, his eyelids were swollen and he couldn't open his eyes. Of course, he couldn't see light with his eyes closed. This inhumane blast continued until Narcissa couldn't stand it any longer and was afraid that Riels would really be beaten to death by Lucius. So she stepped forward to stop it. "Riels, after all, he is the head of the Malfoy family and Draco's father. For my sake, let him go, okay?" If she could, she really didn't want to intervene, but she also knew that if she didn't intervene, Lucius might really be beaten to death by Riels. She was not afraid that Lucius would be beaten to death, nor did she feel sorry for him, but she just felt that beating Lucius to death would cause trouble for Riels. After all, Lucius is the leader of the Malfoy family and has great power in the wizarding world. If he died in Riels' hands, neither Hogwarts nor Dumbledore would be able to save Riels. This is not what she wants to see. Riels should not have such a big conflict with Lucius. Narcissa supported Riels and hugged him tightly with both arms, lest he go up and kick Lucius again. Narcissa looked pleading, but her tone was extremely gentle. "Riels, just think of it for my sake, okay? Think of it as my sister begging you." She absolutely couldn't let Riels go into such trouble for her. Although the trouble is not small now, as long as no one is killed, Hogwarts and Dumbledore can save Riels. Narcissa expects +18, feels helpless +18, is funny +19, enjoys +18, touched +19. Lucius is filled with hatred and reveals the reward, 50,000 gold galleons. Damn, it's actually 50,000 gold galleons. He even wipes his asterisk and despises this thing. Riels curled his lips in disdain. He almost meant that Lucius was going to reveal his emotional value again, but he didn't expect that the one he revealed was actually a gold galleon. Although 50,000 gold galleons is a lot, what he lacks most is gold galleons. Sister Narcissa, don't worry, as long as this guy kneels on the ground and apologizes to you, I will let him go. Riel stretched out his leg and stepped on Lucius's chest, leaving a footprint on the precious shot. Before Narcissa could stop him, Riel said with murderous intent in his voice, Lucius Malfoy right, Draco's father right, Narcissa's sister's husband right. Bah, are you worthy of marrying someone as gentle as Sister Narcissa? Kneel down and apologize to her. I think you won't want to taste my fist anymore. It's so funny, you've already made it this far. If you don't do it anymore, wouldn't it be in vain? And in just a few words, he tied himself to Narcissa. Lucius is not stupid, but Narcissa's previous behavior of standing by his side is enough to explain everything. Things were just as Riels expected. After hearing his words, Lucius's face, which was so swollen that his facial features could not be seen, shook slightly. 3. He tremblingly wanted to lift his arms, but he was seriously injured and couldn't do it. His mouth was pouting for a long time, but he couldn't say a word. Lucius is really on the verge of crying now. What nonsense is this? It's enough that the man came back, but forcing him to come to Hogwarts to delay it was enough. Now he's been beaten up by Riels and Narcissa has betrayed him. Lucius had never been so desperate. He was so desperate that he couldn't even get angry. Only the fermenting hatred in his heart continued to increase. Now the only thing he hopes for is nothing else but that Riels can let him go quickly. He was scared, he was really scared. He really came to this meeting after he was full, and it was extremely bad luck that he met Riels. Come on and make up for it with the sword, come on with the needle. Lucius danced and tried to express his meaning. He can't stand up. Riels' foot is on his chest. How can he stand up? If you can't stand up, how can you kneel down and apologize to Narcissa? A B asterisk asterisk ch. No face or hatred is important now, he just wants to go home, go home. Riels is still young and vigorous. If someone gets killed because of his misconceptions, it will be really fun. Lucius despair plus 19, pain plus 19, expectation plus 19, Narcissa moved plus 19, guilt plus 18, funny plus 19. Riels raised an eyebrow, and just as he was about to say something, Narcissa pulled him back a few steps, and the foot on Lucius's chest was forced to move away. He looked at Narcissa with some dissatisfaction, wondering what she was trying to do. No, it's come to this point, shouldn't Narcissa be on his side? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be. If Narcissa really had a deep love for Lucius, she wouldn't be on his side. But how to explain what Narcissa is doing now? Narcissa seemed to sense Riels' dissatisfaction. She rolled her eyes speechlessly and said angrily, have you ever thought that he can't stand up if you step on him? Even if you want him to kneel down and apologize, you should at least let him stand up first, right? Well, this is indeed a problem. Riels scratched the back of his head, feeling embarrassed for a moment, but only for a moment. Just kidding, as long as he is not embarrassed, will he still be the one who is embarrassed? Obviously not. Sister Narcissa is really very attentive. She was like this back then, and now she has easily discovered the problem. Riels blinked and praised in an extremely innocent manner. Sister Narcissa, you are awesome. He wasn't mocking, he really wasn't mocking. At most, it was a bit funny. But it wasn't Narcissa who was mocking, just the matter itself. The servant contract is like this, and Narcissa's carefulness has created the current situation. Now it was like this again. If Narcissa didn't say anything, the most he could do was kick Lucius a few more times and curse in secret that he was such a tough guy. Now, with Narcissa's assist and Lucius kneeling, it became inevitable. It's just a pity that there is still no shadow stone otherwise. Riels looked at the pig-headed man who was holding himself up and silently shook his head. In this case, it was useless to have a recording stone. As long as he and Narcissa didn't talk about this pig-headed man, Lucius's biological mother might not be able to recognize him when he came. But don't worry, he was very measured in his actions. This was just a serious injury that looked serious but was actually very serious. It would be difficult to restore it to exactly the same as before unless Lucius went for plastic surgery. Yes, he is so confident. Riels stretched his hands a few times and felt extremely comfortable all over. Life is nothing more than this. Narcissa is funny plus 19, speechless plus 19, angry plus 19, Lucius has hatred plus 19, fear plus 19, humiliation plus 19, anticipation plus 19. What are you looking forward to? Are you looking forward to another 2 punches from him? Riels rubbed his chin a few times and looked at the pig-headed man Lucius with a strange look. This guy, doesn't he have some weird fetish? While Riels was meditating, Lucius stood up with a choked voice. Lucius struggled to open his walnut-swollen eyes and first glanced at Riels, who was touching his chin and frowning. With just one glance, he was so frightened that his legs weakened and he fell to his knees directly. There was nothing he could do. He was scared, really scared. Riels obviously looks very thin, but his strength on that end is not weak at all. With just a few punches, he almost lost consciousness from the pain. Now as long as he can go home, he is willing to kowtow, not to mention kneel down to apologize to Narcissa. Narcissa's expression was a little complicated. Lucius, the former husband and wife who had lived together through life and death, now knelt down in front of her. But the culprit of all this was holding her hand and wanting to show her palm reading. It can only be said that things in the world are impermanent because the intestines are wrapped in the small intestines. But she doesn't regret it. She knows Lucius's character well, and she also knows that Lucius looks down on her. Especially when the Black family is declining more and more, and now there is no one left. As the head of the Malfoy family, Lucius looked down upon her even more. How could Lucius ever call her a stupid woman before? But after her sister, Bella, entered Azkaban and the Black family fell completely, Lucius's attitude towards her became worse day by day. But due to the affairs of the Black family and Draco, she could only silently endure Lucius's verbal insults. Lucius called her stupid, so she pretended not to hear him, and everything has been fine until now. I thought that this would be the case for the rest of my life, but I didn't expect that when I came to avenge Draco, something like this would happen. The person who once thought he was very smart and looked down on her now knelt in front of her and begged her for forgiveness. It's really so ironic. Narcissa closed her eyes, blocking the turbulent emotions in her sapphire eyes, and held Riel's hand that was playing with hers with her backhand. Riels, let's go, that's enough. Before he finished speaking, and before Riels could say anything more, Narcissa dragged him away. Riels naturally would not resist this, and he followed Narcissa very obediently. But when he saw Lucius's gaze, he opened his mouth and said with his lips, "Your wife, cover your lips." As if he was afraid that Lucius wouldn't understand, he held up the hand held by Narcissa again, with a smile that didn't deserve a beating on his face. Laughing to death, if you don't make up for it with 2 cuts at this time, would you be worthy of Lucius's arrogant look before? If Lucius didn't hate him so much, would he still come to look for trouble in the future? Well, it should come. After all, the things he has done now are enough to make Lucius hate him. But it doesn't matter. Having 2 more enemies in this world is not necessarily a bad thing. Mr. Lucius Pig-Headed Suffer Malfoy, are you right? Put on your cuckold, it's enough. Ha 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 ha. Riels has never felt so comfortable and transparent. It's no wonder that so many people like to be yellow hair. This feels so cool. Everyone hates Huangmao, but everyone wants to be Huangmao. As long as I can't be awesome, I will look at others with a smile. Compared to Riel's happiness and comfort, Lucius was much more uncomfortable. This discomfort not only refers to the mind but also to the body. Of course, the physical pain is definitely not as good as the mental pain. If he had a choice, he would definitely choose something. Lucius pushed himself up, endured the severe pain in his eyes, and tried to keep his eyes wide open as he looked at the departing figures of the couple. Hold favors in exchange for virtue, and it's agreed that you'll be drawn with ashes. After uttering harsh words, Lucius did not dare to stay for long. After taking off his magic robe and putting it on his head, he limped away and walked away. Although it is estimated that no one can recognize who he is now, he doesn't want people to see him like this. The pure-blood's arrogance engraved in his bones prevented him from asking for help. Well, the main reason is that there is no threat to his life. If Riels comes back again, he will definitely shout for help without hesitation. Riels is crazy, really crazy. He is the leader of the Malfoy family, so what kind of power does he have in the wizarding world? Riels provoked him like this, but he really kicked the cotton. There is no way. Hogwarts and Blido are too special. It is simply impossible for him to take revenge directly, then he might even have to be taught a lesson by Dumbledore. So he can only play a little. Yin slowly think of ways to take revenge. Riels and Narcissa, the dog couple, will not stay at Hogwarts forever. What's more, that person is back now and is still in Hogwarts. We still don't know whether Narcissa staying at Hogwarts is a good thing or a bad thing. Thinking of this, Lucius couldn't help but want to sneer, but as soon as the corner of his mouth moved, a heartbreaking pain shot straight to Tianling Gai. The pain almost made him cry, which shows how serious Riel's attack was. Lucius held his swollen face and said with great hatred, "I'll definitely get you a reward." Lucius, hatred plus 19, fear plus 19, regret plus 11, Narcissa moved plus 19, worry plus 19, helplessness plus 19. Regret, what do you regret? It was too early to beg for mercy. The corners of Riel's mouth twitched a few times. Don't tell me it's really possible. Just when he was thinking about whether to stay away from Lucius, a man with a terrible habit, Narcissa suddenly stopped, and he stopped as well. Riels looked at Narcissa in confusion, not understanding what she wanted to do. Facing Riel's questioning gaze, Narcissa didn't say much, but just wrinkled her face with a helpless expression. Riels, do you know you're in big trouble this time? I know you want to vent your anger on me, but Lucius is not an ordinary person. His identity, hey, remember, you must stay away from him the next time you see him. You were able to agree to him this time only because of your strange magic spell. 570 caught him off guard, but he won't let you get close until he is prepared. Speaking of this, Narcissa suddenly felt a little speechless. It was really helpless and quite funny. How many duels has she experienced? There are many life and death duels. But this was the first time she had seen Riel's fighting method of giving up his wand and magic spells and directly going up to fight with others in close combat. It can only be said that it is very explosive. It is very explosive when placed anywhere in the net master world, but I have to admit that Riel's fighting style does work wonders. If Lucius is in such an unclear situation, he will be easily approached, and then he will be forced to fight Riels in close combat. But there is one thing to say, Lucius, an adult, can't beat Riels, a teenage child, which is indeed a bit embarrassing. She knew Lucius was weak, but she really didn't expect him to be like this. He was pushed to the ground and beaten by someone of the same age as his son. It was really amazing. Narcissa is funny +19, worried +18, helpless +17. Riels ignored the system prompts and just watched quietly as Narcissa suddenly asked, Sister, Narcissa should know Lucius very well, right? Do you think after this incident, I can avoid conflicts with him by avoiding him in the future? He is not necessarily that good-tempered, right? He knew that Narcissa was not stupid, and he was not prepared to go around in circles with Narcissa. He has done so much for Narcissa, well, in a sense that's true. Narcissa should give him a promise, otherwise what would be the purpose of doing this? Without breaking up the relationship between Narcissa and Lucius, even if there was a servant contract, he would feel uncomfortable, as if there were ants crawling around. It's not that the two of them are still in love. It's just that he is surrounded by someone who will join forces with outsiders to betray him at any time. Even though there is a servant contract, she can't rebel. But again, he is a bit special and greedy. Although he lied to Narcissa, enslaved Narcissa and beat her son, causing her and Lucius to quarrel. Putting aside these facts, couldn't he desire sincerity? Didn't he do enough for Narcissa? Even if all he did was to plot against her, you can just say whether he did it or not. As the saying goes, if a tree doesn't have bark, it will definitely die. If a person doesn't have shame, he will be invincible. As long as he has a thick skin, he will not only eat well but also be full. It's not a problem for people to be a little greedy. After all, they've done so much. Is this still missing? As long as I don't realize that what I'm doing is wrong, then I won't feel that I'm doing something wrong. Wouldn't it be better to let yourself go and look for other people's problems? Narcissa is worried +19, helpless +19, angry +18. That's what I said, but what I mean is that you should not be so impulsive in the future. Lucius is very strong, and you are no match for him when facing an enemy head-on. Narcissa bent down, her eyes were level with Riels, and she said extremely seriously, If it is not necessary, you must not conflict with Lucius again, at least don't start a fight. You have to know he was once a heinous Death Eater. I was once a Death Eater, and I was also a heinous person. I know the darkness of this world better than you do, and I also know how dirty those people's methods are. Magic spells are indeed magical, but some spells are very evil. Your spell is indeed very strange, but it is not invincible. Riels, do you know that? Narcissa's expression became more serious, and her voice was a little hoarse. If you see him again, don't fight him alone, run away if you can. With Hogwarts and Dumbledore here, Lucius doesn't dare to do anything to you, and I will work hard to protect you. There was no adulteration in her words. Indeed, Riels may have some calculations and she can sense some of them, but she also saw all the things Riels did for her. This was a feeling she had never experienced before. There was no such thing in the Black family before, nor even in the Malfoy family. Not in her sister Bella, not in her husband Lucius, not even in her son Draco. She tries her best to do everything well and play every role well. If she marries, she will marry. And if she maintains the glory of pure blood, she will maintain the glory of pure blood. Being a good wife, she became a good wife and helped Lucius maintain the Malfoy family without any complaints. As a good mother, she gave Draco all the love she could give. Even if Draco just fell, she would feel extremely distressed and even blame herself. She thought she had done enough, but when she thought about it carefully, it seemed that she had never been recognized and no one had ever cared about her. Her existence seems very important, but it is so unimportant as if she is the same without her. But she sensed something different in Riels. Riels could have a conflict with Lucius for her, forcing this arrogant and noble Malfoy to kneel on the ground and apologize to her. You can talk to her gently, you won't call her stupid, and you can even call her sister affectionately. She has never experienced this kind of warmth and care, not at any time. Although she knows that these warmth and care may be mixed with a lot of water, it doesn't matter, she doesn't care. Things have already developed to this point. Are you still worrying about those pictures? Are you asking for trouble? The only thing she thinks about now is to take good care of Riels and fulfill his brother-sister relationship. At the same time, she guides Draco to prevent him from going astray, or to prevent Draco from going down the same path as she and Lucius. That point of no return. Narcissa is moved +18, guilty +16, determined +19. 19 o'clock of determination is enough. Narcissa may lie and deceive others, but her emotional value will not report an error. In addition, her emotional value was expressed when she said these words, so there is no big problem. It's impossible to say that Narcissa said she was protecting him, but in her heart she was determined to kill him, right? What comes out is not determination but hatred and murderous intent. Don't forget, everything is a manifestation of other people's emotions towards him. Sister Narcissa, don't worry, I already know. By the way, isn't Sister Narcissa going to accompany Firas and Xana in the dormitory? Why did you come out? And why did you happen to come here? Could it be, are you following me? Sister Narcissa, this is something wrong. Once the goal is achieved, there is no need to continue chatting, just change the topic. After all, his purpose in asking these words was just to test whether Narcissa still had any barriers in her heart. Judging from the current situation, there should be no more. Even if there is, it is very few and can be ignored. It's not in vain that he worked so hard to do this. But should I say it or not, he just gained a lot this time. It's only been half a day, a little more, and he has already received nearly 8 elementary 10 consecutive draws, and is very close to the intermediate 10 consecutive draws. Even if he doesn't participate in the lottery, he can still use this large amount of emotional value to redeem some good things in the system mall. Of course, he has no shortage of magic spells for the time being, and there is no need to exchange them. After all, he has Narcissa by his side now, and she knows a lot of spells, including the 3 unforgivable curses. I will brush it slowly from now on, and I will brush it to the end sooner or later because of the unforgivable curse. What? Why not just ask Narcissa to teach him? It's funny, you have to understand that he just has a collection of the 3 unforgivable curses, and he doesn't really like these curses. Moreover, he has no use for these spells. They are just collected. Everyone has some special little hobbies. Compared to learning these spells on your own, of course, you still have to wait for the system to explode before you can have a sense of accomplishment. So if you collect all your collecting habits in one go, won't you eliminate your little hobby? Again, these spells are really useless to him, and they don't apply to him either. If he was really asked to choose, then he would choose the fire shield. That thing is useful to him and he likes it, but will Narcissa do it? I'm afraid that the number of people in the entire wizarding world that casts this curse is not more than 10, right? The fire shield that the first-generation Dark Lord Grindelwald used in New York cannot be said to be very handsome. I can only say, very cool. Not only is it so handsome that it can explode into the sky, but it is also so powerful that it burns everything in its path to ashes. Even the fierce fire curse is just a degraded version of the fire escape bodyguard. Yes, a degraded version of the curse. These 2 spells are both very powerful, but there is no comparison at all. It can be seen that one is a dragon and the other is a basilisk. Of course, the most important thing is that the power is incomparable. A summon can grow a flaming basilisk, but it can only summon one, and there is a counter curse. The other ones summoned are all normal and good flame dragons, and there is no limit on the number. The gap is too big, there is no comparison at all. Li Hue curse, then let me go. No, I have never been here. Why do you look down on me? Narcissa is embarrassed +16, annoyed +17, guilty +1, funny +17. Didn't you already guess it? The existence of the servant contract should allow you to read my inner thoughts, right? Why don't you read it? Legilimency is not that easy to use. Narcissa raised her eyebrows and looked at Riels calmly, but Riels could hear the meaning of what she said. If anyone says Narcissa is stupid again, he will be the first to panic. Is this stupid? They all know how to threaten him. Well, calling it a threat is a bit too much, and it can't be called a threat. Narcissa was pointing out that she had tricked her into signing a servant contract before. In response to this, Riels just laughed a few times without embarrassment and stopped chatting on this topic, otherwise it would easily cause problems. Sister Narcissa, do you want to go to the banquet hall with me? You know today is the parents' meeting and it is very hot there. 17. And in order to cooperate with the parent-teacher conference, the afternoon classes have been postponed and should not start yet. As you know, banquets are always a waste of time. How about it? Do you want to go over there and have a look and reminisce about your days at Hogwarts? Riels continued with a smile. I can introduce you to 3 friends. Not only are they as beautiful as you, they are also as gentle and kind as you. A series of words of praise came out of his mouth as if they were free of charge, coaxing Narcissa from ear to ear. No woman doesn't like to be praised for her beauty, unless she is a woman with very low self-esteem and very sensitive nature. Those women will only feel that they are being ridiculed when they are praised. But Narcissa is obviously not among these. Not only is she not inferior or insensitive, she is also a very proud person. A pure blood, this adjective says it all. Narcissa is funny plus 19, speechless plus 18, and angry plus 18. You go ahead by yourself. I'll go back and check on your cat and owl and tidy up the bedroom. I don't like house elves tidying up the sleeping area. You may not know that I don't like letting other people touch me and ask for my bed and clothes. Of course, it's your bed. After she finished speaking, before Riels could continue to persuade him, she turned around and walked towards the other side of the corridor. After all, it was 7 years of living in Hogwarts. Even though she had been away for a long time, Hogwarts Castle remained unchanged. For her, it was no different from going home. So there is no possibility of getting lost. Otherwise, there is no way to find this place. Riels watched Narcissa's figure disappear around the corner of the corridor, then chuckled and walked towards the banquet hall. There are many choices in a person's life. As long as you don't regret your choice, then it is the right choice. At least he doesn't regret now that he tricked Narcissa into signing the servant contract. As the saying goes, evil people will be punished by evil people. Don't fight and kill people all day long. That's not good, banquet hall. At this time, the banquet hall that had been cast with the traceless telescopic spell was already overcrowded. Of course, this is just a metaphor. In fact, everyone has their own place to sit. Even Riels, who is late, still has a place to sit. The location is still the same between the 2 little angels, but the people are a little different, or there are more. Mr. Worley, I have heard Cassandra mention you often, and when I saw you today, it turned out to be exactly what she said. Wise, you are very wise at first sight. Facing Riel's compliment, William Worley's face suddenly twitched a few times, as if he was about to have a convulsion. He looked at Cassandra next to him, his daughter, but saw that she had no expression on her face, as if she had not heard these words at all. In response to this, William was a little disappointed, and then replied with a smile. Cassandra told me about you, Riels Thomas. She said you were very smart, very talented, and more mature than ordinary people. Now that I see you, you are indeed like this. Now it was Riel's turn to be confused, and even Pansy couldn't help but look sideways, looking at the expressionless Cassandra strangely. Is this really what Cassandra can say? Why do they not believe that so much? Cassandra is ashamed plus 16, annoyed plus 16, Pansy is curious plus 14, funny plus 18, others are funny plus 24, curious plus 35. Well, if we keep going at this pace, it won't be a problem to get the first 10 consecutive intermediate draws or the first advanced draw today. Please give me flowers. Riels nodded with satisfaction and was about to say something to ease the awkward atmosphere, but heard William speak again. Aren't you curious about the reason why Cassandra didn't go to Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in a beautiful country, and instead went to England to come to Hogwarts? Although Ilvermorny School of Magic is not as good as Hogwarts, it is also one of the 3 major magic schools. And it is not much worse than Hogwarts. William paused for a moment after saying this, and looked again at Cassandra, who was silently cooking without saying a word, to confirm that she was not pregnant. After getting angry, he continued to speak. Cassandra had already received an admission notice from Ilvermorny School of Magic, but before she enrolled, she wanted to get a wand made by Ollivander. So she came to the wizarding world in England for 2 days. But just these 2 days made her reject the admission notice from Ilvermorny College and wanted to come to Ilvermorny College instead. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The reason for all this is because of you, Riels Thomas. As soon as these words came out, Riels almost had his cerebellum shrunk. He looked at Cassandra without refuting and still silently gnawed the dry bread. I was completely stunned, family members. What is going on? Sister Ka has traveled thousands of miles for love, from the wizarding world in the beautiful country to chasing the net Mastercy in the UK. And he is the lover that Sister Ka is running for love. Is this such nonsense? This is not in line with Sister Ka's character at all. Not only did Riels think so, but so did Pansy and even her mother, Inaline Parkinson. Although they didn't spend much time together, anyone could tell that Cassandra was not someone who would do such a thing. Well, It seems unlikely that Cassandra would praise her father William in front of Riels. Cassandra's shame plus 19, Pansy's surprise plus 19, Anilin's confusion plus 18, William's funny plus 19, pleasure plus 19. Sister Ka, you are so ashamed. Riels is really confused now what is going on. It would be okay if Cassandra had other emotional values, but she was ashamed. Is there any difference between this and admitting it directly? But the question is, what did he do to make Cassandra do this? It seems that he has never met Cassandra before entering Slytherin, right? It can even be said that he never thought that Cassandra would exist in this era. This is not the kind of person that should appear in this era at all. Now he is wondering whether Cassandra is a reborn person. How else to explain her character, but because of him she came from the wizarding world of the beautiful country to the British wizarding world to study. It's not like his domineering aura spread out and drifted all the way to the beautiful country, right? This is even more nonsense than Sister Ka coming here because of love. Well, the first one may be true, but the latter one is really too false, impossible, completely impossible. Didn't Cassandra tell you? She heard what you said at Flourish and Blott's bookstore in Diagon Alley, and that's why she chose to come here to find you. William had praise on his face. Cassandra told me what you said after she returned. I still remember your words very clearly. It's very good, really very good. Being born noble only means that someone in your family has been noble before, but it does not mean that you are noble because you are born in this family. To be noble, a person must have noble qualities and abilities. If he does not have these, then the so-called nobility is just a clown trying to please others. I don't know whether it was intentional or something, but William's words did not calm down his voice, but instead increased his voice. For a moment, the Slytherin table fell into silence, and everyone looked at Riels with unkind eyes. You must know that this is where more than 80% of the pureblood families in the British wizarding world sit. Is there any difference between these words now and mocking these pureblood families directly? Oh, there is really a difference. This can no longer be regarded as a face-lifting taunt. It should be a taunt on the head with spitting at the end. Absolutely amazing. Cassandra felt guilty plus 16, funny plus 17, Pansy surprised plus 18, curious plus 15, others approved plus 82, annoyed plus 355, disdain plus 154. The corners of Riel's mouth twitched a few times. This emotion was worth it. It was so unpleasant. William's previous words were correct, but the last sentence was definitely not his. He can guarantee that it is absolutely not the case. But now all the explanations are feeble. It can even be said that the more explanations, the darker the situation becomes. But he didn't panic, so what if it was really what he said? He just beat up Lucius Malfoy. How come these people are more powerful than Lucius? Of course, William's explanation allowed him to understand why Cassandra came to Hogwarts. There's just one thing that doesn't make him very comfortable. Who can feel comfortable being put together for nothing? Riels rolled his eyes, stood up with a smile and said, Uncle Woolley was joking. It's great that Uncle Worley can understand the meaning of these words and add his own understanding. As Uncle Worley said, those who are autistic and noble and don't actually know where they are noble are really just like clowns. Riels spread his hands. Well, you know about the clown in the acrobatic troupe, right? In this life, people will make many choices, some right and some wrong, but as long as you don't regret it, it's not wrong. Just like now, his words were tantamount to offending all the noble pureblood people present, but he did not regret it. Not to mention that these purebloods didn't have a good impression of him in the first place. Just the emotional value that this group of purebloods could bring out for him was enough for him to do these things. Of course, he wasn't the one who started this topic, was he? And what he said is true, isn't it? Cassandra's approval plus 18, Pansy's surprise plus 19, others' displeasure plus 399, irritation plus 222, funny plus 81, approval plus 95, surprise plus 165. 1. Woohoo, another junior 10 draws in a row. Life is how it should be. Riels ignored everyone's eyes that seemed to be angry and squinted his eyes happily, feeling that his whole body was enlightened. It's impossible not to be transparent. I really gained too much from today. Riels, if you disappear one day, I will definitely not think that you are still safe and sound. What I mean is that if you are so capable of seeking death, you will really die. Pansy stretched out her hand to pull Riels back to her seat and rolled her eyes angrily. I'm so convinced, don't you even look at where this place is. With these few words of yours, you have directly offended 90% of the pure bloods and some mixed bloods in the British wizarding world. Really, she was going to die speechless. She knew Riels was stubborn and a master at seeking death, but she really didn't expect that Riels could be so stubborn and seek death to this extent. Faced with so many people from pureblood families, Riels could actually say such things. That person from the pureblood family 533 will feel that he is not superior to others, not condescending, incomparably noble. Even she once felt that her status was extremely noble. Well, she felt that way until she met Riels. As for after meeting Riels, can she be eaten by being noble? What's the use of being noble? It would be more fulfilling for Riels to play tricks on her. Come on, the nobility she thought she had in Riels' case can only increase the sense of accomplishment when he bullies her. Really, this is Riels forcibly denouncing her. Of course, this is only one of the reasons, but it is also one of the main reasons. I think you should know who Riels is, right? This is not the first time we have seen his ability to make enemies. Cassandra wiped the non-existent oil stains from the corners of her lips a few times and said indifferently, "Some time ago, he also severely injured the young master of the Malfoy family. But look at him, isn't he still sitting here peacefully? So I want to say that he might disappear mysteriously after leaving Hogwarts. Well, you know what this mysterious disappearance means." Although Cassandra's tone was calm, the words she said almost made Pansy laugh out loud, and she nodded in agreement. There is no way what Cassandra said is too true. With Riel's ability to make enemies even if he stayed in Hogwarts, let alone leaving Hogwarts, he would not be very safe. You must know that this time Riels has offended all the little snakes in Slytherin. Among them are many little snakes who are about to graduate from 6th or 7th grade. After all, those people don't have Riels around to force them to become ungrateful. She conservatively estimated that it wouldn't take long for the parent-teacher conference to end. It might be tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, or even tonight. Those little snakes in the senior class will find trouble for Riels and bully him cruelly. She can be very sure, certain, and even certain about this. At most, it's a matter of time. After all, the existence of Riels can be said to be a point that little snakes don't like. In particular, Riels is also the hidden prefect of the first grade. He was elected after defeating other little snakes. This made the senior little snake even more unhappy. A young wizard born as a muggle became the most troubled among their group of pure-blood and mixed-blood wizards. Isn't this just trampling them, pure-blood and mixed-blood wizards, under their feet? Therefore, the existence of Riels originally made the little snakes unhappy, plus what Riels said this time. It's equivalent to a fuse that was lit by Riels. And at the end of this ignited fuse is a large piece of gunpowder. As long as it is burned, the meaningless result will be boom. But Pansy is not worried, just like they said before. Riel's ability to commit suicide and still survive to this day must mean that he has a sense of proportion. Now that Riels is saying these things in public, it only shows that Riels has a way to protect himself. The young master of the Malfoy family, Draco Malfoy, well, should I say it, he is quite beautiful, and he is also quite gentle and understanding. It's not like his father's name is Lucius Malfoy, is it? He has to look for trouble, and he will be honest after I give him a beating. Tell me, this man is very self-aware, so I said that I very much agree with Uncle William's words. People who think they are noble but don't even know where they are noble will really turn into clowns in the end. Oh no, they will turn into pig heads. At the end of the speech, Riels put his hands next to his ears in a funny way, held up his nose with his thumbs, and hummed twice. Cassandra and Pansy were so amused that they forgot to ask what he meant by what he just said. They were shocked by Riels. It seems that everything that seems strange makes sense when it comes to Riels. This is very Riels, very juicy. I think we should eat quickly. Riels, you don't know, Pansy couldn't eat before you came. The same goes for Miss Worley. I think they are all worried about you, until you. Don't say anything, I won't say anything. Before Yinlin could finish her words, she was interrupted by Pansy's embarrassed look. Even Cassandra looked at her with some shame. It's okay to know some things in your heart, but why do you say them out loud? Isn't this an attempt to embarrass them? In response, Yinlin and William looked at each other in the air and they smiled at each other. It's just that this smile is somewhat helpless. There is no way if the daughter of a family has the person she likes can parents be helpless. What's more, it's only been a few days since I enrolled, half a month. The eldest daughter of her family, Pansy Parkinson, who was arrogant, did not take others seriously, and was determined to retaliate against others, has now become Riel's kitten. Look at her look, who would have imagined that this was the narrow-minded Pansy? But that's fine. In the past, she always regretted letting Pansy get in touch with Malfoy and developing her like that. Although there is something wrong now, Pansy's character has changed a lot, and this can be attributed to Riels. Enilin thought this way, and William Worley thought the same way, but he was more helpless and bitter. Cassandra Worley has been a proud girl since she was a child. She learns all kinds of things incredibly quickly and is so mature that she doesn't look like a child. She is the kind of person who knows where she is noble and why she is noble. Only that character is a bit too cold, as if he has no emotion at all. When Cassandra ran to him to tell him about Riels, although he was a little surprised that Riels could say those words, he didn't take it seriously. Until Cassandra transferred to Hogwarts later, although he was not very willing, he only agreed because Cassandra thought Hogwarts was better. But who could have thought of it? Who could have thought of it? This noble and emotionless little princess of his family has completely changed in less than half a month. Now he really doesn't know whether to cry or laugh. He was crying because the little princess he hadn't cherished enough seemed to have immediately become someone else's, and she had become someone else's together with others. He laughed because he had never seen such a human side in Cassandra. She could laugh, worry, and tell some jokes. Although Cassandra herself did not smile, as an old father, he could easily detect Cassandra's joy and happiness. At this point, he also understood that it was useless whether he wanted to cry or laugh, or it was useless from the beginning to the end. Cassandra has had her own opinions since she was a child, and even her parents can't change the things she decides. Otherwise, she would not have come to the British wizarding world and enrolled in Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. William and Anilin sighed together, feeling helpless and funny. Anilin is helpless plus 19, funny plus 16, William is pleased plus 18, speechless plus 15. Others are happy plus 35, unhappy plus 78, annoyed plus 222, disdainful plus 125. Riels, who was playing with too little Lolita, looked around in confusion. The full value of a single emotion value is 20 points, but the unhappy one actually exploded to 78 points. It is absolutely impossible that this was just revealed by Pansy and Cassandra. There should be others. The thought of a man being irritated with him made Riels feel on edge and wanted to find a place to hide. Fortunately, after he looked around, he didn't find anyone looking at him in a bad way. Well, sometimes it's a good thing if you don't find someone. If you find someone, it's a man. Needless to say, he suddenly wanted to imitate Avada and eat a big melon. You just said you met Malfoy's mother. Did you mean Lady Narcissa? What did you say about her? After fighting for a while, Panksy asked with a strange expression. The Parkinson family is a vassal of the Malfoy family, and she herself has become Draco Malfoy's little follower. She couldn't say that she was too familiar with Malfoy's mother, Narcissa Black Malfoy. She could only say that she knew her well. She was a woman who was determined to retaliate, cruel and arrogant like a peacock. In terms of personality, she is very similar to Narcissa, and they can even be said to be almost the same. The difference may be that when she gets angry, she only gets angry for a while, beats the person up, and then uses wolfish words to insult him. But Narcissa was different. If that woman was angry, she would really kill someone, and her methods would be extremely ruthless. Narcissa not only kills people, but also likes to torture people. She will hit and scold the house elves if she is slightly dissatisfied. It can be said that her current personality is thanks to Narcissa, a good teacher. Of course, this doesn't matter. Riels doesn't mind her personality, and she won't have these little tempers around Riels. Well, I don't dare to do it, really. Don't dare, she bets that if she dares to lose her temper, her nose is not her nose, and her eyes are not her eyes. Riels would definitely knock her down and then spank her in public. Don't ask why she is so sure. She has no masochism or hallucinations. Riels said this when he used to scare her. Although they were just words to scare people, she was very sure that Riels could definitely do such a thing. But that's not important. What's important is what Riels said. Narcissa is gentle, Narcissa is sensible. Is this the Narcissa she knows, or did Riels do something strange to Narcissa, forcing her to become gentle? For example, spanking her. But is this possible? Is this a beaver? Obviously not a beaver. Let's not talk about whether Riels can defeat Narcissa, but just say that Narcissa is the kind of person who will accept her fate even if she is humiliated. Obviously not. Then the question arises, is the Narcissa Riels said and the Narcissa she knows not the same person? Or is it that Riels was deceived by Narcissa and mistakenly thought she was a very gentle person? Narcissa Black Malfoy. I know that she, Malfoy's mother, the lady of the Malfoy family, controls a large part of the power. Cassandra frowned slightly, but her reputation is not good. She is the noble person you mentioned before who doesn't know where she is noble. And if I remember correctly, she seemed to have been a Death Eater before. You should know what a Death Eater means, right? The fact that Narcissa and Lucius were elite Death Eaters may be a secret in the wizarding world, but it is not a secret in the pureblood family. There are many pureblood families who are very proud of this matter and want to publicize it. Look at that, this is the power of a pureblood family. So what if you were a heinous Death Eater? What if you followed that person in the past and tried to subvert the wizarding world? After that person dies, will magic catch them? Do you dare to judge them? The wizarding world is still controlled by pureblood families, and purebloods still have the final say. But this incident was obviously not a glorious thing, and the Malfoy family also paid a price for it. Therefore, no one will promote this matter stupidly. Otherwise, it will cause turmoil in the wizarding world and the trouble will be big. But none of this is important. What is important is Narcissa's character, which is definitely not what Riels said. This is something that many pureblood families know. Pansy worried +18, funny +14, Cassandra confused +17, others puzzled +35, shocked +16. 0.6 Riels was not surprised by the crowd's reaction, or it was what he expected. If Narcissa hadn't been deceived by him personally, if he had gotten along with her in person, she might have thought the same thing as everyone else. I don't believe it, I absolutely don't believe it. You are saying that the possibility of Dumbledore and Grindelwald rekindling their old relationship is much higher than this possibility. But he experienced this thing, and even this thing was always done by him. So even if this thing is unbelievable, it is also true. But now, what should he say? What would be beneficial to their future relationship? Obviously, they should dispel their concerns and let them doubt themselves first, and then slowly accept the facts after seeing Narcissa. What? Pansy knew Narcissa before? Does it matter? Obviously. It matters a lot, but does it matter a lot? Well, it does matter a lot. But why is Pansy a stupid lowly? Isn't it because she is easy to fool and can do some incredible things on impulse? In this case, does it matter whether you know Narcissa or not? Obviously, it doesn't matter. The important thing is to see how he ignores sophistry. Well, how can he explain it properly? I think you may have misunderstood, right? Rumors are not trustworthy, hearing is believing, seeing is believing. Just like Pansy, others say you are narrow-minded, unyielding, and annoyingly arrogant. But do you think you are this kind of person? Riels looks serious. The first step of the plan is to start with the person who is the most troublesome to get started with, and that is undoubtedly the stupid Lolita Pansy. His question can be said to be seamless. Pansy will definitely deny it as long as she doesn't want to be embarrassed. The truth was not what he expected. In response to his question, Pansy nodded very naturally and responded, I do have this character. It's not the first day you know this. I was mean and domineering, and I still am like that to this day. Didn't you tell me before that I'm fine like this? Why are you asking this question now? It's so funny, after spending so much time with Riels, how can she still be confused about Riels' tricks? It was nothing more than deliberately saying these words to make her deny it, and then using her denial to clear Narcissa's name. She, Pansy Parkinson, has been fooled by these little tricks a dozen times. How could she be fooled again? They say that every time you go through a rough patch, you will gain wisdom. She has gone through so many hardships, no matter what, she will gain wisdom. And there are no outsiders here, so she is not afraid of embarrassment. Pansy and Cassandra looked at each other in the air and nodded slightly to indicate that she could finish the attack. Cassandra understood this good sister's gesture instantly. The next moment, Cassandra's cold and seemingly emotionless voice sounded. If I remember correctly, you said you liked Pansy's character very much. She is domineering in front of others, but cute and silly in front of you. In your words ... it's so contrasting and silly, it's so cute that I have a nosebleed. Those are your exact words. This time Annalyn was no longer calm. What contrast, what stupidity. Is this something Riels and Pansy should say at their age? Is it a little too mature? She frowned and was about to say something, but looking at Pansy with a cheerful smile on her brows, what she wanted to say was suppressed. Pansy didn't think anything was wrong, so why did she say anything? As long as Pansy is happy, then what's wrong? And Riels is pretty good too, I guess so. Compared with Yinlin's complicated mood, William's mood was very ordinary. He first looked at Riels with shock and approval, and the expression on his face seemed to say, the young man is quite good at playing. But his compliment didn't last long before he saw his little princess looking straight at Riels. This immediately brought him back to his senses. If the eldest lady of the Parkinson family is like this, then wouldn't his precious daughter? At this moment, what is approval and disapproval? He didn't pull out his wand on the spot and fight to the death with Riels, so that's a sign of his good manners. Even so, his eyes were full of anger, as if he was going to stand up and give Riels a flying kick at the next moment. Pansy is proud +19, Cassandra is happy +19, Annalyn is displeased +18, worried +19, William is angry +18, 3 regret +19. Oh ho, is this a gang event? Riels, who almost suffered from atrophy of his cerebellar stem due to Pansy's answer, was instantly revived with full health after hearing the system prompts. Emotional values are a good medicine. As long as there are enough of them, you can breathe again, let alone your cerebellum or your cerebellum. Well, because the things you can buy from the system mall to resurrect the dead are very expensive and make people feel dizzy just by looking at them. But there's nothing wrong with what he said. As long as the emotional value is high enough, you can buy these things that can revive people. Can't people breathe while they're alive? Is this a beaver? It's obviously very beaver. But the first priority now is not to study this matter, but to bring the topic to a medical level. As expected, Pansy, this stupid lowly angel, stayed with him for too long and she developed a lot of rebelliousness. And developed wisdom. The increased wisdom is almost comparable to his, but of course it is not yet comparable. Riels smiled without embarrassment and said, "Did I say these things? How do I remember that I said Pansy is very beautiful and has a fierce breast when she is angry? But it doesn't matter. Aunt Yinlin, try this chicken drumstick. I'll tell you that the chicken drumsticks at Hogwarts are very fragrant. The chicken drumsticks I got are even more fragrant. Just like the chicken drumsticks that your daughter Pansy brought to me, they had a unique flavor when I ate them, and the pumpkin juice that Cassandra brought to me, they were not ordinary delicious. Come on, Uncle William, look at your dark face and the veins on your forehead. Drink more pumpkin juice, maybe it can whiten your skin." Riels pretended to touch his face. "I have been drinking pumpkin juice for a long time. Not only does my skin feel much better, it is also very elastic." Question: what is the best way to distract others? Answer: provoke them or use something to attract them. Well, Riels doesn't have anything to attract them but to p***s them off. Doesn't it just have to have a mouth? He had no choice but to do this, and he didn't want to do this. Pansy was actually smarter than he expected, and so was Cassandra, who was getting more and more skilled at last hitting. In just a few words, his plan was declared scrapped. But it doesn't matter, there will be a road for cars to reach the mountain, and boats will sink naturally when they reach the bridge. Straight. Anyway, Narcissa has it, and these two little angels will meet her sooner or later. Maybe it will be all right if you grind it in a little more then. What's more, Pansy and Narcissa have so similar personalities. Are you worried that they don't have a common language? As long as Pansy is taken care of and Cassandra is taken care of, the remaining little angel Hermione won't have to worry. That was his most precious little angel. He meant that he knew the little angel Hermione best. No matter what Narcissa had done, as long as Narcissa stopped doing it now and showed kindness to him and Hermione. The little angel Hermione will directly accept this kindness and return it 10 times or even 100 times. Why is this little angel the most precious to him? Not only did Hermione consider him first in everything, but she also decided to follow him. It's because the little angel Hermione is kinder than others. She is innocent and studious, kind-hearted and compassionate, and is a little angel who can truly shine. As for Cassandra and Pansy, although they are not bad, their personalities are at the opposite ends of Hermione's. Cassandra is cold on the outside and hot on the inside, but this warmth is only for people she knows, and she is not warm to outsiders. It can be said that even if someone dies in front of her, she may not have much emotional fluctuations. At most, she will help humanitarian help. Not to mention Pansy, who is sarcastic, domineering, and arrogant to the point of being annoying. This is no joke. Of course, he doesn't hate Pansy's character, he even likes her character very much, and so does Cassandra. From a certain perspective, these two little Lolita have something in common. They are all the kind who are not nice to outsiders and can even be called very evil. Even some people they know may not be able to get their good attitude. But these two little Lolita are completely opposite to him. Although they are a bit rebellious, they don't have the attitude shown by outsiders. They were both nice girls, but they weren't Hermione's kind of glowing girls. Of course, this is just because he likes all three of them and won't favor one over the other. A large part of the reason why he said Hermione was his most precious was because he felt a little guilty about Hermione and chose to be sordid. There is another little angel named Hermione, who is still a rebellious little angel. Unlike these two little angels, it is estimated that soon these two little angels will no longer be little angels, but fallen angels. The bones all over my body are heavier than my body weight. It's absolutely amazing. Pansy is speechless +18, angry +19. Cassandra is surprised +19, speechless +17. Yinelin was so angry that she revealed the reward, 500 emotional points. William was extremely angry and revealed the reward, the door key. Another elementary 10 draws in a row. Now he is only less than 1,000 emotional points away from the intermediate level of 10 consecutive draws. Of course, it may also be an advanced draw. As for the door key, even if it was obtained for free, Riels felt extremely disgusted. Why is there such a curse-breaking spell in the wizarding world? Who invented it? Come forward and he promises not to kick him to death. Mr. Thomas's life at Hogwarts is really enviable, William said with a smile. Annalyn also said in a deep voice. Mr. Thomas is right, these chicken legs are indeed very fragrant, especially the one Mr. Thomas took. Can Mr. Thomas please give me those more? I'm not full yet. Her words reminded William and he quickly added. Mr. Thomas is right, pumpkin juice is indeed a good thing. Then please, Mr. Thomas, please give me a few more glasses. I like to drink pumpkin juice the most. It's not that they don't want to pull out their wands and whip Riels, or give him a few fights. It's just that the situation is pressing and they have no choice. Pansy and Cassandra are both in Riel's hands. If they really dare to do that, what will happen to Pansy and Cassandra? When the time comes, it will be too ugly, which will not be a good thing for anyone. And neither Pansy nor Cassandra said anything. Obviously they were not opposed to feeding Riels. But no matter what you say, they feel unhappy. Pansy and Cassandra are their beloved little princesses. Now that Riels has to be used as a feeding tool, everyone feels happy. Although they can't quarrel with each other, it does not prevent them from using their own methods to retaliate against Riels. Sample Ginger is still spicy when old. Enilin is proud +15, funny +17, William is proud +18, angry +11, Pansy is funny +17. Cassandra is amused +19. Riels ignored the system and just quietly started feeding. This is so funny. Can he still not understand what these two people are thinking, want to take revenge all at once? Then he will satisfy them. Eat, eat hard, drink, drink hard. Just like that, under Riel's continuous feeding, the two of them, who were very proud at first, almost cried after eating. Especially William, he feels like he never wants to drink pumpkin juice in his life. No, he will vomit if he smells pumpkin juice. He drank 12 bowls, 12 whole bowls. I'm afraid only Merlin's beard knows how he drank it. The same goes for Enilin. She ate 9 whole chicken drumsticks because of the drumsticks. Even though the chicken drumsticks at Hogwarts were so delicious, she felt like vomiting after eating them. But it's just not as uncomfortable as William. There were several times when they didn't want to eat anymore, but Riels helped them with a few words. This also makes them eventually reap the consequences. I could only hold out my belly as though I was 3 months pregnant and follow the 3 little ones to the transfiguration classroom step by step. Fortunately for Enilin, she ate chicken legs, which were very strong, so it wasn't particularly uncomfortable to walk. But William was different. He could be said to be full of water and went to the toilet several times. Now as long as he takes a bigger step, he can hear the sound of water sloshing around in his stomach. Really, he really wants to find a place to hide now. I am too embarrassed to see anyone. I have lost my shame from the wizarding world in the beautiful country to the wizarding world in the UK. As the head of the Woolley family, he is really such a failure. Compared to the two of them who were unhappy and uncomfortable, Riels and the 2 little Lolita were very happy. Especially Riels, he felt completely refreshed. It's so satisfying to take revenge for a small revenge. As for Pansy and Cassandra, they are not fools. They can naturally see the secret confrontation between Riels and their parents, which ends in Riels' victory. They were not angry about this or even felt anything. When Riels tormented them before, it was much more serious than now. Holding hands in public, saying misunderstood words, and how his belly was enlarged by them, causing them to almost become celebrities at Hogwarts. What does all this physical pain mean now? It will be over if you endure it, but if you can't endure it, won't there still be a curse? At that time, they really couldn't even use magic spells, so they couldn't kill those little masters to silence them, right? Therefore, they expressed indifference to their parents' miserable situation and even wanted to laugh a little. I think after this time, their parents will not easily conflict with Riels. Well, that's what Riels is for, right? Cassandra and Pansy thought of this, rolled their eyes at Riels, and then walked forward quickly holding hands, throwing Riels away. To be precise, Pansy grabbed Cassandra's hand and ran away. Want Cassandra to take the initiative to hold hands. In the next life, or maybe you are dreaming in broad daylight, maybe the dream comes true. Of course, the realization mentioned here is realized in a dream. 490, Pansy is angry +17, funny +19. Cassandra is amused +17, happy +19. Enilin is depressed +16, regretful +19, William regretful +19 +13. Riels raised his eyebrows and turned to look at the 2 people who were moving slowly with a half-smile. Uncle William, Aunt Enilin, it seems that we have angered them. I mean, we seem to be walking a little slowly, and Cassandra and Pansy are a little angry, so can you please go faster? Damn if you don't teach them a lesson this time. Do you really think that Riels Thomas is easy to bully? After hearing what Riels said, Enilin and William stopped, and their expressions immediately turned bitter. They held their bulging bellies and felt uncomfortable. But in this case, can they use magic spells to eliminate this discomfort? Otherwise, what would it be like? The dignified wife of the Parkinson family and the head of the Worley family actually had a stomachache at Hogwarts. Can she only use a magic spell to eliminate it? This is not funny at all, not at all. We are getting older and our steps are a bit awkward, especially since my left foot was injured in the past and it may have relapsed today. Enilin pretended to want to squat down, but as soon as she bent down, she felt a dull pain in her stomach. She had to rub her stomach several times before the pain was relieved. Regarding her reason, Riels expressed his doubts. Aunt Anilin looks healthy. And the injury on your foot has recurred, so why rub your belly? At this moment, Yinelin was speechless. Now she really regrets it. Let Pansy solve Pansy's matter by herself. Why should she interfere? Those are 9 big chicken legs, 9 in total. Looking back now, she finds it unbelievable that she could actually eat 9 large chicken drumsticks at one time, which is incredible. Of course, this is not important. What is important is how to get past Riels. Yinelin looked at William with an unclear look. As the patriarch of the Woley family, he should have a good reason, right? The fact was just as she expected. She saw William caressing his bulging belly with a calm expression and spoke calmly under the gaze of the two people. The pumpkin juice is a bit too delicious. I just drank a little too much. You go first and I will walk slowly behind. And I also want to enjoy the scenery. As you know, I have never been to Hogwarts, so I am very curious about this place. Well, for a good reason, good Riels don't know what to say. He could only smile and stepped forward to help Anilin up. Uncle William, just enjoy the scenery slowly. I will take Aunt Anilin there first. The Transfiguration classroom is at the end of the corridor. If you can't find your way, you can ask these words on the wall. They are all know-it-alls. After saying that, he supported Anilin, who had a recurrence of her foot injury, and set off towards the Transfiguration classroom, leaving William alone behind, who was very proud of himself. William is proud +19, Anilin is helpless +17. Aunt Yinelin doesn't feel full after eating so many chicken legs. That's 9 chicken legs. Riels didn't say it was okay, but when he said it, Anilin felt even more uncomfortable. If given the chance to choose again, she would definitely not be smart, definitely not. Yinelin said with a forced smile, I did eat a bit too much. I usually can't eat so much. This time I just miss the taste of Hogwarts chicken legs. You know, I graduated from Hogwarts and have been away from here for more than 10 years. Now that I can come back, it's really very high. Speaking of this, she couldn't help but feel a little sad, and her eyes looked at the surrounding walls with nostalgia. Who is not a little wizard who graduated from Hogwarts? But time flies, and more than 10 years have passed since she first stepped into Hogwarts and then graduated from Hogwarts. Her daughter Pansy is now enrolled in Hogwarts. If Hogwarts hadn't held this so-called parents' meeting this time, she might never have had the opportunity to come back here to visit. Of course, this lack of opportunity does not mean that Hogwarts does not welcome her and refuses her to come back for a visit. It's just that she is very busy. The Parkinson family has a lot of things to deal with. A declining pureblood family is also a pureblood family, isn't it? And it has declined, but more things have happened. Anilin misses +19, regrets +17, helplessness +18, pain +14. Riels heard the sound of the system and shook his head in amusement. Seeing Anilin frowning again, he didn't say much, just raised his hand and said, Aunt Anilin, I learned how to digest food in the orphanage. It's very effective. Well, I used to use it on myself a lot. You know, I was always full and hungry in the orphanage. That's why I came up with this method. Mrs. Aina gave it to me. Do you want to try it? He didn't think much about torturing Anilin and William. Although these two guys were out for revenge, they were just playing some little tricks. His feeling towards these two people is very good. It can be called good. Moreover, when the Transfiguration class begins, if these two people cause any trouble due to stomach discomfort, the two little Lolita will be the ones who suffer the most. So he wasn't going to make them feel uncomfortable for long, but was going to give them a small lesson. But William wants to save face, so there is no other way. Let him support himself. No, just slowly look at the scenery along the way. How to digest food, is it really effective? Oh, I'm not questioning you, I'm sorry. Yinelin covered her mouth and said doubtfully, if possible, I hope you can tell me the method. I'm really very stressed and uncomfortable right now. Crying, she really wanted to cry. It's not that I cried because I felt sorry for Riel's past experiences, but I felt even more uncomfortable after taking these few steps. She now feels that she will never miss the chicken legs at Hogwarts again in her entire life, even until she dies. I've eaten enough, I've really eaten enough. Anilin expects +19, moves +19 and feels guilty +11. Very good, there is a person who feels a little guilty, but not much, right? The corner of Riel's mouth twitched a few times, and he regretted telling Anilin. But the words had been spoken, and he had no intention of going back on his words. Aunt Yinelin, you can try rubbing your belly, gently doing 3 circles to the left and 3 times to the right, to allow the food to be fully digested. You try it, generally speaking, it will work after rubbing it a few times. That was the case for me at the beginning. 3 circles to the left, 3 circles to the right, twisting the arms, twisting the butt. Well, this formula is just an aerobics exercise, but it's still a useless aerobics exercise. What can really help Unalin get out of pain is the horse talisman. The ability to eliminate all negative influences caused by external forces is really abnormal. Needless to say, in combat, it can also be used in daily life, such as anemia, dysmenorrhea, lack of energy and blood, and dizziness. And the most important thing is that it can make him feel refreshed and energetic. This spirit refers not only to the soul but also to the body. Well, it means exactly what you think. Don't ask him how he knew it. Wizard numbness, it's normal to develop earlier. Right. 3 circles on the left, 3 circles on the right. Is it that simple? Enilin began to rub it doubtfully. To be honest, she didn't have any hope, but this was Riel's good intention. She had already decided that even if this method didn't work, she would still say it did. Who made this happen was originally her plan to Riels, well, to take revenge on Riels. As a result, he suffered in the end. Riels is so smart, he must be able to figure it out, and now he is willing to come up with this method to help her. Really it touched her so much that she wanted to cry again. Well, it's not that I'm so moved that I want to cry. It's just that it's okay if I don't rub my belly, but it makes me feel even worse if I rub it. Yinelin is about to cry but has no tears, and the reward for breaking out is 100 emotion points. Riels raised his eyebrows, and after feeling that the time was about right, he activated the ability of the horse talisman. In an instant, Yinelin, who was about to cry, felt shaken all over. An indescribable feeling of relief spread throughout the body. My stomach, which was still bloated, felt empty all of a sudden. If she hadn't been able to touch her slightly bulging belly, she might have really felt that these things had been digested. But her slightly bulging belly told her that the food had not been digested. It's just that Riels didn't know what method he used, or that the method Riels gave her was really useful. In an instant, she no longer felt the swelling feeling. Yinelin breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling that the air was much fresher and her whole body felt refreshed. Thank you, Riels, your method is really useful. I think I will remember it and use it again if I have the chance. Well, this is just a polite remark. She is not a fool, so she naturally does not believe that such a simple method can have such good results. And it was obviously a way to digest food, so why did she feel so energetic? The previous fatigue was not wiped away. Could it be that rubbing your belly can refresh you? Is there anything more nonsense than this? You are saying that Voldemort is back and is preparing to take over the entire wizarding world again. No, it has already taken over the wizarding world, which is not true either. It's Voldemort who is back, sneaked into Hogwarts and danced under Dumbledore's nose. This is more credible than rubbing your stomach to digest food and refresh your mind. But she didn't ask any more questions, she just kept the matter in mind. Riels has special abilities, or he knows special spells, and he can cast spells without wands and silently, or he knows special potion formulas. No matter which one it is, Riels is amazing enough. Don't think these things aren't important. They may not be important to other people, but it is very important to her. After all, her daughter Pansy, if nothing else happens, will be very, very close to Riels. Riels may also become her son in the future, and her retirement life may depend on Riels. There's no other way. You can't rely on Pansy, right? That girl, it's good if she can take care of herself. Now that the Parkinson family is in decline, so is the dependent Malfoy family, which is on the decline. It is estimated that it will not take long, maybe a few years, maybe more than 10 years. Pureblood families are really going to fall. When Pansy loses the family's protection, her character will definitely cause trouble. She may even be targeted for this, and her life may be in danger. As the patriarchal wife of the Parkinson family, she is involved in most of the affairs of the Parkinson family. It can be said that she sees things more clearly and understands things more clearly than others. There is no way to stop the decline of pure blood, unless a being like Voldemort appears and successfully subverts the wizarding world. Otherwise, the pureblood revival will be just a joke. No, it can't even be called a joke. She was unable to prevent the decline of the Parkinson family, but as a mother, she wanted to prevent her daughter from heading towards the point of no return. Riels now allows her to see this hope. Pansy can't change it, she knows this very well, so there can only be one person to protect Pansy. After the decline of the Parkinson family, he protected Pansy from being harmed and targeted by others. And the best choice for this person is Riels, bar none. Pansy had told her about Riels, although most of them were complaints or bad words about Riels. But she still grasped the important information keenly. Riels is very smart, very talented in magic spells, and also very talented in potions. He created the magic spell himself not long after he entered school. She has also seen the floating curse, and it is really great. It combines the advantages of the flying curse and the floating curse. If it's a duel, you can catch the enemy off guard. In daily life, it is also a good curse, well, at least she thinks so. Therefore, Riels is the person who can protect Pansy from harm and tolerate Pansy's arrogant and domineering character. The most important thing is that Pansy likes Riels very much, very much. As Pansy's mother, she can be sure of this. But this is normal. Apart from being a little weird, Riels is indeed a perfect person. If she were the same age as Riels, she might also be fascinated by him. To sum up, no one can compare with Riels as the first choice. So she cannot think about Riels' secrets, but also protect Riels from harm. This is the only thing she, as a mother, can do for her daughter Pansy. Anilin expects plus 19, expresses plus 19, is funny plus 19, gratifies plus 19. Woohoo, the number that broke out this time is almost 100 right. Riels looked at Anilin with some surprise. This is also an archangel and looks very good. Although not as good as Narcissa, nor as good as the three little Lolita, she is still very beautiful. But it's a pity that he has his own set of rules. Anilin is Pansy's mother, and he had no wrong thoughts from the beginning to the end. Unlike Malfoy, Pansy is his little angel, even though there are signs of becoming a fallen angel. If nothing happens, Anilin will become his mother-in-law. He has no morals, and morality cannot hold him back, but he still has these basic things. So even if Anilin is a big hen that can lay golden eggs, he can at most pick up 2 golden eggs with tears in his eyes. Of course, this is just a metaphor. Not to mention that Yinlin is not the hen that lays golden eggs, even he will not pick up the golden eggs. After all, gold, he really has no shortage of it. Aunt Yinlin, I think we should hurry up. If I remember correctly, class will start soon. Riels raised his eyebrows and changed the subject. Because of the parent-teacher meeting today, the class time has been postponed. But it's still far from class now. It's not that long, and transfiguration is taught by Professor McGonagall, so you should know her right. She is a very rigorous person. What I am talking about is that during class, she usually arrives in the classroom early. I think she should be in there by now. In response to Riel's words, Anilin just smiled in disbelief. She heard that Riels wanted to change the subject, but she did not delve into it and instead followed Riels to speed up the pace. In fact, there is a flaw in what Riels said. She is only in her 30s now, and Professor McGonagall has taught her before. Therefore, it is not that she knows Professor McGonagall, but that she is one of Professor McGonagall's students. Of course, these are not important, they are just unimportant things. Without the burden of a bloated stomach, Anilin's speed increased. It didn't take the two of them long to arrive at the Transfiguration classroom. As expected, Professor McGonagall was already waiting inside. Because of the parent-teacher conference, the classroom of the Transfiguration class has also been extended, and it is still a traceless telescopic spell. But the extension is not very big, because from the beginning, the classroom for each subject was far larger than the number of students. That is to say, every time there is a class, students from the 2 colleges will not be able to sit down, and there will be a lot of empty seats. Especially for the Transfiguration class and the Charms class, there are many, many locations. Therefore, although the Transfiguration classroom cast a traceless telescopic spell, but it didn't extend too much, it was just a little bigger than before. As for who cast the traceless telescopic spell, there is no doubt that it must be old Lei Feng. Don't forget, the castle of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry itself is a magic prop and a work of alchemy. In the entire wizarding world, Dumbledore is the only one who can currently change the layout of Hogwarts Castle. Because he is the principal of Hogwarts, he is considered the owner of Hogwarts Castle. If it were others, even a dozen people working together would not be able to extend or shrink the layout of Hogwarts. Even the deans of the 4 major colleges are like this. Of course, if someone is stronger than the 4 people who built Hogwarts, they can definitely ignore this rule. Forcibly change the structure of Hogwarts. But there is no one who can be stronger than those 4 people, let alone the current wizarding world. Even if we go back hundreds of years, we can't find anyone. There aren't even many people who are stronger than Dumbledore. Not to mention, it is completely impossible to surpass those 4 people. Transfiguration classroom, Li Nuos. As soon as Riels entered the door, he politely said, "Good afternoon, Professor McGonagall." This is his godmother, his relative in this world. Although there is no blood relationship, he does regard Professor McGonagall as a real relative. Although he is not a good person, he can even be said to do all kinds of evil. But he understood that a drop of kindness should be repaid by a spring. This was the reason why he left so many pounds when he left the orphanage. If there is a chance in the future, he will go back to the orphanage to visit. Of course not to see those orphans with bad hobbies. Instead, he went to see Mrs. Aina and the others, who raised him until he was a teenager. Although Mrs. Aina is very strict, she is all for his own good. Sometimes when he did something wrong, Mrs. Aina would not hit him but would just scold him. You know, in the previous life, this was simply impossible. The things he did in his previous life would have been beyond the scope of breaking a few septwolves. Even if it was a bamboo stick, it would take more than a dozen pieces to be broken. Riels, Mrs. Parkinson, good afternoon, Professor McGonagall asked with a smile. At the same time, she cast an apologetic look at Riels. If it weren't for special reasons, she shouldn't be standing on the podium at this time. Instead, she sat in the audience and listened to the class as Riels' mother, rather than giving lectures as a transfiguration professor. But she knew very well that this was impossible. The distinction between public and private matters was clearly engraved in her bones, not even if she loves Riels very much, unless someone can take her place and teach the class for 2 days. Professor McGonagall's eyes flickered a few times, and he suddenly felt that Dumbledore must be bored being so idle every day. After all these years, Professor Dumbledore's lecturing skills should have not faded, right? It has been decided that if there is another parent-teacher meeting next year, Professor Bolito will come to help teach. When the time comes, she will sit down and listen to the lecture as Riel's mother. Enilin also hurriedly bowed and said, Professor McGonagall, it is really an honor to see you here. I'm sorry I was a little distracted just now. You know, this place holds so many memories for me. Now that I see it again, I can't help but feel a little emotional. Speaking of this, Enilin looked around the Transfiguration classroom, her eyes full of nostalgia. Back then, she was sitting here, listening to Professor McGonagall's lecture. After so many years, she never expected that she would still have the opportunity to hear Professor McGonagall give a lecture. Although she was originally a Slytherin snake, she still respected Professor McGonagall. In other words, there is no little snake who doesn't know how to respect the professor. Slytherins and Gryffindors are opposed because they admire conflicting things. But not many students from these two colleges would be dissatisfied with the other's dean. Of course, there are some exceptions, such as Gryffindor's Ronald. He was very dissatisfied with Professor Snape. To be more precise, he is dissatisfied with all purebloods and anyone or anything related to Slytherin. Even if he is a member of a pureblood family, he is also a member of the Weasley family, one of the 28 sacred pureblood families. As for the reason, it goes without saying that Ronald has a bad temper and is easily jealous of others. Why do other pureblood families have so much power and so much gold and galleons to spend? The Weasley family, however, have to live in a dilapidated house, and a wand has to be passed down for several generations. Searching through the entire Weasley family, I'm afraid I won't be able to find a few galleons. In fact, the total assets of the Weasley family may only amount to 1 galleons. Of course, the assets here are working capital, not fixed assets. However, the Weasley family's house is in the suburbs, almost outside the suburbs of the wizarding world, and it can't be sold for much money. Although their family atmosphere is very warm, they have too many children, and Ronald's status is somewhat low. He has several older brothers and sisters and a younger sister, Ginny. This makes it impossible for him to get too much favor, plus he also has twin brothers, the kings of pranks, the Weasley twins. Under such circumstances, it is normal for Ronald to be jealous of other pureblood families. Professor McGonagall guilt plus 19, satisfaction plus 19, determination plus 18, Pansy angry plus 16, Cassandra doubt plus 15, others disdain 991, anger. Woohoo, this last elementary 10 drawer is about to be obtained. Looking at the growing balance of emotion points, Riels almost smiled crookedly. There was no way today's harvest was so good it made him feel like he was dreaming. First, he signed a servant contract with a girly, mature wife. Not only did he get a big maid, but he also got 2 tool men to increase his emotional value. There are also the Cruciatus, one of the 3 unforgivable curses, the White Curse, Expelliarmus, and very practical curses such as the 197 Stop Curse. Then there is the emotional value, which is more than 9,000. It has only been more than half a day. As long as he accumulates 10,000 emotional points, he can summon the dragon. Perform 10 intermediate draws or 1 high-level draw, or just conduct 100 primary draws. Although the primary lottery won't drop very good things, it's so exciting if you can't stand it. Of course, he doesn't need to be happy, he just needs something useful to him. Any one of these rewards, taken alone on any day, would be enough to make him very excited. Not to mention that now that they are all gathered together, it still only takes half a day. Even if he did nothing today, he could still get his first 10,000 emotion points in his life. Riels narrowed his eyes in pleasure, feeling that his life was completely clear. Mrs. Parkinson, if you want to come back, I think the door to Hogwarts will always be open. Professor McGonagall looked around the entire classroom and said loudly with a smile on his face. Remember what we said when you graduated. Hogwarts is your second home. As long as you want to come back, you can come back at any time, come back to this home. We professors welcome you back. As soon as this statement came out, the entire Transfiguration classroom instantly fell into discussion. The people sitting here, except for Cassandra, are basically local wizards in the British wizarding world. They all graduated from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Like Yinlin, they also came back with longing for Hogwarts. Now Professor McGonagall's words almost made them cry. In a way, Hogwarts is where they grew up. From being ignorant when he first entered the academy, to growing up little by little after arriving at the academy, to being ignorant in youth, and then to graduating and entering the wizarding world. For 7 years, except for the holidays at Christmas, they stayed in Hogwarts the rest of the time. As Professor McGonagall said, this is their second home, but they have no way to come back. Life is easy, but life is not easy. They all have their own families now, and they can't leave those things behind and run back to this second home to miss the past. Even those from pure-blood families are the same. For a time, the entire Transfiguration classroom was immersed in sadness. Piglets and snakes may not understand this feeling, but adults can appreciate it. Okay, Riels, take Mrs. Parkinson over and sit down. By the way, what about Mr. Worley? Isn't he with you? Is he lost? Professor McGonagall asked doubtfully. She didn't mean to laugh at William Worley, but she was really worried about it. There is no way who allowed those moving stairs in Hogwarts Castle. It's normal to get lost if it's your first time here. It's like every year, the little wizard goes to an unknown place because of the corridor, causing the professors of the college to search everywhere. Even if William Worley is not a child, but a mature adult and the patriarch of the Worley family, getting lost does not depend on your status. On the road you walked for the first time, if something unexpected happens, you should still get lost. Those stairs in Hogwarts Castle, if no one takes them with you for the first time, it is almost certain that you will get lost. Riels scratched the back of his head, not knowing how to explain it to Professor McGonagall. You can't say that William Worley is taking a leisurely walk in the back after he's full, right? Well, it's not good to say that, it's really not good. As a polite child, it should be said that Uncle William has eaten his fill and is now eating in the back. Riels nodded with satisfaction, and just as he was about to speak, he heard heavy footsteps coming from the door. Everyone turned around and saw William Worley walking into the classroom with heavy steps and a frown. As soon as William came in, he received everyone's attention and was almost frightened to death. He thought it was because he was late and made everyone dissatisfied. Helpless, William could only endure the pain in his stomach, put on an apologetic smile and said, "Sorry everyone, I just got a little lost, so I'm late." "You must be Professor McGonagall. It's such an honor to see you here." William nodded politely to Professor McGonagall. As the patriarch of the Worley family, he could naturally identify Professor McGonagall's identity. Even if he has never met Professor McGonagall, the place where Professor McGonagall is standing and the aura around her can prove her identity. Well, the most important thing was the textbook she held in her hand. It was obviously something only professors would bring. "Mr. Worley, it's a great honor to meet you. I hope that getting lost this time did not bring you a bad feeling." Riels, take Mr. Worley to his seat. Professor McGonagall winked at Riels a few times. She could see that William was feeling very uncomfortable now, and the way he was holding his stomach looked like he was full. Although some people don't understand why William is still overwhelmed with his identity. But it was inconvenient for her to ask more questions in this situation. Even if there was no one else, she wouldn't be able to ask this question. So she could only signal Riels to go over and support William to make him walk more comfortably. Professor McGonagall is pleased +18, William is helpless +19, Pansy is funny +19, Cassandra is speechless +18. Others are funny +125, doubtful +211, no +95. Riels turned around and looked around at the people in the Transfiguration classroom, but saw no one with disdain on their faces. But the system would not lie to her. There were indeed several people who were very disdainful of him. In just a short while, they contributed almost 200 disdain points to him. Although he didn't find out who it was, he could guess a little bit. The two little followers of the white-haired young Master Malfoy, there are also some noble pure bloods, and of course there are also some mixed bloods. But it doesn't matter, as long as they don't provoke them head-on, he won't pay much attention to them. Anyway, they don't bother to provide him with emotional value, so let them go. Riels shook his head and turned to William. "Uncle William, are you able to hold on after eating too much? I mean, don't you feel full after drinking so much pumpkin juice at noon? I have a way to digest food here. You put your stomach." A daff. Put your hand on your stomach, circle it 3 times to the left and write 3 rounds of kneading. This method is very useful. Aunt Yinelin has used it before and she said it is very effective and helpful. Again, regarding the matter of Anilin and William, He adopted a small punishment but a big warning. This lesson should be something they will remember for a long time, and there is no need to go too far. After all, one of them is the mother of stupid lowly Pansy, and the other is Cassandra, the father of Sister Ka. Not surprisingly, one is his mother-in-law and the other is his father-in-law. Well, he is a good man, he always has to be responsible, right? Moreover, he has no cuckold addiction, nor does he like having green hair on his head, nor does he believe in the saying that if you want to live a good life, your head must be green with tears. He is a very special person, very greedy and very possessive, but using it as a possessive thing is a little wrong. After all, will the lowly he cultivates from now on have to be given away to others when he is fully cultivated? Laughing to death, he is not that mean, nor does he have this habit. There is no such thing as monogamy in the wizarding world. To be precise, as long as you are strong, there are no rules or irregularities. As the saying goes, rules are always used to restrain the weak, and the strong are used to make rules for the weak to abide by. William's expectation plus 19, doubt plus 17, Professor McGonagall's doubt plus 18, Pansy's confusion plus 19, Cassandra's curiosity plus 18, others' doubt plus 94, disdain plus 61. Very good, if he keeps going at this pace, he will probably have his intermediate 10 draws by the end of this class. Riels narrowed his eyes comfortably, and the way he looked at others became much softer. There is no way, this is the source of his emotional value, he is a money-giving boy. William rubbed his belly and asked in a low voice in confusion, "Is this method you mentioned really effective? Seriously, he is real." "I don't believe this method," Riels said. "If rubbing your belly could help digestion, there wouldn't be so many people in the world who are starved to death." "What? There are still people who are dying these days." "Well, yes, and quite a few. It is only ordinary people who are poor and will always be poor. Those who are rich and powerful are still extremely rich. As the saying goes, the poor will die of poverty, the rich will die of riches, the thirsty will die of thirst, and the poor will die of waterlogging. This world has always been unfair. On the one hand, people are born with a silver spoon in their mouths, and they gain wealth and power that others cannot imagine right after they are born. On the one hand, one is born in such a humble way that even eating is a problem. When one grows up, one has to work as a cow or horse for those who were born with a silver spoon in their mouths just to make ends meet. How many camels have been crushed by the sentence, 'I still have family'?" Riel smiled and said, "You'll know if it's useful or not after you use it." He did not help William. Same S asterisk X repels and opposite S asterisk X attracts each other. This is an eternal truth. At least this is the truth for an ordinary person like him who doesn't have any extraordinary hobbies. Even if William is his future father-in-law, he doesn't like to have any physical contact with William. Is it that Hermione's face is no longer smooth? Or is it that Pansy's little hands are not easy to pinch? Or is it that Sister Ka's body smells bad? It can't be that Narcissa's baby granary isn't attractive enough, right? Obviously not, so why does he have physical contact with men? It's easy to cast the horse talisman. Although it can't be cast through air, it is still no problem through clothes. Seeing that the more William rubbed his belly, the expression on his face became more painful, until he almost couldn't hold it any longer. The puzzled little snake and badger below and their parents are about to ask questions. Riels took a step forward and lightly touched William's arm. The next moment, the effect of the horse talisman took effect, and William, who was still frowning in pain, immediately recovered. William looked at Riels in surprise. "You are really useful." Like Anilin, he didn't ask any more questions, although I know this is not the relationship Riels mentioned. But he didn't care, it was fine, and he wasn't going to ask any more questions. As the head of the Woolley family, he knows much more than others and sees things more clearly. Cassandra has been very independent since she was a child. Once she makes a decision, it cannot be changed by him. In this case, there is no need for him to keep asking questions, making Riels impatient and Cassandra unhappy. This is something Cassandra should know about Riels' abilities, but he decided to remind Cassandra before leaving. No matter how smart and independent Cassandra is, in his eyes she is still just a little girl, his teenage daughter. "Thank you, Riels, your method works very well," William said half seriously and half jokingly. William is pleased plus 18, Pansy is impatient plus 16, Cassandra is confused plus 17, others are confused plus 122, impatience plus 156, pleasure plus 67. Riels didn't pay attention to the system, even though he was now very close to the intermediate level of 10 consecutive draws, and the difference was only a few hundred emotional points. He looked at William with a faint smile and said, "Uncle William, go and sit down quickly, class will start soon." Professor McGonagall is a great master of transformation spells, and the lectures she teaches are also very interesting. You may not want to leave after listening. How could he possibly hear the deeper meaning in William's words? At first glance, it sounded like he was praising the effectiveness of his method. In fact, it is saying that he has a very strange ability which is very magical and easy to use. They are all smart people and their words are easy to understand. Well, it's just a bit mind-numbing. William smiled and nodded. It's an honor to listen to Professor McGonagall's lecture here. I think this will be something I will never forget. Professor McGonagall just smiled politely and didn't say much. William was not annoyed and just walked to Cassandra and sat down under Riels' guidance. Riels followed suit and sat between Cassandra and Pansy, his lord's throne. He had just sat down here when the bell for class rang immediately. Many of you may have listened to my class, and of course some of you have not, but it doesn't matter. It's not you who should be nervous, but me. Professor McGonagall joked, it is really a very strange experience to give a lecture to you grown-ups for the first time, but it is surprisingly good. I hope you can also find this a novel experience. The words that were half sentimental and half joking made the atmosphere in the Transfiguration classroom relaxed and pleasant. The people sitting in this classroom. No, it should be said that the parents coming to this parent-teacher meeting are basically Hogwarts graduates. Hearing Professor McGonagall's words now, these parents who have been through hardships feel warm and touched like never before. At this moment, they truly felt that Hogwarts was their second home, a safe haven that could protect them from wind and rain. Professor McGonagall's teaching style has not changed after so many years. It's great, Enilin said with red eyes and some emotion. It's not that she is sentimental, but she really wants to cry. If she hadn't been the wife of the Parkinson family for a long time and had good concealment skills, she might have cried by now. When Pansy saw this, she didn't know what to say, so she could only look at Riels asking for help. This was the first time she had seen Enilin like this. In the past, her mother in her impression should be a very optimistic person. Her methods were tough but also very shrewd. She was able to maintain the declining Parkinson family, and she took most of the credit. After all, you can't expect that the Malfoy family, which has begun to decline, will really bring much help to the Parkinson family, right? At most, some resources can be given to prevent the Parkinson family from declining so quickly, but it was just to provide some resources. The person who really kept the Parkinson family from falling was Inaline Parkinson. As for her father, well, he followed Lucius around all day, but there was nothing he could do. Now the Parkinson family has to rely on the Malfoy family. If they don't praise Lucius, they have no other choice. In general, Enilin takes most of the credit for keeping the Parkinson family alive, followed by the help of her father and the Malfoy family. But for such a smart and wise mother, her eyes were red now. Still on this occasion, this was a scene she had never seen before. Even when she was proud of herself and went to work as a follower for Draco Malfoy to please him so as to obtain more resources for the family. Enilin was not that sad either. She just tried to dissuade her seriously, hoping that she would not go. Later, when she couldn't resist her, she started to warn her carefully. Let her pay attention to safety and let her not care too much about the family. The family will not fail. It can be said that although the Parkinson family has declined, Pansy has not been treated badly under Enilin's maternal love. She is still the little princess who was born with a silver spoon in her mouth and is the envy of everyone. Pansy asks for help +19, expects +19, praise +19. Cassandra plays with +17. Riel's mouth twitched a few times and he silently looked at Cassandra beside him. Are you still thinking about that at this time? Isn't it a bit unreasonable? But looking at Cassandra's expressionless and delicate face, he didn't say much. Regardless of whether she is joking or not, the most important thing now is to solve the trouble of the silly little lowly angel. Aunt Enilin used to be Slytherin's little snake, right? She must be very happy to return to Hogwarts this time, right? But Auntie, don't be too excited. If I remember correctly, Hogwarts will hold a parent-teacher conference every year in the future, and you can always come then. Riels added with a smile. Of course, if you have time, you can come back to Hogwarts directly without waiting for the parent-teacher conference. Remember what Professor McGonagall just said. The door of Hogwarts is always open to you, and this is your home. When you come back here, you just go home, don't have any psychological burden. As he spoke, Enilin, who had been able to hold back her tears, suddenly dropped her little pearls. This time, Pansy was immediately confused. She rolled her eyes at Riels angrily. He quickly took out his handkerchief and handed it to Enilin and whispered in her ear. She was really speechless now. She originally asked Riels to persuade her mother to stop crying. Comfort her well and don't make her so sentimental. It turned out that Riels was a cruel person. Instead of comforting her, he directly explained it to Enilin. If she had known this outcome, she would not have asked Riels for help. Isn't this a disservice? Pansy is speechless plus 19, angry plus 19, Cassandra is funny plus 18, Yinlin is moved plus 19, sad plus 18, and William praises plus 18. Praise? Isn't this emotion coming at the wrong time? Riels looked at William silently, feeling something was wrong. It seems that these two fathers and daughters can always show some strange emotional values on some special occasions. Well, when others cry, Cassandra can burst out with fun and William can burst out with praise directly. Why are you having fun? Is it fun when others cry? What is praise? If someone else cried beautifully, is it worthy of praise? Riels had 100 complaints but didn't say it out loud. Well, he's used to it. Probably. There is no other way. Let's not talk about other things. In this situation, what should he ask? Aunt Yinelin is crying. Why are you and your daughter laughing here? But they didn't laugh either. So these two fathers and daughters are definitely biological. This facial expression management ability is exactly the same. If he didn't have a system, he might not even know what these two people were thinking. Even though there was a system, he didn't know what the two of them were thinking. But if you can see the emotional value, you can guess some of it. Riel scratched his head and did not continue to think more, but turned to help comfort Anilin. His actions naturally earned Pansy's blank stare and vigilant gaze. In this regard, Riels just wanted to say, "Do you believe me when I say this was all an accident? God can see the pity. What he just said was indeed to comfort Anilin. Why is Anilin so sad and wanting to cry? Isn't it just that she is revisiting her old place and recalling the past and feeling a little sentimental? Isn't this easy to solve? Wouldn't it be better if she just stopped being nostalgic for this old place? Or is it to let Anilin come back from time to time so that she won't be so sad? It's simple, effective, fast, and cost-effective. It can also take care of Pansy's mood, and maybe he can even get Pansy's careful feeding." But the development of the script was somewhat beyond his expectations. He really didn't expect that these words he said did not comfort Du Yinelin, but directly made her explode. This can only be said to be the fickleness of the world. The big intestine wraps up the small intestine. Everyone, please be quiet. Our class time is very short and precious. If possible, I hope you can listen to me carefully. Although these are some basic transfiguration knowledge, I hope you can listen carefully, because this may be the last time you listen to my lecture. Professor McGonagall's eyes were slightly red, and he continued with a slightly nasal voice. Our transfiguration class is a very interesting course, transfiguration. She wasn't lying, and of course she wasn't implying that there wouldn't be a parent-teacher conference next year, or that these people might do something like that. What she actually wanted to say was that even if there was a parent-teacher meeting next year, she would ask someone who had nothing to do but only smoked strange flavored beans to take over the class. As Riel's mother, she wants to attend the parent-teacher meeting and be a student. Dumbledore chewing strange flavored beans. Why don't you just tell me who I am? I'm a boring person who only eats strange flavored beans. Am I eating strange flavored beans? It's so superficial, so superficial. In the entire Hogwarts are Snape and Riels the only ones who can understand me. The above is Dumbledore's confession. How strange. A transfiguration class can be said to be ups and downs, very indescribable. I can only say that this is not a good transfiguration class. But what is certain is that this is a good family recognition meeting and the scene is really a blast. You cry, I cry. All the adults are just like children. They are still unweaned children, babbling and unable to speak properly. Professor McGonagall said a few words, and then a series of cries began to sound. It really makes me sad when I see it, and I cry when I smell it. So a transfiguration lesson, as expected, can be considered a success, right? After all, the purpose of this lesson is to let parents see the learning environment of the little wizards. I'm afraid even Dumbledore, who came up with the idea of parent-teacher conferences, didn't expect this to happen. According to Dumbledore's idea, once the parents' meeting is held, Lucius and others can be stopped from forcing him. It also allows little wizards to meet their parents who have been separated for a long time. More importantly, it allows young wizards who have graduated from Hogwarts to revisit their old places. Of course, there is also the most important purpose. That is to give those parents who are muggles, to let them truly feel what magic is and what wizards are. This can be said to be a good way to achieve multiple goals with one stone. At least no one will not think it is a good idea. But Dumbledore and the others didn't expect it. They really didn't expect it. Many of these benefits have been achieved. But what I didn't expect was that these parents who graduated from Hogwarts would actually cry. Well, that's right, it's not just the Transfiguration class that has this scene. In other classrooms, there was also a show, You Cry, We Cry. Even Professor Snape's potions class was no exception. Some people even cried loudly and accidentally dropped their tears into the potion being brewed and then made forgetfulness. Ahem. Then something happened in the potion that shouldn't have appeared, causing an accident to occur in the entire pot of potion. If Professor Snape hadn't been very experienced, he would have used a magic spell to throw the crucible out of the window on the spot. Don't think too much, Hogwarts will lose a potions classroom, even several young wizards, and there will be several more ghosts. Well, in fact, there is only one potions classroom at Hogwarts. But it doesn't matter, Riels doesn't care. He only cares about his emotional value now, and he only cares about the level of 10 draws in a row. That's right, it's an intermediate level 10 draws. The few hundred that were still missing were successfully obtained when he sent away the Grangers and Anilin. No way, who made him so charismatic? These future father-in-laws and mothers-in-law are all extremely satisfied with him. 0. Please give me flowers. Isn't it normal to be reluctant to separate? Well, in fact, the main contributors to the emotional value are the three little Lolita. However, it is worth mentioning that William Worley has to rush back to the wizarding world in the beautiful country. So he uses the portkey instead of riding the Hogwarts Express. Unfortunately, he missed out on the beauty of the journey to Hogwarts and the fun of riding the Hogwarts Express. This is an experience that no one else would dare to imagine. Well, I'm talking about Muggles. In short, all he needs to do is increase his emotional value. In the Slytherin dormitory, Riel sat cross-legged on the bed with new sheets, looking at the spotless bedroom, as well as the neatly arranged cat food and wardrobe. His current expression is really, "Wonderful, I didn't expect it, I really didn't expect it. Narcissa actually has a talent for housekeeping. This job is several times better than that of a house elf. House elf, so love disappears, right? Narcissa is proud plus 19, funny plus 19, interesting plus 17. What, have you never seen such a neat dormitory?" Seeing Riel's surprised expression, Narcissa raised her head proudly. She is not a wizard who can only do magic spells, nor is she the kind of young lady who can't get into bed, get out of the kitchen, or even rub the floor. Well, she is the eldest lady, the patriarch's wife, and her status is more noble than the eldest mistress. But again, she doesn't like others touching the place where she lives. Especially the bed, the clothes, she doesn't even like people entering her room. This also developed her excellent housekeeping skills. Of course, she usually won't take action. Once she does, it only means that she wants to live here. Point 0. It would be like this now if it weren't for going down in Riel's dormitory. She would never clean these things. You know, although she can do magic spells, she still likes to do many things by herself. After all, this is where she wants to live, so naturally she can't use magic spells to solve everything. The magic spell can only be an auxiliary, the wizard is the leader. Never let the curse guide you, otherwise you will no longer be a wizard but a puppet of the curse. Sister Narcissa, I really didn't expect you to organize these things. You know these, no one has organized them for me. Riels looked at his tea seeds, which were neatly folded and piled in the corner of the closet. At this moment he was really in tears. Family members, who knows? His wardrobe is so big, Moringa's wardrobe. Why are his clothes crowded in the corner, or pile it directly on the ground? Is there no room for him to hang it? There is obviously no clothes on it. Riel's current expression can be said to be indescribable. However, his mood is easy to understand, but there is a sentence that I don't know whether to say. There was no way, he really didn't expect that Narcissa hadn't bought any clothes yet. He actually piled up his clothes directly. Really, he cried to death. Who in the family understands this feeling? Doesn't this bedroom belong to him? Doesn't this closet belong to him? Why is the space he occupies in this closet so insignificant? Riels, you know I will have more clothes. As a woman, clothes are the second skin, which is very important. Don't worry, I've cast a spell on your clothes, but there won't be any wrinkles there. Oh, by the way, if I can really stay tomorrow, I need to buy clothes. Well, I need you to give me money. Narcissa blinked her sapphire-like beautiful eyes innocently and said pitifully, "You know, I have fallen out with Lucius because of you. It can be said that I have nowhere to go now, let alone Jin Jiajang, so I can only rely on you to support me. But don't worry, my sister is very measured in her money and will spend it according to the situation. You only need to give me 100 gold galleons a month. No, 50 gold galleons to buy clothes. Just make up. 50 gold galleons. If this were placed in a family like Weasley's or an ordinary wizarding family, it would probably be an astronomical figure that would be unimaginable. You must know that many wizards, even if they make a year's worth of money, can't make more than 50 gold galleons." The corner of Riel's mouth twitched a few times, and he was more or less speechless. However, he also knew that Narcissa was not trying to embarrass him, but was telling the truth and lowering the cost standard. You must know that she is the wife of the Malfoy family, and the amount of gold galleons she spends every month is in the tens or tens of thousands. That's in the thousands, and as Narcissa said, she had fallen out with Lucius because of him. She has nowhere to go now. As the initiator of all this, Riels said, "Tai cool, isn't it just gold galleons? Sister Narcissa, don't worry, even if you buy the entire wizarding world, we can still afford it." Riels waved his hand, and he summoned about 1/10 of the gold galleons accumulated in the system's space. There was no way the space was too small. Even so, the entire dormitory was filled with less than 1/10 of the gold galleons. Too much, too much, too much to hold. In an instant, the entire dormitory was filled with gold galleons, and the golden light blooming from the gold galleons made people unable to open their eyes. Narcissa looked at the mountains of gold galleons in surprise. Narcissa was shocked and revealed the reward, 300 emotion points. Riels grinned and received another 300 emotion points. Although these 300 emotional values are only a very small increase compared to his more than 10,000 emotional values. But as the old saying goes, a little adds up, and no matter how small a mosquito's legs are, they're still meat. Wealth must be accumulated bit by bit. Even if it is just 1 or 2 points of emotional value, it is still emotional value, right? Sister Narcissa, don't you know, I can be considered a small fortune. Sister Jin Jai along Sister Sissa will use it first. If it's not enough, come back, ask Garfilas for it. Riels pointed to Garfilas, who was lying on his back on the cat food, happily playing with his tail. At this moment, Narcissa's already slightly cerebellum was completely confused. No, it's strange enough that Riels can come up with so many galleons. What does it mean to ask her to find a cat and ask for gold galleons now? Can this fat cat still make gold galleons? Meow tilde. Garfilas meowed dissatisfiedly and turned over with difficulty, facing away from Riels and Narcissa. These two people have no eyesight. Can't they see that she is getting along with her dear cat food? Why do you still want her to turn stones into gold and create wealth for them? The cats were unhappy, so they went to dream. Narcissa is confused, +19, doubtful, +19. You mean, let me ask, Garfilas wants gold galleons. She is a cat, does she still manage the accounts? To be honest, Narcissa is really shocked now. She has lived for more than 30 and 50 years and thinks she has seen guest scenes. But she really didn't expect that one day someone would actually ask her to find a cat and ask for gold galleons. What happened to the wizarding world? Did she not evolve fast enough? Or has she stayed in the Malfoy family for too long and some major changes have occurred in the wizarding world? Putting aside the matter of Garfilas, just looking at Riels' background, where did he get so many galleons? Has the value of gold galleons depreciated to this point now? At this moment, various speculations have emerged in Narcissa's mind. There are even speculations that Riels is not actually a Muggle-born orphan, but a member of a pureblood family. Those words he said before were all lies to her, but as soon as the idea arose, she killed it. This is not to say that the credibility is not high. On the contrary, the possibility is very high, and it may even be the fact. This is a conspiracy against their Malfoy family. But what if it's true? Does she have any choice now? The words she said before were not lies. She has now broken up with Lucius, and there is no place for her in the Malfoy family. Not to mention the Black family, there is probably no one left in that place except the house elves. Oh no, the house elves. Those guys are loyal, but there is a limit to how loyal they can be. What's more, the loyalty of house elves is based on the master's ability to suppress them. If the masters died, not many house elves would stay, with some exceptions. But those are special cases. After all, even house elves have to eat, right? Sister Narcissa, don't be surprised. You have only been with Garfield for a short time, so you don't know her abilities. Didn't you realize that Garfilas is no ordinary cat? Riels pointed to Garfila's tail with a smile. Look what her tail looks like. After Garfield absorbed Godzilla's genetic fluid, the biggest change in his body was not the muscles, but that tail, that thick tail like Godzilla, with scales very thick and fins. Garfield's current tail is the tail of a smaller version of Godzilla. In fact, he was quite curious. Narcissa really had no suspicion at all about Garfield's current appearance. The truth was just as he expected. Narcissa had indeed doubted it. Not only had I doubted it, but I also wondered if it was some kind of magical animal, not a cat. But after watching Garfield show off 10 pounds of cat food, she gave up the idea. Whose magical animal eats cat food and eats so much at once? Garfilas is obviously a cat, and as for her special features, Narcissa attributes them all to Garfilas being able to eat. This also made her believe in the saying that eating is a blessing, and it is indeed true. Look at Garfilas, he's so full of food, the muscles on his body and his thick tail. They can't even grow any hair, but now that Riels is saying it, it seems ... probably, maybe. Garfield is really a magical animal. Narcissa's face was full of disbelief. You're not going to tell me that Rufiras is a magical animal, are you? I have read books. I don't think there are any magical animals in the wizarding world that have not been included. If there are, they are definitely not like Garfila's. Funny, a cat that can eat cat food, a magical animal. That had long been noticed by the Ministry of Magic in the wizarding world. As the patriarch's wife of the Malfoy family, well, the former patriarch's wife. She knows a lot of secrets in the wizarding world, but among those secrets there is absolutely no magical animal like Garfila's. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lars is a very edible cat. Compared with Garfield being a magical animal, she is more willing to believe that Garfield has the intelligence of a human being and can help Riels manage his accounts. It's all nonsense anyway, so it's better to find a more reliable one, right? Narcissa question plus 19, puzzled plus 19, Yuan Shang plus 17. Riels looked at Narcissa in confusion. This is great, why are you still sad? Could it be that the gold galleons he gave me were not enough? Are you kidding me? Although the gold galleons here are not many, they are more than 10,000, right? It's almost piled up into a mountain. Even if Narcissa could spend more money, could she still spend it all in one day? Besides, he said that if he didn't have enough money, he would go find Garfield. At this moment, Riel seemed to understand why Narcissa was sad. She wouldn't think that when he asked her to go to Garfila's to ask for gold galleons, he wanted to tell her that he wouldn't give her gold galleons in the future, right? Riels couldn't laugh or cry when he thought of this, but he didn't have any questions but pointed at Garfila's and explained. Garfield is not a simple fat cat, she is a very different fat cat, she is a magical animal. It is a level 5 magical animal that is comparable to a giant dragon. It is very powerful. Do you remember why I came back in such a hurry during the day? I'm just afraid that you'll get into a conflict with her and get beaten by her. Garfila's doesn't hit you lightly or hard. What if you get hurt? Riels walked out of bed and came to Narcissa. He seemed to have said it very affectionately, and then he dived into the billowy and conspicuous bag. The conspicuous bag is very conspicuous. In fact, the conspicuous bag is not only very conspicuous, but also very soft and has its own fragrance. If you take a bite, Naxibo will definitely hurt for a long time. After all, these are the two babies that Narcissa worked so hard to raise. Narcissa was shocked plus 19, doubted plus 19, and was unbelievable plus 19. Well, what a shock come to disbelief. Riels endured the counterattack of two conspicuous bags, and his mouth almost reached the base of his ears. Really, he felt that he had made an absolutely invincible decision. That is to sign a servant contract with Narcissa. Not only did she get so many emotional points, but also several magic spells, and she also got such a big maid with an outstanding appearance. How can this feeling be described in words? Narcissa was so shocked that she forgot to push Riels away, or in other words, she did not resist Riels' contact. In her opinion, Riels' reaction was innocent and seeking comfort, just like she could agree to share a bedroom with Riels. She can't be said to be unguarded against Riels, but it's not. Thyrsa's side, she was even more wary of Riels betraying her. This was one of the most unforgettable things she had ever experienced as a Death Eater. No one is absolutely trustworthy, just like the person she sleeps with can turn against her, and her sister disdains her. The reason why she is so close to Riels is partly because of the servant contract. On the other hand, the quarrel between Riels and Lucius at noon completely cut off her retreat. She was not kidding when she said she had nowhere to go. And it's not funny at all, is it? You mean this fat? Before Narcissa could finish her words, she felt the death gaze from Garfila's. Originally, she was dismissive of it, but Riel said it was a 5 times dangerous magical animal, which was comparable to a giant dragon. In response to this, Narcissa could only pause, silently changed her name and said again, "You mean Garfila's is a magical animal? Still a magical animal comparable to a giant dragon. But why haven't I heard of such magical animals as Garfila's?" This was what she couldn't understand the most. She had overturned her guesses again and again before, and she was confident enough in her knowledge. She was once an excellent student in Slytherin and thought she knew a lot about magical animals. No, she can say with 2 conspicuous bags that she doesn't know all the magical animals, but she also knows more than 90% of them. The remaining 10% doesn't mean that she has no impression, it's just that she won't be able to name them for a while. You know, her memory can be very good, but there are too many categories of magical animals. Even if she had memorized everything, it would be impossible for her to memorize everything by heart. But she is still certain of one thing. That is, among the magical animals known to the wizarding world, there is no Garfila's. The only thing that is close to Garfila's is the cat leopard of level 5 times, but that is just similar to a cat, but it is not a cat. And whose cat is so big and muscular? Even though she has never seen a real cat leopard, she still knows what this thing looks like. One of the branches of Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in the beautiful country is named after the cat leopard. Narcissa was shocked and revealed the reward, 300 emotion points. Riels didn't pay attention to the system. He just enjoyed shaking his head from side to side in the middle of the conspicuous bag and absorbing their blows. Enjoy it for a while and feel satisfied. After Zisha's body suddenly became stiff, he reluctantly raised his head. Sister Narcissa, Garfila's is a magical animal that has not been recorded. She is very strong and has a very special ability. Let's not talk about other abilities, you will know these later. Let's talk about this special ability first. Riels paused and wanted to go over, lifting the sleeping Firas by the back of his neck. But Narcissa's body was too soft, too fragrant and warm. He hesitated for a few seconds and gave up the idea of picking up Garfield. Well, just think of it as a way to accumulate luck for the intermediate 10 draws later. Why should he lie in Narcissa's arms to accumulate luck? Is he just making excuses for his dirty thoughts? Sorry, it's really half of the reason. Don't forget his gains today basically came from Narcissa. It's not an exaggeration to say that Narcissa is his lucky star, right? Riels brainwashed himself for a while before continuing to lie in Narcissa's arms with peace of mind. When Narcissa couldn't wait any longer and wanted to ask more questions, he answered lazily. Garfield's special ability is the Midas touch, which is to turn other things into gold, the kind of real gold that will never change back. It was Garfila's who got these gold galleons for me. Don't worry, what I'm talking about is that Garfila's conjured the gold, and I sold the gold and got the gold galleons in exchange. This also means that we have endless gold galleons to spend, so I said before that you just want to buy the entire wizarding world, and we can afford it. Riels chirped a few times, looking straight at the two conspicuous bags that began to bounce around as Narcissa breathed rapidly. Really very conspicuous. Of course, this requires the wizarding world to clearly mark the price. Gold galleons are of little use to us. Sister Narcissa can buy whatever she wants from now on. We have plenty of gold galleons. After saying this quite proudly, Riels ignored Narcissa, who was already stunned. Gritting his teeth, he looked at the two conspicuous bags fiercely and then gave them a rocket headbutt. The rocket headbutt is powerful, but he obviously chose the wrong target. This attack not only failed to work, but he himself was attacked from both sides by two conspicuous packages. For a time, the situation was not optimistic. But it doesn't matter, Riels is not a person who surrenders easily. Even if the enemy is outnumbered, Riels will fight until the last moment. With a look in his eyes, Riels launched a counterattack and began to move his head back and forth, trying to break free from the shackles of the two conspicuous bags. But unfortunately, he tried several times in succession and failed to break free. But he will not give up. Counterattack, counterattack, rush, rush. Riels 4.6 was having a great time, and the fight was getting intense. Narcissa had recovered from her shock. She ignored Riels' war with her two prominent bags. Instead, he looked at Garfila's, who was lying on the cat food with his back to them with glowing eyes. This is simply a money-making machine. If the Malfoy family had Garfield, Narcissa would laugh at herself about the financial crisis. Really, even if they had already fallen out, years of habit still made her subconsciously think of the Malfoy family. Narcissa sighed secretly, raised her jade hand, and gently touched Riel's head. Now that we have taken this step, it is no longer useful to think too much about what we have and what we do not have. Even if there were no restrictions in the master-servant contract, she would not go back to the Malfoy family. As she said herself, she had no way out. The only thing she hopes now is that Riels can fulfill some of his promises. For example, guide Draco on the right track and don't let Draco become a mama's boy. For another example, don't betray her and make her become enemies from both sides and have no place in the wizarding world. She wasn't very worried about the former. Even if there was no Riels to guide Malfoy, she would still have to go out on her own. Mainly the latter. Although the Malfoy family has declined somewhat, it is still astonishingly powerful. As the former matriarch of the Malfoy family, she knew this very well. If Riels couldn't withstand the pressure from the Malfoy family and handed her over, she would really have no way out. Narcissa is looking forward to it, and the reward is revealed. 500 emotion points. Riels, who was having an intense fight with two conspicuous bags, was stunned. Ignoring the pursuit of the two conspicuous bags, he raised his head and looked at Narcissa in surprise. No, even if the emotional value is explosive this time, shouldn't it also be shocking? Why is it so exciting? Although the emotional explosion was a bit strange, Riels didn't pay too much attention. Women's hearts are like needles in the sea. There is really no need to guess what they are thinking, otherwise you will only be troubled. Anyway, if emotions are worth taking, isn't that a good result? Riels nodded with great satisfaction, and the two conspicuous bags he drove jumped a few times. Then he reluctantly left this war without gunpowder. Just wait, 2 conspicuous bags Riels Thomas will definitely come back for revenge. When the time comes, I will definitely beat you all until you cry for father and mother and call you daddy. Riels, I think you'd better not tell anyone else about Garfiliz's secret, otherwise it may cause unnecessary trouble. Narcissa didn't pay attention to Riels' movements, but bent down, her eyes were level with Riels, and gave instructions very seriously. Following her movements, the 2 conspicuous bags, like victorious generals, jumped several times in a row, which made Riels' teeth itch. I can't wait to rush over immediately and fight these 2 extremely hateful conspicuous people again. But his reason prevented him from doing this, or it was Narcissa's sight that prevented him from doing this. You have just come into contact with the wizarding world, and you don't know the situation in the wizarding world yet. This world is very wonderful and the magic is also very magical. But you have to remember that this world is also very dark. There are many evil wizards snooping in the dark. Those people are unscrupulous and like to torture others. You may not understand what I'm saying, but you have to remember that Hogwarts is a safe place. It's best not to leave Hogwarts. Also, don't tell anyone, including the professors at Hogwarts, that Garfield can turn stones into gold. You must learn to be vigilant so that you can live longer. Narcissa paused, then gently stroked Riel's head with her jade hand and continued with some complexity. Even if it's me, don't believe it too much. No matter where you are, the person you can trust the most is yourself, only you. Riels, you must remember this, you must remember it. As a former Death Eater, Narcissa was used to not trusting others anymore. A friend who can still chat and laugh with you in the past may betray you later. Those who can keep saying that they will die for you without regrets in the front can kick you to the enemy later and buy themselves time to escape. She has really seen too many similar things, so many that she can't even count them. But these things also taught her a truth: don't trust anyone, only yourself is the most trustworthy in the world. Even your own parents are at risk of betraying you. After all, not all parents deserve to be respected. Narcissa seemed to have thought of something, and her sapphire eyes were a little sad. She opened her arms, pulled Riels into her arms, rested her chin on Riels' collarbone, and forced him to fight again with those 2 conspicuous bags. Riels must be very happy about this, but the place where Narcissa's chin rests makes him feel a little itchy, as well as the fragrant breath. One thing he could be sure of was, Narcissa either had her own body scent or was pickled by the perfume. However, a fragrant one is better than a smelly one, regardless of whether it is an innate fragrant body or an acquired fragrant body created later. Anyway, he just doesn't hate it. Narcissa's emotion +19, guilt +14, pity +19, moved +19. Well, it should be because he was moved that he didn't hide anything about Leela's. However, this is not in line with Narcissa's character. She is not the kind of person who can be easily moved. What's more, she is a person who is determined to take revenge. Narcissa still can't see why he tricked her into signing a servant contract. Riels could only attribute her appearance to the strangeness of the servant contract and did not feel at all that this was Narcissa's true feelings. After all, Narcissa has experienced much more than the chicken drumsticks he has eaten. He didn't think Narcissa was really that easy to fool, but she was just a little slow in reacting. But now is not the time to dwell on these things, but to take the opportunity to brush up Narcissa's favorability. After all, who would doubt what a child said? Sister Narcissa, I think what you said is wrong. There is no trust in this world like you and me. And Cassandra, Hermione, Pansy, you are all my wings, the wings that help me soar in the sky. Riels reluctantly left the battlefield, blinked his black and white eyes, and continued very seriously. The wings are connected to me, we are one, so where does the distrust come from? Just like the hands I trust, I also trust you. I don't know what you have experienced before, but I hope you can also try to believe in me or believe in us. If the wings and the body don't trust each other, they won't be able to fly. Wings and body, Narcissa was slightly startled and looked at Riels in surprise. Seeing his serious look, Narcissa fell silent. It may be the servant contract relationship, or it may be that Riels is really showing his true feelings. She could clearly feel Riels' seriousness at this moment. What Riels said was sincere and he was not joking. As soon as this thought came to her mind, Narcissa felt her eyes heat up and her nose felt a little sore. Really, this feeling is amazing. This feeling of being unconditionally trusted and supported by someone is really amazing. She had never experienced this feeling before and she was very disdainful of this trust, at least that was how she felt. But now Riels is telling her the truth. She is just an ordinary person. She also likes the feeling of being trusted and supported by others, and also hopes to have someone standing behind her and trusting her unconditionally. But now, Riels' sentence, "She is his wings," seems to have surpassed thousands of words and all kinds of pleasant promises. Narcissa could swear that this sentence was definitely one of the most beautiful words she had ever heard in her life. Of course, she might be happier if Riels was talking about her instead of them. There is no way no one wants to share it with others, at least she doesn't want to share what she likes. However, she only felt a little bit regretful and didn't say much. Instead, she stretched out her hand to take Riels into the arms of Prince Huey again, pull him back to that battlefield without smoke. Let the two conspicuous men she has cultivated for a long time perform an inhumane double beating on Riels. In response, Riels naturally kept shaking his head, trying to get out of this unfair battle. Narcissa was so moved that she revealed the reward, 1,000 emotion points. How can you spend all this money? Riels, who had gained emotional points, stopped struggling and just allowed the two conspicuous bags to humiliate him in various ways. Without it, it's just too much. Riels Thomas, is such a realistic person. Riels and Narcissa hugged each other quietly, and the dormitory fell into silence. Shanna, the night owl, tilted her head and looked at the two people hugging each other in confusion. Garfilas, on the other hand, didn't even look back. He still turned his back to the two of them and counted the amount of cat food in his cat's paws. This was her happiest time and what she liked to do the most. As for Riels and Narcissa, haha, cats can't speak. You can understand the meaning by yourself after haha. Are you really not going to sleep? Are you shy? Narcissa looked at Riels with suspicion and amusement. Actually, you don't have to worry, my sister won't do anything to you. Besides, even if my sister wants to do something to you, you won't suffer, right? She discovered another interesting thing, that is, teasing Riels. At least she thought it was teasing Riels. In response to this, Riels, who was preparing to perform 10 consecutive intermediate strokes, turned back silently, wiped his nose, and said in a low voice after finding that there was no blood, "Sister Narcissa, please go to sleep first. You have been tired for a long day and you should have a good rest. I sit on the bed and meditate for a while before going to bed every night. I'm not used to thinking about what I gained during the day and consolidating the knowledge I learned during the day. Sister Narcissa, please go to bed first. I will sit for a while and then go to sleep. Although I really want to get on my horse right now. Get into bed and tell Narcissa with her actions who the person who should be shy is." But he had really been looking forward to this intermediate 10 draws for too long. This is something he has dreamed of, or it is something he thought about every day before, but did not think he would have time for it in a short time. Now 10 consecutive draws are right in front of him and he even has one more draw. How can he still sleep? When he lay down, wouldn't he be scratching his head and unable to sleep? Therefore, he chose to ignore the beauty that affected his speed of drawing the sword and started doing business instead. This habit of yours is very good, but you'd better rest early. If you are too tired, it will not be conducive to your study tomorrow. Narcissa raised her eyebrows, covered her red lips to cover her smile, and said warmly, "If you want to just think about it, I'll go to bed first. Maybe this is the last night I sleep in Hogwarts, or the last peaceful sleep I have." If Dumbledore and the others hadn't agreed to let her stay in Hogwarts, there would really be nowhere to go after using her. Once she leaves Hogwarts, Lucius's revenge will surely come. She didn't think Lucius was someone who cared about old relationships. Moreover, her relationship with Lucius was said to be a couple, but in fact it was more like a partner. When they jointly created Draco Malfoy, the partnership became family. Well, govern the Malfoy family and gain some resources for the Black family so that the Black family will not be wiped out. But the things that happened today have severed the cooperative relationship between her and Lucius. Now she and Lucius are not husband and wife, nor are they partners but enemies, enemies who want life and death. When Narcissa thought of this, her heart felt like a stone was pressing down on her, making her a little uncomfortable. Who would have thought that until this morning, she was still the patriarch's wife of the Malfoy family, holding 1/3 of the power of the Malfoy family. In the entire British wizarding world, they have a very high right to speak. But in just one afternoon, she went from being the powerful wife of the patriarch to being Riels' slave. Although Riels didn't really treat her as a servant, he treated her very well, valued her very much, and even treated her as a family member. However, this gap still exists. Narcissa glanced at Riels' back thoughtfully, her sapphire-like eyes filled with reluctance and sadness. After tonight, Riels may lose her sister. I wonder if he will be sad. He should be, right? And Draco, too, if... What should I do if I know she died at Lucius's hands? Narcissa didn't know the answer and didn't want to guess the answer. So many things happened that day. She didn't feel it when she was talking to Riels before, but now that she was lying down, the fatigue overwhelmed her like a tide. With the thought that this might be her last peaceful sleep in her life, Narcissa yawned, took one last look at Riels' back, closed her eyes, and fell asleep. Narcissa is sad +19, reluctant +19, expectant +19, funny +19. Reluctant and sad, what's going on? I am currently considering whether to draw a high-level draw, an intermediate 10-draw, or for a cool experience, just draw a Riels with a junior draw. After hearing the system prompt, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at Narcissa in confusion. Wasn't it fine before? Why did this happen just after I lay down? He really wanted to test what happened to Narcissa. But seeing Narcissa sleeping soundly, he gave up the idea. Does it make sense to test but not to test? As the saying goes, a woman's heart is like a needle in the sea. If you can't help but guess, then don't guess, otherwise you will only be troubled. And he didn't think he could ask anything. What's more, with the servant contract, even if Narcissa wants to escape secretly, he can stop her in time. Overall, no matter what Narcissa was worried about, she still wanted to escape from Dr. Tian. To him, 193 was all trivial, Narcissa's worries were trivial, and it was even more impossible for her to run away. After brainwashing himself, Riels nodded with great satisfaction and continued to study the lottery. The advanced lottery has not been drawn once so far, and it is not yet certain what can be drawn, but you get what you pay for. The price of one draw is 10 times that of an intermediate draw. You can see that its rewards are very good, at least 10 times that of an intermediate draw. Riels rubbed his chin and looked at the bright red gashapon machine-style high-end lottery. What he can be sure of at the moment is that the rewards for the high-level lottery will not be bad. But how good it is specifically, he has never smoked it and has no idea. Moreover, there is another drawback to the advanced lottery, or it is his problem, not the advanced lottery. You know, you can draw things from all over the world in the lottery. The higher the lottery level, the better the things you draw. These are all basic attempts. But how vast are the heavens and the world? How many things are there? His current emotional value is only enough to draw a first-level lottery. This time the lottery is to fish out one grain among countless gravels. Although this grain of gravel may be very good, there is at least a 90% chance that he will not be able to use this grain of gravel. After all, many things in the world are not usable in the magical world. What use would it do to him if those things were taken out? It's just a waste of 10,000 emotion points. Then there are only two options left, either the intermediate level of 10 draws in a row or the junior level of 100 draws in a row. Although the basic 100 continuous draw is very exciting, it can't produce decent rewards, so it's not very useful to me. Let alone 100 consecutive draws, even 1,000 or 10,000 draws. It is impossible to pull out gold nuggets from a pile of sand. Then there's only one choice left. After pondering this, Riels fixed his gaze on the blue gashapon machine in the middle of the three gashapon machines. It is sandwiched between the white gashapon machine for the junior lottery and the red gashapon machine for the advanced lottery. Just like the rewards it can draw, they are neither bad nor particularly good. Of course, this is not bad compared to the junior lottery. You must know that the junior lottery can draw out toilet paper. The one that wasn't particularly good was the comparative high-level lottery. Although he had never drawn it, he was sure that there was a gap between the two, a big, big gap. So to sum up, his best choice at the moment is to draw intermediate 10 draws in a row. Although there is a certain probability of drawing some useless things, it is undeniable that 10 chances are always more than one right. Moreover, in the middle-level lottery, his current emotional value can be drawn 11 times. As long as he produces one useful thing in one lottery, he will not lose money. Having made up his mind, Riels no longer hesitated and said directly in his mind, "First, give me a mid-level lottery to test the water and draw directly. Consume 1,000 emotional points and successfully redeem an intermediate lottery. Congratulations to the host, you have received the reward. Intermediate magic potion." The moment the system sound fell, a glass bottle appeared in Riel's hand, which contained a light blue viscous medicine. This can be considered a good start for me, right? The emotional value of a small profit of 1,500 is not bad. Riels raised an eyebrow. Intermediate magic potion, how to say this thing for him now, very useful. As a potion that sells 2,500 bottles in the mall, he can only make a small profit this time. It is indeed a good start. Riels nodded with great satisfaction, then raised his head and drank the intermediate magic potion in one gulp. It's so funny, if you don't drink it right away, why are you still waiting for tomorrow? For this kind of thing to improve one's own reserves, the sooner one must improve one's skill. Of course, one of the most important reasons is that it takes time to absorb intermediate magic potions. This is the conclusion he came to after drinking so many magic potions. This thing will skyrocket your magic power reserves the moment you drink it. But this is not the end, because your body needs time to adapt to the sudden increase in magic power. Otherwise, if you create so much extra magic power out of thin air, your body will not recognize the magic power. At that time, let alone deploying these magic powers, it will be a good thing not to let these magic powers die. And the intermediate magic potion is different from the primary magic potion. After taking it, it's not just the first surge in magic power. In the future, it will continue to increase its history. It is equivalent to the body absorbing these medicines and giving them time to absorb. Of course, the magic power of these subsequent increases is not much. It can even be said to be very little. But as the saying goes, prostitution for free is always sweet, isn't it? These are just some small benefits that come with the intermediate magic potion. Fragrant is the best way to describe it. Riels squinted his eyes and felt that his whole body was very transparent. This feeling is like traveling in a place without gravity, and there is a pair of invisible hands massaging various parts of his body. That strength, that angle, absolutely amazing. It took a moment for Riels to recover from this feeling. He looked at the glass bottle in his hand with some unsatisfied thoughts. It's such a pity. If I knew the formula of this thing, I would be happy all the time. But it's good to feel good once in a while, and this time I directly increased my magic power by about 1/3, which is pretty good. It's really fun to do it every time. It makes you stronger every time. It's well received, it must be well received. After Riels praised her, he looked back at Narcissa, who was sleeping soundly. It can be seen that Narcissa is really tired today, and the movements just now did not wake her up. Although he kept his voice low when he spoke, you must know that Narcissa is an elite wizard. He used to be a heinous Death Eater. How could Narcissa, who had such an experience, be someone who was accustomed to ease? Even if she becomes the patriarch of the Malfoy family, these habits engraved in her bones should not be lost. Riels can see this when Narcissa resists others entering the room where she sleeps, and resists others touching her bed and clothes. Because in Narcissa's mind, the bed and wardrobe in the dormitory are the safest places for her, and her clothes are her most personal belongings, so it's normal not to like others touching them. Under such circumstances, Narcissa didn't react at all when he made a noise just now, which is very commendable. The quality of sleep was terrible, maybe because of the servant contract. Narcissa seemed very relaxed. Even when I was sleeping, I wasn't too careful. This is a good thing for Riels. At least it proves that the half-day goodwill is not in vain, or it proves that the servant contract is stronger than he imagined. Riels nodded with satisfaction and turned back to look at the lottery interface. I can still draw 10 times. Is it a single draw or a series of draws? Riels is really struggling with this issue right now. You think there is a difference between these things, but there is not even a little bit of difference. Whether it is a single draw, 10 consecutive draws, or even 5 consecutive draws, this is an intermediate draw. It cannot become a high-level lottery, nor can it become a junior lottery. There is no such thing as a higher probability of drawing good things if you draw 10 in a row or a single miracle. This is a system. If he could get good things through metaphysics, he would have been invincible. The most important point is, if you don't get one more draw for 10 draws in a row, then you still get a hammer for 10 draws in a row. No marketing skills at all, bad review. MJU4NDA20C3 Autumn Furrend MWMDCZ OJK equals. Riels finished complaining silently, having already made a decision in his heart. 2 rounds first to finish at the bottom. Today's harvest is very good. As long as you give me one that can be used, I will be very satisfied. System, give me 2 mid-level draws, draw them directly. Consume 2,000 emotional points, and successfully redeem the intermediate lottery twice. Congratulations to the host, you have received a reward. A set of elf egg incubators. Congratulations to the host, you have received the reward, Magic Whip. Elf egg incubator. Putting elf eggs in it can greatly speed up the hatching of elf eggs and can better protect the newborn elf. Magic Whip, the magic from Kamatage condenses the magic power into a whip, which is tangible and can cause good damage to the enemy. Elf egg incubator, magic whips. Riels had veins on his forehead, looked at the complete set of elf egg incubators in the system backpack, and complained speechlessly. My elf egg hatched in just 3 or 4 days. What's the use of this thing you made for me? Also, for this piece of shit, you told me it's in the prize pool of the intermediate lottery. Are you kidding? He didn't want to say much about the magic whip. It was a must-have for melee mages. Now that he already has a magic shield and paired with a magic whip, is that considered normal? Well, at least he doesn't hate this reward so much. After all, it's magic and you don't have to chant a spell or wave a wand. As for the value of this thing, the system mall does not sell this thing, so he has no way to refer to it. But in general, the value of this thing is not worse than the magic shield. After all, the 2 magic spells are originally used together. What really left him speechless was the elf incubation device. What is the use of this thing? not to mention his unknown elf egg that will hatch in a few days. To put it simply, he is in Hogwarts, not in the elf world. Where did he go to assemble so many elf eggs? In the sky? You can't just say that in future draws you'll just draw elf eggs, right? But he wants so many elves to have fur. Do you really want to change jobs and become an elf trainer, or at Hogwarts? Riels really doesn't know what to say. I could only touch the patterned elf egg from the bedside, stroke it a few times and feel the cold feeling in it. He slowly calmed down, waved his hand, and took out the elf incubation device without hesitation. It's so funny, Narcissa is his, the one who signed the contract. Moreover, Narcissa now has a very good impression of him and regards him as a younger brother. He is not afraid of Narcissa knowing these things at all. Otherwise, he would not have told Narcissa about Garfield. Of course, and the most important point is that the elf incubation device has been taken out, so it can't be eaten in the system space, right? Don't forget, he really has an elf egg. Anyway, Narcissa will know it sooner or later, so it's better to just take it out and wait until tomorrow to fool around with it. Explain the origin. Riels waved his palm and used the floating spell to control the elf incubation device to fall to the corner, and then control the elf egg to float into the incubator. Seeing the incubator light up and start working, he nodded with satisfaction. No matter what, the rewards have been withdrawn, so they can't be stuffed back into the system, right? But this also made him understand how correct his previous decision was. If he chooses the high-level lottery, he will draw out some materials for upgrading artifacts, or some medicine to avoid catastrophe. Then he really has no place to cry. Don't think that the chance is very small. Yes, the chance of winning these types is very small, just like the ocean, but there are too many useless things like this. That's why he said before that at least 90% of high-level lottery draws won't yield anything useful to him. Now these two mid-level draws are exactly what he guessed. Forget it, it's something useful after all. There's also a magic whip. It's not a loss, isn't it? It's only 2,000 emotional points, not a loss. Riels closed his eyes with tears, and after forcibly brainwashing himself, he looked at the mid-level lottery with resentful eyes. He is a bit special. He is very special in being able to hold grudges. Didn't you get anything good in the intermediate lottery? It doesn't matter. If you draw a few more times, you will either lose more or make money back directly. As a lottery expert, he decided to choose the second one. Come on, I have to pull out something useful tonight. Well, although he had to smoke anyway. Dog system, you also know how big our accounts are, so I won't say anything more to you, just one sentence. Riels frowned and said with a very serious expression, as long as you give me something that I am satisfied with, I will cross out all the previous accounts between us. You should think it over carefully. This is a rare opportunity. I hope you won't be ignorant. After threatening the system and getting some psychological comfort, Riels felt much better. He waved his hand casually and said, okay, let me draw the lottery. This time I draw 3 times, just draw. Consume 3,000 emotional points, and successfully redeem 3 intermediate lottery draws. Congratulations to the host, you have received the reward, Intermediate Magic Medicine Bowl. Congratulations to the host, you have received a reward, 1 level of magic proficiency. Congratulations to the host, you have received a reward, a physical strengthening. Charm proficiency advancement. You can increase the proficiency of a spell and add new insights to the host. You can only choose one spell. Physical strengthening, strengthen the physical quality of the host. The specific degree of strengthening depends on the host's own foundation. It can be strengthened up to 3 times. A bottle of intermediate magic potion, a spell proficiency upgrade, and a body strengthening. This, I've made a profit. As for whether it's a big profit or a small profit, well, it's not a big profit or a small profit. Anyway, I've made a profit. Let's not talk about the intermediate magic potion. This thing was just taken out and sold for 2,500 in the mall, making a small profit of 1,500 emotional points. He just found the magic spell proficiency upgrade in the system mall, which is worth 5,000 once and earned 4,000 emotional points. As for body enhancement, he searched through the system mall but could not find this thing. The specific value was undetermined. All I can say is that it won't be very cheap. After all, if you can get something that strengthens your body, you won't lose 1,000 emotional points. Overall, Riels is quite satisfied with the results of this lottery. The magic spell enhancement can choose to increase my strength in a short period of time. The higher the magic spell proficiency is, the more powerful I will be. Many application methods and techniques. If I drink the intermediate magic potion, it should only increase 1/5 or 1/4 of the magic power, but it's a good thing if it can be improved. Letter 3005 S for physical strengthening. Increasing physical fitness by 3 times. Based on the original physical fitness, does that mean you are not sure? Riels rubbed his chin with a hint of contemplation between his brows. The enhancement of spell proficiency is easy to understand. It is to give him the understanding and skills to use this spell, which can improve his strength a lot. Of course, this is under the premise that he selects a lethal spell. If he selects some control spells, then the enhancement of spell proficiency is useless, not to mention the intermediate magic potion. He just drank one bottle and he still feels very refreshed and clear. His current magic power reserve is already on par with some high-level wizards, which is very impressive. So he wasn't too anxious about this, but he just felt that the reward was worth it. And you are a man, how can you not last longer? He doesn't know what others are like, but he himself needs to be persistent and large-scale. Well, what I'm talking about is that during the magic duel, he has more magic power and releases more magic spells, which are long-lasting. Others cast a few spells and then stopped, but he cast a dozen spells to consume less than half of the magic reserve long. After that comes the number of physical enhancements. This reward states that it must be strengthened based on the original physical fitness. Regarding this point, Riels is not sure what the criteria for judging physical fitness are. As for asking the system, well, that's a good idea, but don't think about it next time. 99% of this dog system is for him to explore on his own. However, overall, he is still very interested in this body enhancement. I was given a magic shield before, and I was given a magic whip by lottery just now. Now I have even strengthened my body. Isn't this the rhythm of a proper melee mage? Without much hesitation, Riels drank the intermediate magic potion and endured the feeling of relief. He whispered with a trembling voice, "System, use the number of body strengthening times." What? Why do you need to use the intermediate magic potion first, and then use the body to strengthen the 4 areas? There are 2 main reasons for this. The first is that he is not sure whether there is a magic power reserve based on the original physical fitness mentioned in the introduction to physical enhancement. If so, wouldn't he be able to use the body enhancement better if he drinks the intermediate magic potion? After all, it's just this time Kyan use, it's a pity to waste it. As for the second point, he couldn't tell whether this physical enhancement would have any side effects. According to the novels he had read before, body strengthening was tearing apart the muscles in his body and then putting them back together again. Only in this way can we strengthen our physical fitness in a short period of time. So he drank the intermediate magic potion in advance. The main purpose was to use this sense of comfort to resist the pain caused by physical strengthening. Of course, this is just his own guess, and we can only know what it looks like after using it. However, he is just afraid of pain and does not want to experience the severe pain. He has no idea of exercising his mind and has no masochism. He's just a thin and weak little wizard, right? Riels nodded with satisfaction and was about to praise himself a few words, but his expression suddenly changed. In just one breath, his face and even his body turned red, as if on fire. Veins popped up on his forehead and his teeth creaked as he gritted his teeth. He could only cover his mouth desperately to prevent himself from screaming and waking up Narcissa. It wasn't that he was considerate, but that he was afraid of trouble, and it would be bad if Narcissa noticed something. After all, this feeling is really so good. Originally, taking the intermediate magic potion was satisfying enough. It was a dual physical and mental feeling that made people want to die. But body strengthening is a very pure thing. It is so refreshing that his body started to twitch involuntarily. The combination of these 2 pleasures, the feeling, is so ecstasy that it is indescribable. After just a few breaths, Riels was already rolling his eyes in pleasure. Not only does the body strengthening not cause the pain of tearing, but it also has the feeling of being massaged by countless hands all over the body. Different from the nihilistic massage pleasure brought by the intermediate magic potion, this one is more real, as if there are really so many hands massaging it. In addition, he also used the intermediate magic potion in advance this time. The effect of superimposing these 2 things is not as simple as 1 plus 1. Time passed by minute, and by the end, Riels was almost unconscious. In fact, his consciousness was blurred, and only his body was still twitching unconsciously. There's nothing he can do about it, it's so enjoyable that he doesn't want it anymore. No one can resist this kind of taste. Really, he can guarantee it. Until later, Riels didn't know how long he had been unconscious, but he was sure that it was not very short. The only thing that made him lucky was that Narcissa was not woken up and no one saw his ruined look. Shanna, actually I saw it. The expression on the person shoveling shit was really scary. It scared the birds, it was really weird. What? She is a fat chicken with a round face, not a human being, that's okay. Anyway, she can't speak, so the news won't leak out. Riels narrowed his eyes in pleasure, clenched his fists, and felt the force area flowing through his body. Wow, what a great feeling. It's not the feeling of great relief, but the feeling of a sudden increase in body strength and the feeling that the whole body is full. Especially this time, he not only used physical enhancement times, but also used intermediate magic potion. The combination of the two not only strengthened his body, but also increased his magic power reserve by nearly 1/5. It can be said that while the body has been strengthened, the inner part has also been fully strengthened. Just like this, how can you use one word to describe it? Riels felt the power in his body and couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. This physical strengthening has at least more than doubled my physique. Although it's not 3 times the best, it's still good to be more than double. You can't be too greedy, otherwise things will turn to the extreme. Physical strengthening can strengthen the user's physical quality up to 3 times, but this enhancement is based on the user's original physical fitness. It can also be understood that if the user's original physical fitness is weak, the strengthening effect will be weak. If the user's physical fitness is very strong, the strengthening effect will also be very strong. The reason lies in whether the user can withstand these enhancements. Only if the user's physical fitness is strong, he can withstand stronger physical enhancement. On the contrary, if the user's physical fitness is average or even very weak, forcibly strengthening the physical fitness will only lead to self-destruction. This reason is very simple, and it is also the reason why Riels did not complain. When he was in the orphanage, he had bad yin and yang, and his physical condition was not good to begin with, even though he had been raised at Hogwarts for almost a month. But in this month, he didn't do much exercise. After all, he is a wizard, not a knight. Is exercising something like a serious wizard, something that a serious wizard should do? Well, it's really what those melee mages would do. But was he a melee mage at that time? Obviously not. Of course, it might as well be that he is lazy and doesn't want to move. But does it matter? Apparently not. Again, as long as you don't force yourself, you won't be forced by yourself. If you keep an open mind on everything, you might get some unexpected gains. Riels raised the corners of his lips and lowered his voice. System, you performed very well. I hope you can continue your efforts. To be honest, these rewards are already very good, and he is very satisfied now. With just 5 draws, the value of these rewards is definitely 8 to 9,000 emotional points. No, it has to have more than 10,000 emotional points. He still has a chance to improve his spell proficiency, which is useless. Thinking of this, Riels, who originally wanted to draw a lottery immediately, turned his attention to improving the proficiency of this spell. How do you say this thing? Is it useful? Very useful, but from the introduction, you can tell that it is very, very useful. Otherwise, it would not be sold for 5,000 emotion points in the system mall. But how useful it is depends on what magic the user will use it to enhance. If the user knows the magic spell, it will be very weak, such as salvo, rapid confinement, etc. Then no matter how much they are improved, won't they still be of no use at all? Thousands of bullets, that's not what you said a few days ago. At that time I was still your little sweetheart, but now I'm just a weak piece of trash. It's too much, it's too much. I wonder how much proficiency this spell proficiency improvement can directly increase for me. If it is high, I can buy 2 more in the future. Riels rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment but couldn't make a guess. Either he said this thing was random or he said this thing was fixed. But no matter which one, the improvement in spell proficiency is a good reward for him. Then what magic spell should I upgrade? My top magic spell now is Cruciatus. As one of the 3 unforgivable curses, there is no doubt about its power. But what's the use of me upgrading it? Can it be used during duels? I will stay at Hogwarts for several years and this thing will not improve me very much. When I leave Hogwarts soon, Crucio will no longer be my strongest spell, and using this spell casually will cause unnecessary trouble. Although I don't care, asking for trouble is still nonsense. Riels shook his head and rejected the idea of improving the crucifixion. Let's not talk about how much proficiency can be improved by improving the proficiency of this a-day magic spell. Just to put it simply, whether he can use the drill to cut out bones at Hogwarts is a question. The negative status of the 3 unforgivable curses of the horse talisman, but this is Hogwarts. He can guarantee that after he uses Cruciatus with his front foot, Dumbledore will come out to talk to him. And who could he use this vicious spell on? Draco Malfoy? Come on, that guy is his tool to increase his emotional value, and he still has Narcissa with him. In doing so, he was really digging his own path. Who else can it be used against? Quirrell and No-Nose. If you fight these 2 head-on, whether you can win or not is a question. If they were facing a wave head-on, these 2 guys would just use Avada to eat the big ones, to kill them. He didn't think that a curse that was not timely, such as Cruel Heart and Bone Cutting, could compete with Avada Kedavra. What? Use Cruciatus on Narcissa, turn her into a lint ball that obeys orders. Come on, he is not a pervert, nor does he have that habit. If he really wanted to do that, why would he use Crucio to cut out the bones? Wouldn't it be enough to directly use the power of the servant contract? Under the power of the servant contract, he can make Narcissa worse than death with just a move of his hand, and even directly destroy her body and shape. But what's the point of doing that? He has already gained a lot of Narcissa's favorability. He is not a beast. Narcissa broke up with Lucius because of him. If he tortured Narcissa again, it would be really disgusting. Although he is not a good person, he is not such a beast either. So he had no place to use Cruciatus to cut out bones, and no one could let him use Cruciatus to cut out bones until he left Hogwarts and entered the wizarding world. Maybe there will be enemies who can let him use the Cruciatus spell. But then he really doesn't need to use the Cruel Crusher. He might just use the fire shield to protect his hands and use it with Avada's big-mouthed machine gun. My lord, I have answered the question. In short, using the increased spell proficiency on Crucio is a pure waste and has no use at all. Then among the remaining magic spells that can improve him, the best choice is. Riels raised his hand, his fingers together like sword fingers, and a transparent silk thread fluttered between his fingers. Shenfeng Wu Wying or Expelliarmus, the former is more lethal. Although there is a counter curse called Quick Healing who would go out of their way to learn Quick Healing. Although Expelliarmus is powerful, its lethality is too weak. It is just a disarming spell and is not very useful in a life-and-death battle. His role here is not very big. It means simply disarming the opponent, which is not very useful. Even if the disarm is successful, he can still win. But this is a life-and-death battle, and what he wants is definitely the life of his opponent. Who will deal with those vain things? If you don't kill your opponent immediately in a life-and-death battle, your opponent will have countless opportunities to kill you. That little kindness will only harm yourself and maybe even the people around you. Riels thought of this and did not hesitate anymore. He said directly, "System, use the magic spell to increase your proficiency and improve me to the divine edge without shadow. Consume one spell proficiency increase to confirm that the improved spell is Shen Feng Wying. The proficiency of Shen Feng Wying is being improved." After the system's voice fell, Riels felt a slight pain in his brain, and then a lot of information about Shen Feng Wying came. This information not only includes the techniques for using Shen Feng Wying, but also includes how to use Shen Feng Wying to achieve better hits when facing enemies. It can be said that this information is a master who is proficient in Shen Feng Wying, his methods of fighting enemies, and the skills of using Shen Feng Wying. Coupled with the fact that Riels has a photographic memory, this is really the right idea. After a while, Riels took a few long breaths and opened his bright black and white eyes. He raised his hand and swung it casually a few times, and the transparent silk thread began to sway along with the movements of his fingers. Every time it was very precise, allowing him to close it whenever he wanted and release it whenever he wanted. It can be said that the threads formed by Shen Feng Wying can now be accurately controlled by him. Riels smiled with great satisfaction. This can be said to have improved my combat power a lot, but I don't know how the old bat Snape felt when he saw me using Shen Feng Wying. There are only a few people in the magic society of Shen Feng Wu Wying. There are not even 10 people in the entire British wizarding world, let alone someone who is proficient in it. I am afraid that there is only one old bat. After all, Shen Feng Wu Wying is a magic spell invented by Old Bat himself, so only he has a very high understanding of this magic spell. Of course, he didn't mean that the information he just absorbed came from the old bat Snape. All I can say is that a curse is a curse and skills are just those skills. Snape did, and he still does. Snape probably didn't, and he probably wouldn't either. Laughing to death, he is not so arrogant as to think that by absorbing a little bit of information, he can improve his proficiency in magic spells beyond those of the creator. Isn't this pure nonsense? Of course, it doesn't matter whether he surpasses Snape or not. There is no conflict of interest between him and Snape. Moreover, Snape only looks cold but is actually a sharp-tongued person. Snape is not a bad person. Well, he's a good guy. Snape accepting the good guy card silently. I hope you can remember what you said. The rewards these few times are very good and there are still 5 lottery opportunities left. If the remaining ones are given to me with another reward such as increased spell proficiency, then I will make a lot of money this time. Riels rubbed his hands, looking forward to it. He said in a low voice, "System, redeem 5 intermediate lottery draws and draw directly. Consume 5,000 emotional points and successfully redeem 5 intermediate lottery draws. Congratulations to the host, you have received a reward. A luxurious elf ball. Luxury piquet ball. Coming from the elf world, it has a higher chance of catching than ordinary piquet balls, and the small world inside is also more luxurious. Congratulations to the host, you have received a reward, 10,000 detonating symbols. Detonating talisman. The talisman of the Naruto world has good power and can be placed in advance and can be detonated at any time. Congratulations to the host, you have received the reward. Super Crown. Super Crown, a product from the elven world. Super elves or humans can gain superpowers after wearing it. It is more recommended for super elves to wear it. Congratulations to the host, you have received the reward. The egg of the Black Dragon of the Heshadri Islands. The egg of the Black Dragon of the Heshadri Islands. From the Heshadri Islands, it can recognize its owner normally after hatching, and it will be extremely powerful when it reaches adulthood. Congratulations to the host, you have received a reward. 10 bottles of primary magic potion. Riels was just stunned for a moment and suddenly a large black coal ball appeared. A black dragon egg. This black dragon egg is not that big. It may be due to malnutrition, or it may be that the eggs of the black dragons in the Heshadri Islands are just that big. The height and width are less than 1 meter, which is no bigger than a cat egg. Well, I'm talking about you, Rulas. Riels ignored the other rewards, but looked at the black dragon egg in his arms with a headache. Last time this thing appeared in a discount store, I didn't buy it, but this time I just pulled it out. This is really amazing. But why do I need a black dragon egg now? I really want to be a dragon knight, but I'm not ready yet. My unknown elf egg hasn't hatched yet, and Garfila's has just broken out of its shell. Now you give me another black dragon eggs. What do you mean, just turn my dormitory into an incubator? Riel's mouth twitched a few times. When he said this, he turned to look at Narcissa, who was still sleeping. I silently sighed in my heart. This sister's sleep quality is so good, she didn't even wake up. Although he didn't make any noise, this was the first time Narcissa rested in the same dormitory with him. Under this situation, Narcissa actually had no sense of defense. This can only be said. The servant contract is so terrifying. Riels waved his palm a few times and used the floating spell to lift the black dragon egg. After thinking about it, he decided to place it next to the elf incubation device. There is no way, although his dormitory is not small, it is not particularly big either. In addition, there was a pile of Garfila's cat food piled in the corner and a pile of gold galleons covered with cloth on the other side. What? Why cover it with a cloth? Can he say it's too dazzling? That shiny piece is just like turning on a light. No, it's even brighter than turning on a light, the kind that can blind people's eyes. So before going to bed, Narcissa covered the sheets with the changed sheets and treated them as waste. I hope Narcissa doesn't make you an omelet when she wakes up tomorrow morning. Riels shrugged, silently sent good wishes to the black dragon egg, and then turned to check other rewards. It's not that he doesn't like the black dragon egg or that the reward of the black dragon egg is not good. He is really a little numb, and today's harvest is so good he is a little drifting. Of course, this doesn't mean that I don't like the black dragon egg, but I just don't care that much. After all, the black dragon egg is just an egg, not a black dragon. It is directly drawn from the adult black dragon of the Hesidian Islands. Then he will definitely jump with excitement. As for the black dragon egg, haha, don't be embarrassed, it's not the right time. However, he is still very satisfied with this reward. The eggs of the black dragon of the Hesidian Islands are sold in the system mall for more than 20,000 emotional points. Now he took out $1,000, and this time he made a small profit of 19,000. Not to mention there are other rewards. This wave of 5 consecutive draws is really exciting. I've made a lot of money. The luxurious elf ball can be used on the black dragon. After this little guy hatches, after all, there are no living creatures in Taoyuan Cave. If the black dragon has just hatched, it's better to keep it with you. Riels rubbed his bag and had already arranged one of the rewards, the luxurious piquet ball. Then he looked at several other rewards, especially when he saw the lady's luxurious crown with gems. He really didn't know what to say. Is this already a reward for the first Pokémon world? He couldn't even count, and he wasn't sure whether he was too lucky or too unlucky. If it's just luck, then why can he get so many rewards that have no effect on him, and they're all from the Pokémon world? But if it was just bad luck, he actually got something from the Pokémon world once out of 10 mid-level draws. This probability really made Riels wonder if there was something inside. However, compared with the previous Pokeball hatching devices and the like, this super crown is considered good. At least it allows the wearer to gain superpowers. Note that the wearer here can be a human, it's just that. Riels doesn't want to die in society yet, and he has no interest in so-called superpowers. It is nothing more than the power of mind to interfere with some things in reality. This ability can be said to be strong, but it can also be said to be weak. It all depends on how strong the user's telekinesis ability is. If the user's own mental power is very strong, then the use of superpowers will naturally be very strong. But if it's very weak, then what's the use of using superpowers? And Riels doesn't want to touch anything related to mental power. If this thing is overdrawn, the taste is really not something that ordinary people can bear. Overdraft can cause dizziness, nausea, and general fatigue. No matter how much you rest, you can't feel energetic. If the overdraft is excessive, you will not feel dizzy and nauseated, but will bleed directly from the 7 orifices and die immediately. These basic things are very obvious. And when learning magic spells, this kind of thing will also be specially shown. The use of the flying curse and the floating curse requires a certain amount of mental support, so there is this label. He knows magic, and he is confident that magic is not much weaker than his superpower, so why bother to study this superpower that has side effects? He's not that free, and of course he's not too busy either. And the most important point is that he really can't take this lady's crown away. If he is taken out, it will not be as simple as social death, but will be regarded as a pervert. He can guarantee that he only needs to take him out for one day, no, not even one day. As long as he walked out of the dormitory door with this super crown, he was seen by the little snakes. In less than a morning, thousands of young wizards in the 4 branches and 7 grades of Hogwarts will know about this. It's not that little snakes like to spread gossip, it's just that they simply can't stand him, and the fact that he wears a super crown is indeed worth spreading. Wouldn't it be nice to just put the super crown in your arms instead of wearing it on your head? Okay, it's a bug, right? But is it possible that the dog system will leave such a bug? Obviously not. As mentioned in the introduction, this thing needs to be worn to be effective, so wear it. To sum up, the super crown is a thing that is tasteless to eat and a pity to throw away. It has little effect on him, but you can give it to little Lolita in the future or wait to draw a super elf. Well, he is more inclined to the latter, he is just so confident. 10 intermediate draws, 3 from the Pokémon world, what else is there to say? Even if Riels is not in that beautiful world, he can feel the deep malice coming from somewhere. Goodwill. There is no way the Pokémon world likes him too much. Maybe this is the problem of being too charming, right? Riels shook his head, having a clearer understanding of his own charm. Throw the super crown into the system space and check the remaining rewards. 10 bottles of initial magic potion. A bottle of this thing sells for 500 in the system mall, so that's your opponent. This time, he made another net profit of 4,000 emotional points. It's just a pity for him that the primary magic potion is of little use to him. It's all a waste if you drink it, and you won't see how much magic power reserves can be increased if you drink it from the bottle. Forget it, I finally made a profit. These 10 bottles of primary magic potion can be given to the 3 little Lolita, Narcissa, and my godmother. Riels nodded with great satisfaction. 2 bottles per person, just enough to divide the 10 bottles. You know, the primary magic potion is just of no use to him, but if you give it to someone else, even Dumbledore will get the best increase. This thing does not depend on how much magic power you have now, but as long as you drink it, it will increase your magic power. The specific increase depends on how many times you have taken it, not the amount of magic power. Therefore, primary magic potions are of little use to him. However, it has a good boosting effect on the 3 little Lolita, Narcissa, and even his godmother, Professor McGonagall. What? Why is he so generous? Just give things to others casually. Laughing to death, don't you know the principle of keeping wealth from outsiders? The 3 little Lolita are little angel Lolita that he has started to cultivate and are seeing initial results. Narcissa is the servant wife whom he signed a servant contract with and gained a lot of favor. Professor McGonagall doesn't need to say anything more. This is the only relative he has in the wizarding world. Although he is not related by blood, he really values Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall also values him very much, so this can be regarded as a two-way journey. Well, a two-way journey in terms of family ties. Nothing wrong with it. Riels curled up his lips and showed a bright smile. It's a pity that no one saw it, otherwise he would have to praise the handsome young lady, Shanna. Actually, I saw it, but I don't want to praise the poop shoveler or sigh, because I'm just an ordinary fat chicken with a round face. After checking the previous rewards, Riels looked at the last one, which was also the one that puzzled him the most. There are only one last one left, 10,000 detonating talismans. Is this going to make me switch to selling arms? There are also things like detonating talismans. Why do they appear in the intermediate prize pool? Riel said with a sly smile, "System, why don't you explain it to me?" Please note, host, that a single detonating talisman is indeed not enough to enter the intermediate prize pool, but its explosion effect can be superimposed according to the number. Explosive power can be stacked based on quantity. Is it for this reason? It's not like he hasn't read Konoha Yellow Hairden before about such a basic thing, how could he not know that? Although the reason was far-fetched, it also explained to him why there would be detonating charms and primary magic potions in the intermediate lottery pool. To put it simply, quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. Well, if the number is large enough, you can enter the intermediate prize pool. This is true for 10 bottles of primary magic potions, and the same is true for 10,000 detonating talismans. After figuring out why this kind of reward was drawn from the Daxia economic lottery pool, new questions arose. That is, how to use these 10,000 detonating charms, what are they used for? You can't wait until Christmas to perform a 10-direction detonating talisman explosion for all the teachers and students in the school, right? Although he may not be able to blow up Hogwarts, if he dares to do that, he will definitely be punished, and he may even be expelled directly. But if you don't use these 10,000 detonating charms as fireworks, what else can you do? Do you really expect this thing to be useful in a duel? Well, don't tell me it might actually be useful. If you use it when the enemy doesn't know what this thing is, you might be able to catch the enemy off guard. But as long as you are a wizard with some experience in fighting enemies, you will not be allowed to throw away these flying props. I'm afraid that as soon as you throw it out, a dark green light will already light up over there. No doubt it's Avada eating a big melon. To sum up, these 10,000 detonating talismans are useful, but their usefulness is not that powerful. Of course, it would be a good choice to use it to set traps, maybe it could kill some wizards. Well, it's still useful, so keep it. Anyway, it doesn't take up any space in the system, so you can take it out when it's useful. Riels just glanced at the pile of detonating symbols next to the pile of gold galleons in the system space, and didn't pay much attention to it. He doesn't have any big ambitions. He doesn't want to overthrow the order of the wizarding world, nor does he want to blow up Hogwarts. The last time Ollivander's shop was an accident, it was an accident. He didn't want to have too many enemies, and Malfoy and Nose were pretty good, so why bother with so many enemies? Waiting for them to attack the people around you, asking for trouble. He sees this very clearly, so his ideal is to become stronger in an ordinary way, and occasionally tease 3 little Lolita and this big Lolita. Then he cultivates the mother-son bond with Professor McGonagall, his godmother. By the way, you can bully little snakes, little lions, etc. to increase your value. Then steadily get stronger, and occasionally do some exciting things to add a little flavor to the somewhat boring life. Well, he was talking about Malfoy and Nose, letting them cause trouble from time to time, and then destroying their plans. Their sad looks are simply the best spice in life. Riels finished sorting out today's harvest and stared blankly at the fish swimming outside the window for a while. Feeling sleepy, he crept back onto the bed and squeezed in under the quilt first. It's so funny, even though he is a cucumber boy but he has never eaten pork, how can he still not see pigs running? Besides, Narcissa is not shy at all, so why is he so shy? Anyway, he won't be the one who suffers, and there is only a small bed and a quilt in this dormitory. Feeling the sudden chill, Narcissa shrank uncomfortably in her sleep and stretched out her hand to pull the quilt. And then he held Riels in his arms. Narcissa hugged Riels, feeling the warm body temperature coming from his body, and couldn't help but hug him a little tighter. Riels just suffered this in silence, or he had no time to estimate those things. He actually found the 2 old enemy conspicuous bags under the quilt. That conspicuous look is really conspicuous. I don't know if it absorbed the heat in the quilt, but these 2 conspicuous bags seem to be larger. Well, they expand with heat and shrink with cold, so there's nothing wrong with them. But Riels, as a qualified warrior, a wizard, will definitely fight until the last moment, otherwise how could he be worthy of studying for so long? So without much hesitation, Riels gritted his teeth and rushed towards the 2 conspicuous bags, and a war without smoke officially started. 0, please give me flowers. As for the final winner, is it the 2 very conspicuous bags, or is it Riels the fearless warrior, the wizard? That's unknown, principal room. It was midnight, but the lights in the principal's office were brightly lit. The deans of the 4 major colleges gathered here, sitting in rows, listening to Dumbledore speak. Our plan is a very successful plan. Our plan is a perfect plan, This plan is great. Professor Dumbledore, can you tell me the result directly? I have several classes tomorrow. You know we are very tired today. Dumbledore, who was interrupted by Professor McGonagall, stroked his beard in embarrassment, but the embarrassment was only fleeting. Immediately his face became serious. You guys already know the reason why I asked you to come here, right? Regarding this question, the deans of the 4 major colleges all nodded, and their expressions became serious. Especially Professor McGonagall, whose expression could not be said to be serious but gloomy. Her best friend actually wants to compete with her for her son. How fun is this? Oh no, it should be said that her best friend, Miss Narcissa Black Malfoy, actually wants to be her daughter. Is this okay? You must know that she is Riel's godmother, but Narcissa wants to be Riel's godsister. Then ask what is the relationship between her and Narcissa. Professor Dumbledore, just tell us what you think. Professor Snape has already told us the specific things. I know Narcissa. I don't think she really wants to stay and take care of Riels because of her pity. After Professor McGonagall said this, he added with a pitiful expression, although Riel's experience is indeed pitiful. Everyone here knows about the godmother-son relationship between Riels and Professor McGonagall. In fact, when Professor McGonagall and Riels decided to have a mother-son relationship, Professor McGonagall excitedly shared the news with them, and she strictly asked them to keep it a secret. This matter must wait until she holds a grand banquet to announce it to the wizarding world. Regarding her request, as her friend for many years, everyone was naturally speechless. When did the resolute Professor McGonagall become like this? It seems that the power of family love can really change a person. This is what they really thought back then, really. So they can now understand Professor McGonagall's slight gaffe. How much Professor McGonagall cares about Riels can be seen from her determination to tell the wizarding world. It would be strange if Professor McGonagall didn't respond now. Minerva, I know you want to protect Riels, but I think you should believe us. Everyone here wants to protect Riels. Riels is a student at Hogwarts, and we are his professors and teachers. Protecting him is what we should do. Dumbledore paused, then continued with an incomprehensible expression. We all know that Narcissa has ulterior motives, but we should also be clear that this is an opportunity. As long as she stays in Hogwarts, she won't be able to cause trouble under our noses. If Narcissa is at Hogwarts, Lucius will have less help, and we will know Narcissa's purpose immediately. If we don't agree this time, she will find other ways to enter Hogwarts in the future, or let other people enter Hogwarts. This is not what we want to see. Although Dumbledore didn't say anything about the decision he made, these words already explained a lot and made the four deans understand his decision. It was obvious that he wanted to agree to Narcissa staying at Hogwarts. The purpose is to prevent Narcissa and Lucius from having any more plots, and at the same time to find the real purpose of these two people. If such a big fight was just to avenge Draco, then Narcissa should have finished her revenge and left long ago. Now that she wants to stay at Hogwarts, there must be something wrong. Riel's situation is indeed pitiful, but as Professor McGonagall said, Narcissa was not the kind of person who would feel pity for others just because they were pitiful. Not to mention, leaving behind the Malfoy family affairs and staying at Hogwarts to take care of Riels. There is probably no such nonsense in the entire wizarding world. The deans of the four major colleges looked at each other and had no objections to Dumbledore's decision. Only Professor McGonagall was a little dissatisfied, but her dissatisfaction was not about leaving Narcissa, but Hogwarts is not a small place and there are many rooms, so why should Riels and Narcissa live in the same dormitory? Narcissa is a woman and Riels is a man. I don't think this is a good thing. She may not object to Narcissa living in Hogwarts, but she objects to Narcissa living in Riels' dormitory. She is not afraid that Riels is young and ignorant, and Narcissa is rushing to become her daughter and becomes her daughter-in-law. Well, she is afraid that Narcissa cannot help herself. After all, Riels was so handsome and Narcissa was a woman who had eaten meat. The two of them were in the same room and even slept in the same bed. Then the possibility of a problem is very high, or in other words, a problem is certain. It just depends on the length of time. Professor McGonagall felt bad when he thought of the scene where his former best friend hugged his godson and affectionately called him godmother. If she had a choice, she really didn't want Narcissa to stay at Hogwarts. But Dumbledore and the others had already made a decision, and it was a certainty that Narcissa would stay. However, now that the matter has come to this, she still wants to fight for it. She really doesn't want to change her relationship with Narcissa. Well, Minerva, I think you shouldn't tell me about this. You should ask Riels. You know he has strong opinions. In fact, Narcissa lived in the same dormitory with him. He proposed it himself, and we also tried to dissuade him. If you don't believe me, you can ask Severus. Dumbledore looked confused and looked at Snape with a slightly strange expression. Severus, what did Riels say? It's funny, if the situation allowed it, he definitely wouldn't want Narcissa living in Riels' dormitory. Don't forget, the purpose of people like Narcissa is probably the magic stone. But he had stored the magic stone in Riels. If Narcissa was allowed to live in Riels' dormitory again, so what does this mean? Put the Philosopher's Stone directly into Narcissa's hand. As for the most dangerous place being the safest place, well, it was indeed reasonable. He believed it, so he didn't resist them sharing a dormitory too much. In the final analysis, Riels may just be a reason for Narcissa to stay in Hogwarts. No one would have thought that something as important as the Sorcerer's Stone would be in his hands. After all, Riels is just a freshman who has just entered school. Of course, if Riels took the initiative to say it, that would be another matter. But will Riels take the initiative to say it? Obviously not 277, at least he thinks Riels is a person who understands the importance. Understand what is important and what cannot be said nonsense. You mean Riels took the initiative to share a dormitory with Narcissa? How is this possible? Could it be that Narcissa deceived Riels? Obviously, Professor McGonagall was skeptical about Professor Dumbledore's words. In Hogwarts, she is probably the professor who is most familiar with Riels. Riels is clearly not the lecherous type. Well, he may be a little precocious, but it's impossible to make such a decision. Taking a slight chance, Professor McGonagall looked at Snape. Severus, Professor Dumbledore is joking, right? As soon as this question came out, several other professors looked at Snape. Only Dumbledore was sipping black tea with a calm expression. It's ridiculous, the fact is the fact, how could it be changed just because of a little expectation? What kind of person is Riels? Doesn't Professor McGonagall, his godmother, still know? Professor McGonagall, I don't know, he's not, he doesn't, you're talking nonsense, you're spreading rumors, you're so bad. Faced with everyone's gaze, especially Professor McGonagall's expectant gaze, Snape was unusually at a loss what to say. However, this feeling only lasted for a moment, and he returned to his previous state. Sister Narcissa and I hit it off instantly. She is going to stay and take care of me for a while. Do you want me to sleep with her separately? Why are you so cruel? What did Sister Narcissa do wrong? What did I do wrong? Do you know how much pressure I am under? You have seen me in the early hours of the morning. As Snape told the story, the faces of several professors became very excited, especially Professor McGonagall, whose face turned blue and white. No matter how unfamiliar they were with Riels, Snape's voice was cold and emotionless when he spoke. But they could still tell immediately that this was something Riels would say. At this point, the remaining bit of luck in Professor McGonagall's heart disappeared. Very good, really good, this boy. Professor McGonagall looked stiff. After a moment of silence, he stood up and said, Professor Dumbledore, Professor Snape, Professor Sprout, Professor Flitwick. It's getting late, you guys should go to bed early. I have classes tomorrow, so I'll go back and rest first. Before she finished speaking, she had already left the principal's office, opened the door and closed it all in one movement, obviously feeling very unstable. It was right to think about it, Riels was her godson, and now he had to sleep with someone who was her best friend. This is not an easy thing to accept for anyone. For a moment, the professor sighed in the silent principal's office. The Professor McGonagall who existed only for work could not come back, but Professor McGonagall is actually better now. He has connections and family, and he also has a place of trust in his heart. Only then can he be considered a complete person, right? The old Professor McGonagall was perfect, a perfect professor, and there was no fault in his behavior. She is also very popular and has basically no enemies, but just such a person makes her friends feel distressed. Professor McGonagall was born as a muggle. She was married but had no children and later lost her husband. These blows made her, who was already focused on her career, put all her energy into her career. Other professors may only have one class a day, but Professor McGonagall has 2 classes every day. What? Not much, just 2 classes. You must know that Hogwarts only has 2 classes a day, and these 2 classes make up the whole day. Occasionally, when she has a little break, Professor McGonagall will focus on preparing lesson plans. She can become the most popular professor at Hogwarts, and these efforts are indispensable. Now that Professor McGonagall can tolerate a godson, this really makes them all very happy. Of course, they are also a little surprised besides being happy. So they all understand how much Professor McGonagall values Riels. Riels' only relative in the wizarding world is Professor McGonagall. Likewise, Professor McGonagall's only relative in the wizarding world is Riels. The two of them are not related, but it doesn't prevent others from seeing it. Professor Sprout said with a complex expression, Professor McGonagall cares about Riels very much, that's why she behaves like this. I can understand her feelings. The fact that Riels and Narcissa share a dormitory is actually not without its benefits. Of course, it would be fine if they could no longer be in the same dormitory. Dumbledore paused and continued, but this was proposed by Riels himself. In this case, there is no need for us to stop him. That child Riels is not simple. You cannot treat him as an ordinary child. You must treat him as an adult, a mature adult. He is very measured in what he does and knows what can and cannot be done. Narcissa may have lied to him, but he must have noticed. I'm even thinking that Riels wasn't deceived. All this was because he was following Narcissa, deliberately making her feel that he was deceived. In short, we should believe in that child and believe in him. Dumbledore talked a lot, but except for Snape, the other two professors listened in confusion. Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout looked at each other, feeling like they received malice from the entire world. Good guys, what are you doing behind our backs? No, I should say, what else have you done behind our backs? Are you going to take us with you? With such speechless emotions, the two professors stood up and left one after another. Since you don't want to take them to play, let Professor Dumbledore and Professor Snape play by themselves. They went back to rest and no longer wanted to accompany me. For a moment, only Snape and Dumbledore were left staring at each other in the headmaster's room. Before Dumbledore could say anything, Snape stood up, stretched out his hand, and took away the bag of strange-flavored beans on the table under Dumbledore's confused gaze. Professor Dumbledore, go to bed early and eat less sugar. This stuff is not good for your teeth, Snape said as he stuffed two strange-flavored beans into his mouth. The expression of enjoyment shows that you have tasted great food. Dumbledore stretched out his arms and watched blankly as Snape left with the whole bag of strange-flavored beans. Really, sometimes he really wants to call the police. Dumbledore, who had lost his strange-flavored beans, stood up very depressed, walked to the window and looked at the moon outside the window quietly. Fawkes, who was awakened by a series of doors opening and closing, watched this scene helplessly. Very good, it seems that this old guy is going to express his exclamations again tonight. Really, you are already so old, why do you have to do this? As if to verify Fawkes's guess, Dumbledore, who was standing in front of the window, sighed and spoke in a slightly lower tone. I hope that kid Riels didn't disappoint me, or else I would. Fawkes didn't listen to what he said next. He was already used to Dumbledore going crazy in the middle of the night, so he was already prepared. I saw Fawkes spread his wings very skillfully, shrunk his head, and wrapped himself with his wings. In an instant, a warm bird nest is ready. Just like that, a scene appeared in the principal's room, which basically happened every night. Dumbledore, the greatest white wizard in the wizarding world, stood in front of the window and talked to himself at the moon. His phoenix companion Fawkes curled up into an egg and fell asleep in the bird's nest. The scene was extremely harmonious, probably. 013803103 to 191,211,251. Early morning, Slytherin dormitory. Riels was half asleep and half awake, feeling that the soft thing on his pillow was slowly leaving. This made him very dissatisfied after fighting two conspicuous men until midnight last night. Riels made a dissatisfied groan, shook his head a few times, and squeezed forward. Narcissa is ashamed +11, helpless +17, funny +19. The voice of the system sounded in Riels' mind, and his brain, which was still a little confused for a moment, was not awake yet. He only woke up a little bit, but he was still in a dazed state. He is thinking now, who is Narcissa? Where am I? What am I going to do? Why does Narcissa contribute emotional points to me? Riels, I think you should really see what you look like now. I really can't tell that you are a tiger cub during the day and become a kitten at night. You know, the kittens I'm talking about are ordinary kittens, not magical animals like Garfield. Narcissa added with an inexplicable expression. But she didn't struggle anymore and let Riels rest her head on her conspicuous bag. This is not only because she does not resist Riels' contact, nor does she think it is a big deal. Riels is just a child. On the other hand, looking at Garfiras, who was using the basin as a bowl and showing off his rice with a big mouthful of rice, Narcissa really didn't know how to describe her mood. It was so pitiful that until last night, she only thought that Garfield was an overfed fat cat. Yesterday at noon, she petted the cat for a long time, and even the hair on Garfila's was. The beans were pinched all over. As a result, you told her that Garfila's is not actually a cat, but a magical animal that is as strong as a dragon. It can also turn stones into gold. Well, she would definitely not believe it and even sneered harshly. But it was Riels who said this and the result was different, but that's not important. What's important is that it's really time for Riels to get up. It was almost dawn now, and she just heard the sound of many small snakes passing by the door of the dormitory. Among them were her son, Draco Malfoy, and the two followers, the children of the Goyle family and the Crabbe family. While listening to the conversation between my son and others outside, I held another son's classmate in my arms. This feeling is exciting, it is so exciting. Of course, apart from the excitement, there is also a lot of shame. Although she and Riels were very innocent, had done nothing, and had no special thoughts, in this situation it was still a little exciting. Sister Narcissa, do you know, tigers' abilities are all taught by cats. I'm not talking about magical animals like Garfield, but ordinary cats. The tiger learned all the skills of the cat, but later he wanted to retaliate and wanted to eat the cat, but the cat kept one and did not teach it to the tiger. That's tree climbing. Cats can climb trees, but tigers can't. Riels lay comfortably, feeling the morning cleanser. At this moment, don't talk about emotional value, rewards, getting stronger, or any other messy things. He now feels that life is nothing more than this. It was different from the feeling last night that made him roll his eyes with pleasure. This kind of plain taste is what he pursues. Of course, a large part of the original intention is freshness. No matter in his previous life or this life, he has never used a conspicuous bag as a pillow. Now that I have a rare opportunity, I can only say that this feeling is really not bad. Narcissa raised her eyebrows and said playfully, "The story is very good, I like it very much, but I think you should get up now. I remember Hogwarts had breakfast in the banquet hall, but it was only served within a limited time. If you miss it, you may not have breakfast. Of course, you can also stay in the dormitory to eat. The house elves can deliver the food directly. But if you don't go, won't your two little girlfriends be angry? Think about it, lest you get slapped with panda eyes." Narcissa is funny plus 19, interesting plus 19. When Riels heard this, he rolled his eyes speechlessly. What kind of little girlfriend? If you put it that way, we would still be sleeping in the same bed when we were 2.5 years old. Then you should be my boss. Narcissa interrupted him with a smile. Sister, am I not the one? F **ku, Riels still wants to make fun of her based on her modest skills. She used to be the wife of the patriarch of the Malfoy family, but she had developed a good eloquence after negotiating a lot of business deals. It's easy for her to deal with little guys like Riels. Sister Narcissa, you are really my good sister. Forget it about breakfast. I told Cassandra and Pansy yesterday that I will go to the classroom later today. Riels sat up helplessly with a look of despair on his face. But we do have to get up. You and I will go see Professor Dumbledore later. We need to get a certificate from Professor Dumbledore. Otherwise, you will not be able to live here unless you never leave the door of my dormitory. To be honest, if he had the choice, he would definitely take the opportunity to stay in Wenru Township for a while. Now he finally understands what the Tomb of Heroes of Wenwin Township is, and from now on the king will not go to court early. But he was just thinking about it. Not to mention that he and Narcissa hadn't done anything yet. Even if they had really done something, then it was possible that the king would not come to court early. But now that he hasn't done anything, the king must have gone to court early. The diligent King Riels quickly put on the clothes he had prepared, then turned to Narcissa and said, "You only have one set of clothes, right? Why don't you wear the one you wore yesterday first? Then you can buy some more today. If that doesn't work, you can wear mine, but it might be a little too small. You know those two conspicuous bags of yours are too conspicuous, and you probably can't even put on your pants. I'm not saying you're fat, I'm just saying. The size and length are different, so it's hard for you to put it on, and even if you do, it might not be long enough." Narcissa is funny plus 19, annoyed plus 13, helpless plus 16. The sound of the system made Riels wipe the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. Really, just a little bit. He was just a little bit close to seeing blood this morning. Women have several taboos that cannot be mentioned, just like a dragon with reverse scales that will cause death if touched, no matter how good the relationship is. Among these taboos, the two most important ones are age and body weight. Needless to say, age, no matter how many women you know, as long as you ask about their age, your favorability will be lowered immediately, especially those mature big sisters. Body shape and weight are even more serious. If you call a woman fat, congratulations, you are already being noticed. What Riels just said almost made Narcissa mistakenly think that he was calling her fat. Although he didn't mean that, he couldn't stop Narcissa's random thoughts. This can be seen from Narcissa's explosive mood. It can be said that if he hadn't gained enough favorability yesterday, he didn't need to explain it just now, or he didn't have time to explain it, but Narcissa's just trial was already ushered in. But luckily, he reacted quickly. Sure enough, the only martial arts in the world that cannot be defeated is speed. Riels curled his lips proudly and felt that his whole body was a lot more energetic. Well, he was scared to the point of being energetic. Brother Riels seems to be very concerned about his sister's figure. Hey, Brother Riels is right to look down on his sister's figure. After all, she is already in her 30s and has given birth to a child. Narcissa pretended to sigh and said, "My child Draco is already the same age as Brother Riels. It seems that I am not suitable to be Brother Riels' sister anymore. How about this? Brother Riels treats me as his godson and I become your godmother." Narcissa suppressed her smile, pretending to look forward to it, and blinked her big sapphire eyes at Riels. She was really laughing to death now. Riels was really more interesting than she thought. This is simply a living treasure. It seems that when getting along with him, he can always bring out some unexpected surprises. Very good, very clever revenge, simply amazing. Riel's mouth twitched a few times and he rolled his eyes speechlessly. Sister Narcissa, don't let Professor McGonagall hear what you said. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Professor McGonagall is my godmother. She seems to know you. I heard my godmother mention it before. You two are very good best friends. 3. Having said this, Riels' eyes flashed and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Damn, I really don't think he can stand up to her, right? Just wait and see. Today he will make Narcissa regret it and let her know what trouble comes from the mouth. Narcissa was surprised plus 17, surprise 17, regret plus 17, joy plus 18. Well, it's a very average emotion value of 17 points. But it's a pity that it's also as high as 17 points. Are you kidding me? Narcissa doesn't really want to be his godmother, does she? But he treats Narcissa as his maid and wife. The corners of Riels' mouth twitched a few times, and his eyes suddenly changed when he looked at Narcissa. It seems to be a silent accusation against her. I treat you as a maid. I treat you as a wife and dote on you, but you actually want to be my mother. Are you worthy of me? It's too much, it's really too much. Narcissa didn't know what Riels was thinking, and she was now quite interested in the relationship between Riels and Professor McGonagall. You are actually Minerva's son, why didn't she tell me? Oh, that's right. You just entered school not long ago. The last time Minerva and I met was, last time almost a year ago. Speaking of which, the reason for our last meeting was because of the conflict between you and Draco. When Narcissa said this, she did not continue, but her expression turned slightly gloomy, and her sapphire-like eyes looked towards the door of the dormitory full of loneliness. Not long ago, her son Draco passed by this door. They were so close, but they were blocked by the bedroom door. She could obviously open this door with a wave of her wand, and when she opened it, she could see Draco Malfoy, her biological son. But she was timid, maybe because she had put a lock on herself in her heart. Narcissa smiled rather self-deprecatingly, and the expression on her delicate little face became darker and darker. Riels could see this at a glance and guess what Narcissa was thinking and why she was sad. But he was not going to comfort Narcissa, but was going to s her off. This was something he learned while getting along with the three little Lolita. Well, strictly speaking, he came to this realization while getting along with the two rebellious little Lolitas. At this time, the more you comfort them, the more aggrieved they will be, and their emotions will burst out directly, and it will be impossible to coax them. The best way is to annoy them or distract them with something. The former is easy to handle, while the latter is indispensable because of the right time, place, and people. At least he doesn't have the conditions to do this. So he chose to use another method, which was also the simplest method, to directly anger Narcissa and divert her attention and emotions. As for how to make someone angry it's so simple. Riels raised his lips and said thoughtfully, Sister Narcissa, I regard you as my sister, you are my family. Narcissa turned around with some confusion when she heard Riels' words. She didn't quite understand. What did Riels want to do so early in the morning? To be sensational, he is really? No. And the most important thing is that she knows that Riels must not be holding anything back when he says this. Narcissa narrowed her eyes and looked at Riels with some vigilance. I am naturally very happy that you can treat me as a sister, Riels. Narcissa is vigilant plus 17, funny plus 18, touching plus 9. This conspicuous 9-point touch really left Riels speechless. I'm a little moved again, but not deeply, right? Riels shook his head helplessly, no longer thinking about this, and continued to speak. Sister Narcissa, I think you and Professor McGonagall, my godmother, may not be friends anymore. As soon as these words came out, Narcissa was stunned. Minerva McGonagall can be said to be one of her few friends. Professor McGonagall was originally her teacher, and they had known each other since they were at Hogwarts. At that time, in order to maintain the honor of the pureblood family, she studied hard and asked various professors for help when she encountered problems she didn't know. Among them, the person she consulted the most was Professor McGonagall. At that time, Professor McGonagall was the Transfiguration professor at Hogwarts. Unfortunately, her talent in Transfiguration was not very good. It was precisely because of this that she and Professor McGonagall became close friends over time. This is also the reason why she and Professor McGonagall can still become friends despite her temper and such a big age difference. This friendship has lasted until now. In fact, she still cherishes this friendship to this day. But what does Riels mean now? What does it mean that Professor McGonagall is afraid that he will no longer be her friend? Are Riels going to file a lawsuit? Riels is really capable of doing this. Narcissa had veins on her forehead and looked at Riels angrily. Brother Riels, I hope you won't make any decisions that you will regret. You know, sister, I am a very good wizard, and I happen to like dueling very much, but there is no one here who can fight with me. If you don't make any wrong decisions, then we will still be good siblings. I can also think of ways to fight with others, but if you make the wrong decision then. Narcissa took out her wand and looked at Riels with deep sapphire eyes. She wants to see today if Riels' head is really that strong. If Riels dares to file a complaint, then she, really has no choice. But it doesn't matter, it doesn't stop her from teaching Riels a lesson twice, a tough lesson. We have to beat Riels to pieces and make him shed tears of regret. Narcissa's anger plus 16, dissatisfaction plus 18, expectation plus 19. A threat, right? This is a naked danger, right? And this emotional value, two negative emotions paired with an expectant emotion that is about to explode. Need to say more about what we were expecting? Riel's eyelids twitched unconsciously, feeling that if he didn't speak anymore, he would be bleeding a lot this morning. Sister Narcissa, you should also know, right? As I just said, Professor McGonagall is my godmother and you are my sister. Then what should you call Professor McGonagall? You and I are the same generation, what should you call her? Can you still be best friends like this? Riels shook his head as if disappointed. Sister Narcissa, I'm not telling you, why can't you even think of this? I'm so happy that Narcissa is so teasing, do you know that feeling? It's like that, the other party feels that they have a chance to win, but in fact, you still hold a king bomb in your hand. As long as you want to, it feels like you can directly block the other party. Especially when you play this king bomb, the opponent's reaction is simply amazing. Just like Narcissa now, what can she do if she is extremely vigilant? Isn't it still going to be a critical hit for him? Can you dodge it? Obviously you can't dodge it. Narcissa was so confused that she revealed the reward, 100 emotion points. Well, 100 emotion points is not too much, nor is it too little. According to his current relationship with Narcissa, even if the emotional value in the form of reward was not exploded just now, if the emotion was simply exploded, it would be almost 100 or so. That's right, that's how confident you are. Narcissa was shocked by Riel's words and didn't come back to her senses for a long time. After she came back to her senses, she opened her sapphire-like eyes in disbelief, pointed at herself, then pointed at Riels and spoke in disbelief. Should I call Minerva godmother? Are you kidding me? Even if you are Minerva's godson, I am not her goddaughter. Why should I call her godmother? If that's what you think, then don't call us siblings anymore. You can call me aunt from now on. Anyway, I'm old enough to be your aunt. Narcissa rolled her eyes and said very displeased, are you satisfied with this? After all, don't you just think I'm too old? Okay, then I won't be your sister. How about I be your aunt? She is not a fool, she was just led around by Riels just now. Now that she has come to her senses, she will definitely have to fight back. As for how to fight back, hitting the ground and making something out of nothing, don't you know how to do these? Narcissa folded her arms, pretending to be unhappy and sad, and she wanted to comfort me quickly. In fact, the eyes that were slightly lowered and covered by the hair were full of smiles. Humph, you want to beat her verbally with just this ability? Do you really think she has been talking about business these years? Is it all in vain? Narcissa is funny plus 19, amusing plus 19, proud plus 19. Look at the emotional value that exploded, and then look at Narcissa's current appearance. Riels fell into a rare silence. No, did he just say Narcissa was old? Even if his memory is not very good, he won't forget everything, right? I really didn't realize that Narcissa had the ability to make things out of nothing. The corners of Riel's mouth twitched a few times, and he did not continue to argue with Narcissa on this topic, but followed Narcissa's wishes. He took a few steps forward and coaxed Narcissa with a gentle voice. Anyway, his original purpose was just to make Narcissa not sad. Now the goal has been achieved, well, although not in the way he wanted, but it has been achieved at least right. After Riels comforted himself with a few words, he successfully dispelled any discomfort in his heart. It's not that he has a good temper or is a dog licker or something, it's just that Narcissa is his person, she signed a servant contract and she has paid a lot for him. Isn't this small interaction normal? Could it be that when your wife is having a tantrum with you and is acting coquettishly, waiting for you to coax her, why don't you go up and give her a hard time? Congratulations, you are either speaking out, you are close to being born, or you are about to be single again. There is another big possibility, well, you don't even have a wife. What? There is no woman in my heart to draw the sword. Well, it makes sense, women will only affect the speed of my drawing the sword. But 803, I am a wizard, why should I draw my sword? What affects the speed of drawing the wand? It's so funny that I won't draw the wand anymore. Can't you cast spells without a wand? Can't you cast spells silently? To sum up, women can only affect swordsmen but not wizards. Riels is quite lucky that he is a wizard, otherwise he would have been single for the rest of his life. He has no idea of being single in his 30s and changing jobs to become a great magician, nor does he believe in that idea. In contrast, it is more reliable to find a few more Angel Lolita to slowly increase the emotional value. If there are plugins and you don't use them, then what is that if you're not a fool? After some careful comfort from Riels, Narcissa, who was extremely sad, finally felt a little better. Upon seeing this, Riels immediately added fuel to the fire and said, After meeting Professor Dumbledore, I can accompany you to go shopping for clothes. Actually, you can't tell, right? My aesthetics are very good. Cassandra, Pansy, and Hermione have all praised me. Just in time, we can have breakfast outside. What does Narcissa need now? She just had a falling out with Lucius and lost the power of the Malfoy family. Doesn't she feel anything in her heart? That was obviously impossible. Even if she didn't show it, Riels still knew the sadness in her heart. After all, just a day ago they were a family of 3, and now she broke up with Lucius and was saved by her former enemy. The emotional fluctuations involved can be imagined, which is probably why Narcissa slept so soundly yesterday. My mood fluctuates too much during the day from joy to sorrow, and I will definitely be very tired when I lie down at night. Well, Narcissa contributed at least 3,000 to him, yesterday's emotional value of tens of thousands. This is enough to show how severe her mood swings were yesterday. Although Narcissa didn't seem to feel anything today, deep down she was definitely terrified and overwhelmed. There is also confusion about the future and nostalgia for the past. So now Narcissa needs company and someone to stand by her side to make up for the fear in her heart. He had to use practical actions to dispel Narcissa's confusion and uncertainty about the future. And he has been coming to Hogwarts for so long and he really wants to go out and hang out. How do you say that? If you have money, pay. The fact was just as Riels expected. After Narcissa heard his words, she was stunned for a moment, and then her sapphire eyes shone with light. It was a light called expectation and surprise. This also convinced Riels that Narcissa needed someone to stand by her side now. Narcissa was pleasantly surprised and revealed a reward, 300 emotion points. Brother Riels, is it really okay for you to skip school? Isn't this bad? I mean, I'm very happy that you can accompany me out. Thank you, Riels. Narcissa lowered her head to hide the excitement on her face. Great, really great. When she goes shopping like this, people are following her to get things. Originally, she was still thinking about taking Garfilas out shopping. After all, her muscles were very capable at first sight. However, it is still unclear whether it is right to take Garfield out, and whether it can be taken out is not sure. Okay now, isn't Riels easier to take out than Garfilas? Although Riels is very thin and has no meat on his body, there is no way to compare with Garfilas. But it's easy to take him out, and what kind of meat do you want? Wouldn't it be nice to use a magic spell to reduce the weight of an object? What? Why not just get a bag that has been casted with the invisible telescopic charm? It's so funny, if it was put into the broken bag of the traceless telescopic spell, who would know what she bought? If no one else knew about it, why would she go shopping? Wouldn't it be better to just have it delivered to her? Round face fat chicken express, you are trustworthy. Sister Narcissa, you know that with my current strength, I can actually do it even if I don't learn those things. I have already completed all the first grade subject courses. I went shopping with you today and I just wanted to buy some things, some gifts for my friends and my godmother. Riels had no idea how serious the situation was. At this moment, he was still thinking about going shopping there later and buying something for the 3 little Lolita and Professor McGonagall. The closest thing to here is Diagon Alley, and everything there is there because Diagon Alley belongs to Hogwarts, so you know. But where to go specifically depends on Narcissa. This is not to say that he listens to Narcissa more, but simply because Narcissa understands the wizarding world better than he does. In his opinion, Diagon Alley is already a good shopping place. Although they only sell some school supplies, the fact that there is a Gringotts there can explain a lot of problems. But in Narcissa's perception, Diagon Alley may be nothing. As a woman, Narcissa definitely knows where the clothes are the best and where the things are the best. Since he wanted to buy gifts for the 3 little Lolita and Professor McGonagall, it was absolutely right to follow Narcissa. This is called wisdom. Riels, who was extremely smart, smiled very proudly. After getting dressed, he looked at Narcissa, only to see that she had already finished dressing and was waiting for him. This made Riels a little confused. No, are you ready now? No makeup or anything? I'm not saying you're ugly, I'm just curious. Don't others say it takes a long time for a woman to put on makeup and tidy up her things when she goes out? How come you were ready while I was getting dressed? Again, although I have never eaten pork, have I never seen a pig running. The TV series and novels he watched in his previous life all told him one thing. Girls are very delicate, they look their best when they go out. This state is not only about the outfit, but also the jewelry and makeup. But why is Narcissa now 870? Could it be that all those things in her previous life were lies to him? Riels couldn't help but frown, feeling like he had been deceived. Narcissa is funny +19, speechless +19. Riels, have people ever told you that you are stupid sometimes? Girls do have to put on makeup when they go out and look their best, but I don't have any makeup or other clothes now. What do you want me to use for makeup? And I never wear makeup. Although those things are made of potion materials, I don't like them. Okay, shall we go to Professor Dumbledore's place again? I don't think it's polite to keep others waiting, especially elders. After Narcissa finished speaking, she no longer looked at Riels, but took out a bag that had been casted with a traceless telescopic spell and began to fill it with gold galleons. That pile of gold galleons amounted to more than 10,000, and her little bag couldn't contain them all even if she cast the traceless telescopic spell. What she makes now is just to install some randomly to see if they are enough for today. After all, she has to buy a lot of things today, clothes, shoes, jewelry, skincare products. In short, a lot, so I still need to pack a little more gold galleons, but she didn't really care. Don't forget that Riels went out with her. If the money is not enough by then, wouldn't it be nice to ask Riels to come up with some more for her? After all, the pile of gold galleons now was all taken out by Riels. Narcissa hummed a little tune and packed up the gold galleons very happily. Riels silently cast a spell, washed himself, and woke up his still somewhat confused brain. After all this was done, Narcissa had packed up the gold and was standing at the door. Sister Narcissa, when we arrive at the dean's office later, do whatever I say and don't talk nonsense, otherwise I'm afraid. Riels frowned and hesitated to speak. Otherwise, I'm afraid that Dumbledore and the others will forcefully assign you a dormitory. Then, why would he seek revenge on those two abominable conspicuous bags at night? But he couldn't say this, otherwise Narcissa would definitely misunderstand that he had some dirty thoughts. In fact, his thoughts are not dirty at all, just a bit despicable. Well, he just covets Narcissa's body. What's wrong? But what Riels said sounded like Narcissa was worried that she wouldn't be able to stay. Narcissa was also worried about this, and only she knew it if she couldn't stay in Hogwarts. Then what kind of dangerous situation will she face? But she didn't worry anymore, and she didn't show any worry at all. She was mainly afraid that Riels would worry too. Even at this time, she still suppressed the worries in her heart and said with a smile, "Sister Riels will do whatever Brother Riels says. Are you satisfied?" Narcissa is funny +19, reluctant +16, looking forward to +19. Riels heard the system prompt and didn't say anything more. Instead, he took a deep look at Narcissa, then opened the door to the dormitory and led her towards the principal's office. To be honest, he was actually 99% sure that Narcissa could stay, or that Dumbledore and the others would agree to Narcissa staying. There is the remaining 1%, Dumbledore and the others who disagree. But that doesn't matter, it doesn't matter whether Dumbledore or the others agree, and he doesn't really need their agreement. Don't forget, he also has a Taoyuan cave where Narcissa can live. But if Dumbledore and the others can agree, that will definitely be the best outcome. After all, he didn't have to hide, he could still take Narcissa and wander around in front of Master by Malfoy. Really, he has now begun to look forward to the expression of the white-haired young Master Malfoy when he sees him and Narcissa getting intimate. It must be wonderful. Narcissa didn't know what Riels was thinking, otherwise she would have given Riels 2 Avasunny melons. But unfortunately, she doesn't have the ability to read minds, nor does she use legilimency on Riels. So now she is following Riels very obediently. At first glance, it does have a bit of a maid flavor in it. It's just a pity that Narcissa is only wearing a red dress instead of a black and white maid outfit, otherwise the smell will definitely be stronger. There was almost no one in the Slytherin dormitory at this time. Even inside Hogwarts Castle, there were not many little wizards walking around. After all, it was breakfast time, and the little wizards all went to the banquet hall to eat. However, occasionally there were still a few young wizards running towards the banquet hall in a hurry. No need to think too much, they just got up late and are now trying to speed up their pace to see if they can have a hot meal. When Riels and Narcissa met these people, although these people were a little curious about Narcissa's identity, they did not stop to ask. Laughing to death, how can the identity of a stranger be compared with breakfast? You know, if they don't eat breakfast, they won't have energy that morning. How will the little wizards from other colleges be killed then? So Riels and Narcissa were not stopped along the way. In this way, we arrived at the principal's office very smoothly. Dong 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 tilde, come in, the door is unlocked. Dumbledore's slightly tired voice came from the headmaster's office. Upon hearing this, Riels didn't hesitate, opened the door to the principal's office and walked in. After Narcissa followed, he closed the door of the principal's office and turned to look at the old B. Dumbledore. At this time, Dumbledore was still dressed as the God of War, well, the God of War in pajamas. Especially the nightcap on the head, it is really amazing. Riels suppressed a smile and greeted very politely. Professor Dumbledore, good morning. I brought Sister Narcissa to see you, but I didn't bring breakfast because we got up late in the morning. We decided to eat out while we go shopping later. Oh, by the way, does Professor Dumbledore need our help to get something back? For example, the strange flavored beans that were freshly baked. Oh my god, I almost forgot. Sister Narcissa, remember to remind me to buy strange-flavored beans when you go out later. Riel's series of words directly confused Narcissa. She even forgot to say hello politely, Adai, and just like that, Riels grabbed her little hand and sat on the sofa. It wasn't until her butt touched the soft sofa that she jumped up as if she'd been electrocuted. Professor Dumbledore, nice to meet you, Narcissa greeted politely. She was really nervous at this moment, not even a little bit nervous. Not to mention that she had been a Death Eater before, and she had a deep-seated fear of Dumbledore. Let's just say that at yesterday's parent-teacher meeting, she had the opportunity to take action against Riels. If Dumbledore finds out, the consequences will definitely not be good for her. More importantly, whether she can stay in Hogwarts is really a matter of Dumbledore's words. Even though Hogwarts has 4 branches and 4 deans, it seems that the authority of Bledo has been completely divided. But in fact, Hogwarts is what Dumbledore said. No professor would object to the decision Dumbledore made, and no one would want to dissuade him. Unless the decision Dumbledore made was outrageous and unacceptable. In this case, some dissatisfied professors would raise objections. Other times, like whether she could stay in Hogwarts or not, this little thing was all a matter of Dumbledore's words. So she has no reason not to be nervous. Narcissa is anxious +19, nervous +19, expectant +19, Dumbledore is funny +19, guessing +19, surprised +19. Wow, Zayabai's emotions are worth it again. So cool, so cool, so cool. Sure enough, today is another day full of energy. Riels narrowed his eyes in pleasure but still stood up, stretched out his hand and held Narcissa's little hand, giving her some comfort to the nervous woman. After all, this tension, anxiety, and expectation are all directed at him. Although part of me was hoping that he would say something to make Deng. Blido promised that she could successfully stay at Hogwarts. But there was still a large part of her that expected him to stand up and help her. This is a no-brainer. Professor Dumbledore, it seems that you didn't sleep well last night. Otherwise, why wouldn't you have said a word until now? Oh, of course, it's also possible that you are thinking that you should ask me to bring you something back. Let me think about it. Well, how about freshly baked strange-flavored beans? You know, strange-flavored beans only taste the best when they are freshly baked. After they have been left for a while, the flavor will not be that strong. Riel's familiar and casual look made Narcissa's heart pick up in her throat. But seeing Dumbledore smiling and not looking angry at all, she slowly let her heart fall back into her stomach. After she calmed down and looked at Riels talking, she suddenly felt a strange sense of warmth. It's like the feeling of being protected. This is the feeling she only felt from her mother when she was a child. Unexpectedly, she felt it again now, and the source was Riels, who was only a teenager. Narcissa couldn't help but feel slightly absent-minded and just looked at Riels with warm eyes. She really feels like Riels is like a treasure. You never know what surprises he can bring you. Whether he is prankster, considerate, protective, or responsible. These seem to be the only pranks that come standard for children Riel's age. As for the other ones, even some mature adults may not have them. But these are all present in Riels. Obviously, some of them conflict with each other, but these qualities are all gathered in Riels. Narcissa was thinking last night, what kind of person is Riels? Which face is Riels' true face? Which sentence is Riels sincerely saying? Which thing is Riels saying without asking? But she couldn't think of it. Now suddenly she felt that none of this mattered. Is it useful to care about what Riels is really like? Is it useful to care about what Riels wants? Wouldn't it be great as long as Riels stays the way he is? Even if these are all fake, even if they are all just a dream, she is very content. In Riels, she experienced the kind of care that only a younger brother can bring. Of course, there are also some feelings that only come from close people. But she didn't care. Riels was still a child, wasn't he? He was her brother and they were not blood-related siblings. Narcissa was so moved that she revealed the reward, 500 emotion points. No, are you sure this is Narcissa? Is this the Narcissa who taught the white-haired young Master Malfoy, the very bad Narcissa? Riels rubbed his chin, feeling that the last possibility seemed the best. It's very fragrant. I'm usually reluctant to drink it. Dumbledore said while waving his wand a few times. Is there a mistake somewhere, or is it someone with the same name, or the power of the servant contract? Narcissa hurriedly put the teacup on the table as if she had found a hot potato. The other cup fell into Dumbledore's hand, and the teapot was still floating in the air. Under the protection of the magic spell, he could help pour water at any time. She felt the teacup in her hand. Well, it was indeed soupy. He picked up a cup of tea, blew it carefully for a few times, and then put it into Narcissa's hand. Sister Narcissa, be careful. No matter how fragrant the black tea is, it will be hot. The next moment, 3 teacups filled with steaming hot black tea, and an exquisite little teacup appeared out of thin air. As soon as these words came out, Dumbledore burst into laughter, and Narcissa came back to her senses when she heard the movement. This time, I just gave it to Riels and I didn't know what to say. Holding back her mouth, she looked at her red palms with some grievance. Riels, Mrs. Malfoy, I think you could sit down. Would you like a cup of black tea or pumpkin sweats? But I recommend black tea more. This is the black tea I got from Severus. Oh, your dean, Professor Snape. Dumbledore is funny plus 19, surprised plus 18, and annoyed plus 16. Then twice as much black tea fell directly onto the table in front of Riels and Narcissa. Riels turned to look at Narcissa in confusion, only to see her looking at him blankly. Her sapphire eyes seemed to be filled with moisture. Riels was already used to this, and he pulled Narcissa, who was still moved and unable to act spontaneously, to sit down. At this moment she forgot that Dumbledore was still there, and just looked at Riels with her watery eyes, silently condemning him. Dumbledore's eyelids jumped wildly at this scene, and even Riels was a little confused. No, sister, what are you doing? This is the principal's office, not the dormitory. Ah, I didn't see you like this in the dormitory, Tilda. What does this mean? What did he do? Riels was completely stunned and didn't know what to say. Dumbledore was even more embarrassed, looking at Narcissa's aggrieved look, waiting for comfort. Dumbledore was really thinking, were their previous guesses really right? Did Narcissa really want to use Riels to accomplish some ulterior purpose when she stayed at Hogwarts? Why does Mal look like that now? Dumbledore and Riels' speechlessness seemed to be sensed by Narcissa. To be precise, their eyes were sensed by Narcissa. Only then did she remember that this was the headmaster's office at Hogwarts and Dumbledore was here. In an instant, Narcissa's little face turned red, and paired with her crystal-clear little face, it really looked like a ruby. But this is not the most important thing. Narcissa is not in the mood to care about this anymore. Now she just wants to find a place to get in. Really, what happened to her just now? The feeling Riels gave her before was that she really missed her mother. But she doesn't really rely on Riels from the bottom of her heart, right? But that look just now, the grievance that arose in her heart just now, and the thought of waiting for Riels to comfort her. They all accurately told Narcissa that just now she really relied on Riels in her heart, and the group had some of these reactions. But she shouldn't be blamed for this, right? In fact, the feeling Riels gave her just now was exactly the same as her mother. That feeling of being protected really made her miss it. When Narcissa thought of this, her shyness weakened slightly, but a feeling of sadness arose in her heart. If possible, she wished that the feeling just now could stay longer. That way she would still be the Narcissa who was protected, could act coquettishly, and could do what she wanted, instead of the Narcissa who was weighed down by various burdens. She is really not happy at all now, not at all. At least until she met Riels, she was not happy at all. Narcissa is extremely ashamed, and the reward is 500 emotional points. Dumbledore, doubt plus 19, surprise plus 19, doubt plus 19. What do you mean, old B, what do you mean? Riels turned to look at Dumbledore, seeing the visible doubt on his face, and felt bad all over. No, why is this? Narcissa is acting weird, but Dumbledore questions him. What does this question him for? Do you question Narcissa's mischief that he instigated, or do you doubt that he made Narcissa become like this? How pitiful, he really didn't do anything weird to Narcissa. Nor did she teach Narcissa what to do. Although it was indeed his fault that Narcissa became like this just now, it really wasn't what he thought. What he wants is a big maid-in-law, not a petite wife. He already has 3 of them to cultivate, so there is really no shortage. Of course, if it could be possible, my little wife would actually be pretty good, right? A mature wife with a full sense of girlishness, she looks arrogant outside, very arrogant and domineering, and looks down on everyone. When she returns home, or rather returns to him, she acts coquettishly and begs for a hug. Isn't this the adult version of Pansy? Riels reached out and touched the tip of his nose, and then felt relieved after confirming that there was no suspicious liquid left. Really, it's so cute, what a contrast, I like it so much. My girlish heart is about to explode. Mrs. Malfoy, Riels, it seems that you are getting along very well. This will make Minerva feel more at ease. You know, she was very worried about you here last night. To be precise, she was very worried about Mrs. Malfoy. After being embarrassed, Dumbledore changed the subject. He held the steaming black teacup and finished speaking lightly, observing Narcissa's reaction with sharp eyes like an eagle. Although what just happened made him a little cerebellar atrophy, he didn't quite understand what happened. But that didn't stop him from doubting Narcissa. There are many secrets in Riels, and the magic stone is also in Riels. So he had to be on guard, had to be careful, had to be wary of anyone who came close to Riels. Well, the main reason is to protect the magic stone. Before he figures out how to destroy the magic stone, there must be no accidents with the magic stone. Even if it was stolen, as long as no one else got it, he might not be too worried. But if it falls into the hands of that person, the trouble will be really big. The scenes back then are still a nightmare that he can't erase. He, Albus Dumbledore, taught a Dark Lord with his own hands, taught him with his own hands. Every time he thought about this, Dumbledore felt very uncomfortable and had to eat several fruit-flavored strange beans in a row to suppress it. Of course, if it doesn't taste particularly good, it will definitely not be able to hold it down, and it will make him even more uncomfortable. But his luck is always not bad. Dumbledore reached out and picked up a few strange-flavored beans without even looking at the quantity and put them into his mouth. For a moment, the expression on Dumbledore's face was wonderful. Riels and Narcissa looked at each other and forgot about Dumbledore's words just now. Really, it's so wonderful. Have you ever seen that expression of enjoyment, distortion, pain, and some aftertaste? Never seen it, right? That's right, at least Riels and Narcissa had never seen this expression before just now. How wonderful! Riels' mouth twitched a few times and he asked, Professor Dumbledore, are you? Okay. Strange-flavored beans are very good, but you can't eat so many at one time, right? It's like a human choice. There are many paths in front of you to choose from, but in fact, you can only choose one. You should choose the path that is most beneficial to you as much as possible. It doesn't mean you have to walk all the way. That would waste time, make you tired, and might cause accidents. Just like this strange-flavored bean, if you eat one alone, you may be making a single choice. Sweet is sweet, bitter is bitter, there is no other option. But now that you eat so much at one time, it's tainted with flavor, Professor Dumbledore. Riels complained rather speechlessly. No, he is really doubting it now. Dumbledore likes to eat strange-flavored beans. Is it really just because of some philosophy of life? Why did he feel that this was just made up by Dumbledore to better eat strange-flavored beans or to promote strange-flavored beans to others? Well, don't tell me, it's really possible and it's very, very likely. Dumbledore shaking his head crazily. It's not me, I didn't mean to do that, you are slandering, naked slander. Riels, I think you are right. You can't choose many paths at once, just like you can't eat a lot of strange-flavored beans at once. Dumbledore said very sincerely. Thank you for your reminder, I have benefited a lot. Well, he understands that he is not the lucky person, so he will not eat a lot of weird flavors again in the future. Eat them one by one, so that you won't have the same bitter, sweet, sour, salty, and a little smelly taste just now. He could swear to Merlin's beard that he never wanted to taste that taste again in his life. It's really too scary, too scary. Dumbledore is helpless plus 18, pity plus 18, surprised plus 19, Narcissa is surprised plus 19, shocked plus 19, happy plus 19. Oh ho, Zio Bai's mood value has arrived again. It seems that today's harvest is still very good. Although it is not as good as yesterday, it is still very good, right? Riel smiled with satisfaction and became very happy. He could tell that Dumbledore just wanted to beat Narcissa. But this is not important. What is important is always the result. Just like one of Slytherin's concepts, if you achieve your goal by any means necessary, then you will be successful and you will be the winner. History is always written by the winner. I am the winner, so whatever I say will be what I say, even if there are some conspiracies, very disgusting or even cruel plans, as long as the result is good. At least that's what Riels thinks. Originally, he was already prepared. Dumbledore typed a few words before agreeing. Unexpectedly, Dumbledore was actually poisoned by himself, and now the so-called beating was useless. In this case, he had no intention of wasting time and asked directly, Professor Dumbledore, is what you promised yesterday true? Sister Narcissa will stay at Hogwarts to take care of me, right? As soon as Riel said this, Narcissa, who was in a panic because of Dumbledore's words, immediately clenched her fists nervously. Sapphire eyes looked at Dumbledore expectantly and nervously. Hogwarts was truly her last refuge. If she doesn't want to be like a rat on the street or like those dark wizards, then she must stay at Hogwarts, she must stay. Otherwise, she might not even be able to handle a rat crossing the street and would be thrown into the wilderness directly. She, who was once the wife of the Malfoy family patriarch, knows this very well. Although the Malfoy family is somewhat in decline, the power of the Malfoy family can still dominate the wizarding world with one hand. Except for beings like Dumbledore who couldn't care less about surprises. Even the Minister of Magic must be extremely respectful when seeing Lucius. There is no way the Malfoy family can replace the Minister of Magic at any time, but the Minister of Magic has no way to touch the Malfoy family. Don't think it's unbelievable. The existence of the Ministry of Magic was originally founded by pureblood families. The so-called Minister of Magic was also promoted by the pureblood family. And in the Auror and Elite Auror troops, the people who call the shots are basically pureblood families. Zero, please give me flowers. On the surface, the Minister of Magic is just a puppet of a pureblood family. Of course, as long as you don't go against the pureblood family. The Minister of Magic still has a lot of power, which is why he knows that he is a puppet if he sits in that position. But there are still so many wizards who want to sit on it one after another. Dumbledore was helpless plus 19, doubtful plus 19, funny plus 16, Narcissa nervous plus 19, anxious plus 19, no. Plus 19. Riels ignored the system and just silently held Narcissa's smooth, jade-like hand, giving her some comfort. Regarding his actions, Narcissa's nervous mood actually relaxed a lot. This made her look at Riels with gratitude, as if silently saying it's great to have you here. But the simple interaction between the two siblings had a somewhat different taste in Dumbledore's eyes. He looked at their intertwined hands and suddenly felt that Professor McGonagall might be losing a good friend. Well, maybe Professor McGonagall will have an extra daughter-in-law. Maybe that's a good thing, right? After Dumbledore finished complaining silently, he felt his stomach was bloated as if he had eaten too much plus that little episode. So he no longer had the idea of continuing to beat Narcissa and let Narcissa pay attention to it in the future. Riels, Mrs. Malfoy, it really surprises us professors that you two can become god siblings, especially you, Mrs. Malfoy. Having graduated from Hogwarts, you now want to stay at Hogwarts to take care of Riels and Draco. This is normal. Remember what we said when you graduated? Dumbledore stood up, his expression becoming serious but kind. Under Narcissa's nervous and expectant gaze, he announced the result loudly. The door to Hogwarts is always open for you. You can come back at any time. This is your second home. Mrs. Malfoy, I hope you can get used to living in Slytherin. Of course, you were a former Slytherin student, so you should be used to it. By the way, Riel's dormitory may not be big enough. If necessary, you can change to another dormitory. There is no shortage of independent dormitories in Hogwarts. Dumbledore paused and continued with a strange expression. Although Riels is still young, it is not good for men and women to live together. Again, whether Narcissa shares a dormitory with Riels or refuses to share a dormitory with Riels, there are only benefits and no harm to him. If Narcissa was in the same dormitory as Riels, and it was dark under the lamp, she would never have thought that the Sorcerer's Stone was in Riels' dormitory or in Riels' hands. It would be better if Narcissa didn't share a dormitory with Riels. The two of them would have less interaction, and the possibility of the Philosopher's Stone being exposed would also be reduced. In general, no matter what the result was, he did not lose money. And just last night, he felt that Professor McGonagall's worries were unnecessary. But now watching Riels and Narcissa's intimate interaction. Really, Minerva, you are pretty good at this, right? Although I have been married once, I still have a son. Narcissa is funny plus 19, surprised plus 19, amusing plus 19, touching plus 18. Riels raised his eyebrows happily, turned to look at Narcissa who was following him and asked softly, "Where are Sister Narcissa going?" "Diagon Alley, although that place is not far away, there shouldn't be anything we need there. And we also need some cabinets that have been casted with the invisible telescopic spell. Do you remember? I mean you need to buy these if you have a lot of clothes." Haha, if Narcissa 3 buys less than 10 pieces of clothes today, no, less than 30 pieces of clothes, he will still follow Narcissa's surname. Of course, if nothing else happens, Narcissa will take his surname from now on. But that's not important. What's important is that Narcissa doesn't have any clothes to wear now. Naturally, she needs to buy a lot of clothes, and now she has a lot of gold galleons in her hands. He also learned about Garfila's ability to turn stone into gold. Let alone buying a few pieces of clothes, Narcissa moved the entire mall here without being surprised. Without it, only money. Narcissa is speechless plus 19, funny plus 19. Riel's words made Narcissa roll her eyes angrily. I don't have any clothes to change now, so I must buy more clothes. Also, don't make it sound like I only have my clothes in the closet. I'm obviously going to put yours too. Don't you use a closet? Her words made Riels deep in thought. Recalling the wardrobe scene he saw last night and Narcissa's division of wardrobe usage rights, Riels didn't know what to say for a moment. You said it was placed in a small corner of the closet, but it was also inside the closet, right? But there's something about it that I can't explain. It's just something that doesn't feel right. Riels couldn't understand what was wrong and thought no more about it. Again, as long as the result is good, the process is not important. Sister Narcissa, let's go back to the dormitory to pack our things first, especially the gold galleons in that area. If we don't pack them, I'm afraid Professor Dumbledore will think we went to rob Gringotts. Of course, the golden galleons are second, and the most important ones are Garfila's, as well as elf eggs and dragon eggs. The value of these things cannot be measured in money. If you insist on saying it, you can only say, life is priceless. You're right, it really should be cleaned up. This morning I also saw a dark coal ball in the corner. It was quite big and looked like an egg. It wasn't there last night, so why is it here this morning? Where did you get it? And what is that glowing thing? Why is there an egg in it? Narcissa's face was full of doubts and curiosity. In fact, she had wanted to ask for a long time, where did all these things come from? She tidied the dormitory last night, and she was pretty sure she hadn't seen the black 120 dragon egg or that glowing thing. She finally saw the elf egg, but she didn't care and threw it beside the bed. After all, it's just an egg. She doesn't lack food or drink, and she's not a greedy cat, so she won't attack an egg. But I'm still a little curious, looking at the size. They should be the eggs of some magical animal, right? Where did Riels come from? But before she had time to ask last night, she just forgot, or to be precise, she fell asleep. Narcissa is curious +19, doubtful +19, weird +19. Z, with a somewhat erratic look in his eyes, said, "Let's go back to the dormitory first, and I will introduce you to him then." Principal's room. Dumbledore looked at the closed door, his face almost in a state of confusion. This kid Riels really has some ideas. It's a good idea to use a traceless telescopic spell on the dormitory. I'm afraid this brat has had this idea for a long time, right? Forget it, it's good to move your muscles and bones. Sitting for a long time may not be very comfortable. Dumbledore stretched, took off the nightcap on his head, walked to the window, looked up, and immediately turned around and left. Well, the sun is really dazzling today, so it's better to look at the moon late at night and sigh. Fox, do you want to go out with me? I mean go to Slytherin's dormitory. You just heard what the little guy said, didn't you? Faced with Dumbledore's invitation, Fox just rolled his eyes in a humane manner. Are you kidding? Riels asked Dumbledore to go to the dormitory to cast the invisible telescopic charm, not to throw it away. It's such a nice day, why are you going to the dark Slytherin dormitory instead of sleeping in your nest? He won't go anyway, absolutely not. Fox's unabashed resistance made Dumbledore helpless. He still didn't give up and asked, "You know, Fox, it's not a good thing to stay in the nest all the time. Maybe others will think you are a female phoenix hatching eggs, which is not a fun thing." Dumbledore's words left Fox speechless. Very good, this old guy is still so bad at persuading people after so many years. Not only was Fox not persuaded to move, but he turned his body and faced Dumbledore with his butt. Want him to accompany Dumbledore to do such boring things? Is there a door? Haha, let alone a door, not even a window, no. Well, it seems that you are not very motivated today, so go on your own. Dumbledore shook his head in disappointment. After arranging the robes he had changed, he picked up the Elder Wand placed on the table, which was the legendary Elder Wand, the 10th Hallow of Death, and stood up and walked out of the principal's office. He didn't mean to go directly to the Slytherin dormitory. He wanted to give Riels time to clean up, he knew this. Plus it's breakfast time now, so he's going to the kitchen to see if there's anything delicious. It was like the white thing he drank some time ago. It seemed to be called white porridge, and it was delicious. It's a pity that he only drank it that one time, and he didn't drink it every day after that, even if he got up early. This not only disappointed him for a long time. This time I can just take the opportunity to see why the so-called white porridge is so rare. With Dumbledore leaving, the headmaster's office became empty, with only Fawkes the Phoenix sleeping in his nest. It's not that he's too lazy, it's because he has to listen to Dumbledore every night in the middle of the night. He can't sleep. He really can't sleep. Now in broad daylight, the sun shines right into the principal's room through the window and falls right into his nest. Just ask, is there any more suitable time to sleep than this time? Obviously not. At least he felt that sleeping at this time was the most comfortable. Especially listening to the busy people outside and the birds chirping in search of food. As for himself, he can eat whenever he wants and sleep whenever he wants. Ah, it feels so good. Slytherin's dormitory, the dormitory of the first grade dormitory, which is also Riels' dormitory. Narcissa looked at the nearly 1 meter black egg and then at Riels with an extremely strange expression on her face. She pointed at the black egg and then at Riels. Are you sure this is a dragon egg? It's not a dragon egg. Why is it so black and it's so small? Shouldn't the dragon's egg be very big? If it were so small, wouldn't it be smashed to pieces? She wasn't just pretending, she was really curious. Although she used to be the wife of the patriarch of the Malfoy family, she had never seen the dragon's balls. It was not like she had never encountered a giant dragon before. When she was a Death Eater, she had hunted a giant dragon with others. So she has a clear understanding of the power of the dragon. It was precisely because of this that she was so surprised when Riels told her it was a dragon egg. You must know that the dragon is a level 5 times magical animal that cannot be tamed. There is no need to think about the corresponding dragon eggs. If you want to get the dragon eggs, you must first defeat the dragon. The dragon's combat power during the egg hatching period is not comparable to that of the dragon in normal times. Moreover, many giant dragons live in groups and attach great importance to dragon eggs. This also means that if a giant dragon lays an egg and it is incubating the egg, several giant dragons will gather around it. There is no need to think too much about the purpose of these giant dragons gathering here, which is to protect the dragon eggs from hatching. Add to maybe this is also a kind of racial consciousness. It is not easy for dragons to reproduce, and future generations must be protected. In the wizarding world for more than 1,000 years, so far few people have been able to obtain the giant dragon egg. But now the giant dragon egg is placed in front of her, and it is still the kind of giant dragon egg that can be hatched. To be honest, he was also looking forward to what would hatch from this unknown elf egg. All he wants is a wife, right? When the little dragon hatches, just eat the lava slag on it to strengthen the body. It can be regarded as strengthening the body. Isn't this very beaver? Obviously very beaver, very contented. Are there also eggs of magical animals in here? Why have I never seen them before? And this device? Is it an egg incubator? The egg of the black dragon of the Heshadri Islands. Their tribe is a type of fire dragon. Although the egg does not look big, it is indeed a dragon egg. But what is certain is that the hatching time of this egg is within these few days. Riels smiled. He didn't have high requirements for this unknown elf egg. He didn't ask for high combat prowess, strong abilities, or how much it could help him. Seeing Narcissa's surprised expression, he raised his eyebrows very playfully. Narcissa's face was full of confusion. Where did you get all this? There should be no such thing in the wizarding world, right? This is also an egg. Well, I think you can see that. There is no guarantee what will hatch out of it. Narcissa was shocked and revealed the reward, 300 emotion points. Then he smiled and pointed to the egg incubator next to the dragon egg, or to be precise, the elf egg inside. The reason why it is so black is because it is a fire dragon egg, and the black layer on top is lava slag, which is used to protect the dragon egg. Of course, he didn't expect any magical beast to be hatched, not even a quasi-god. Narcissa couldn't help but be shocked. After Riels explained, he looked at Narcissa, who seemed to understand. Riels didn't pay attention to the system, but he was still very happy after receiving 300 emotion points. Narcissa is curious +19, suspicious +19, guessing +17. Riels scratched the back of his head, not surprised at all by Narcissa's question. In other words, it would be strange if Narcissa didn't ask. As for how to explain, well, he has already thought about it. When someone asks you a question, if you don't have the answer, you don't know how to answer it. The best way is to ask back and let the other party guess. Take the initiative and the team will be successful. Of course, forget about exams and stuff and you'll get a plate of fried bamboo whip with duck eggs. Where did these 2 eggs come from? Well, that's a good question. It's indeed a good question. So where do you think these 2 eggs came from? And Garfila's and the servant contract too, where do you think these come from? Riels said with a half smile. Say 2 more and let Narcissa guess. It just so happened that the servant contract was what Narcissa cared about. At this time, Narcissa can guess, the kind of involuntary guess. The fact was just as Riels expected. Narcissa's pretty face suddenly changed color after hearing his words. She frowned, her brows filled with contemplation, constantly thinking about where these things came from. Let's not talk about Garfila's and these 2 eggs. Where did that servant contract come from? An ancient curse. Why hasn't she heard of it at all? If it is really an ancient curse, where did Riels come from? There is also the fat cat Garfila's who can turn stones into gold, Ganlong Chuan, and this strange thing. What else did Riels keep from her? Narcissa was thinking about it and suddenly turned her attention to the owl Xana, who was taking a nap with her eyes narrowed. There are so many magical animals around Riels, so is this fat chicken with a round face also a magical animal? Narcissa is curious +19, suspicious +19. As he was packing his things, Dumbledore came to cast the invisible telescopic charm on the dormitory later. Riels turned to look at Narcissa suspiciously, but he saw her staring at the listless Shanna. This scene almost made Riels laugh out loud, and at the same time he understood why Narcissa had these emotional values. Santa is just an ordinary eagle owl. She is a very, very ordinary fat chicken with a round face. No wonder she couldn't see anything different about Shanna. Now it seems that she is overthinking it. Listening to Riel's explanation, a look of surprise flashed across Narcissa's pretty face. However, she is much larger than her peers and eats a lot more, but she doesn't fly very fast and doesn't have much else. It turns out that after working on it for a long time, Shanna really didn't have anything special about her. Kuchazi, in particular, suffered even more from his elder brother. Then he started helping Riels pack his things. So now his clothes are of no use. Buy kucha seeds, kucha seeds, kucha seeds, please give me flowers. Only the wizard robe he was wearing now was okay. This was one of the reasons why he went shopping with Narcissa today. I made the magic robe bigger so that I don't have to change it every once in a while. Presumably it was Mrs. Hawking who thought about how quickly the little wizard grew up. In fact, there was nothing to pack. Riel's clothes were already a little tight after being physically strengthened. She just said, "Where did Riels get so many magical animals?" Narcissa shook her head and stopped staring at the listless Xana. This also makes Riels the only magic robe he currently wears that still fits him well. But this time he went out and planned to buy 2 more magic robes. "There is no other reason, I am just afraid that I will be strengthened next time." "If that's the case, doesn't that mean you have no clothes to wear?" Well, he is also planning to buy a few more large-sized bitter tea seeds, in case for need. However, according to his current calculations, the kuchazi he is going to wear now will probably not be repaid even at 530. That's enough, right? Just leave these clothes here and let the house elves take them out and throw them away later. What about the rest, you two Garfillas and Xana? Narcissa frowned, a little worried. Xana can be sent to the owl dormitory, where all the owls in Hogwarts are. How about leaving Garfillas and these 2 eggs to your 2 little girlfriends to take care of? They'll be fine, right? Oh yes, no, they are in class, so just leave them here. What do you think Professor Dumbledore smells like? She wasn't joking or deliberately tasing Riels. What she said was true. If Dumbledore sees Garfillas and these 2 eggs, Dumbledore will definitely ask when the time comes, and how will Riels answer? Answer truthfully. Or lie. Obviously, no matter which of these 2 choices it is not a good choice. There was only one thing left, which was to take Garfillas and the 2 balls away to prevent them from being seen by Dumbledore. But where to take it is a question. You can't take it shopping, right? Narcissa felt uncomfortable just thinking about that scene. Narcissa is helpless plus 19, expectant plus 18. Riels raised an eyebrow and looked at Narcissa, who couldn't hide her sadness, quite amusedly. Don't you think about how you didn't get those galleons just now? Before Narcissa could understand the meaning of this sentence, Riels waved his hand, and the next moment, both Garfillas and the 2 balls disappeared. Even Xana, who was half asleep, and her bird's nest disappeared without a trace. Narcissa was amazed by this strange scene. She looked at Riels with some surprise. "What spell are you using?" "Isn't it a bag that has been casted by the traceless telescopic charm?" It is true that living creatures can survive in the space where the traceless telescopic spell has been cast. But you can never do it like Riels, who can do this with just a wave of his hand. So what Riels cast is definitely not a traceless telescopic spell. Narcissa's curiosity plus 19, doubt plus 19, surprise plus 18. Surprise at 18 o'clock. What was Narcissa thinking about again? Riels looked at Narcissa differently but didn't say anything to ask. Well, the kuchazi is too small and he is very uncomfortable now. He must quickly get a bigger kuchazi, so there was no time to talk about these useless topics with Narcissa. Of course, if Narcissa talked to him about some nutritious topics, he wouldn't be able to bear it any longer. "Sister Narcissa, you will know all this later. I think we should set off now. Otherwise, when Professor Dumbledore comes later, we may not be able to get out easily." Riel's words brought Narcissa back to her senses. Indeed, it would not be so easy for them to leave if Dumbledore came. Thinking of this, Narcissa didn't care whether these were good or bad. As Riel said, she would know all this later. There was plenty of time, and she was waiting for Riel's answer. Naxi humor plus 19, anticipation plus 19, doubt plus 12. Riels ignored the system, and instead carefully checked the dormitory room to make sure nothing was left behind before leaving with Narcissa. "I mainly wanted to talk to someone and distract myself, otherwise I'd really feel thin. We'll use Flu Powder's network to get to Diagon Alley later. It's the fastest and most time-efficient way." He even once implied that the place was just a branch of Gringotts. "Diagon Alley isn't far from us, but I don't think I'll have anything I need there, right? But the Gringotts in Diagon Alley is the headquarters of all Gringotts." After listening to Narcissa's explanation, Riels nodded in understanding. It is to make it easier for young wizards to purchase school supplies. The fairies inside aren't the bosses, they just manage Gringotts' employees. Honestly, he really didn't know about this. It's essentially a bank in the Muggle world. Gringotts is an organization, a legitimate institution belonging to the magic training community. Most importantly, Diagon Alley is Gwart's territory. To be precise, that alley is Gwart's territory. You mean to say that Diagon Alley is actually very big, and the part of Diagon Alley that belongs to Hogwarts is really just a small alley. Later, that large, bustling area was all referred to by the name of that small alley, Diagon Alley. On the way, Riels couldn't help but ask his own question. Have you ever thought that Diagon Alley is just a small alley? It connects to a very bustling commercial area. But that's Gringotts' headquarters, the kind with an underground vault. Gringotts' most valuable assets are all in there. Narcissa's words really surprised Riels. But now Narcissa is saying Diagon Alley is very bustling. He had previously wondered why such an important place as Gringotts would appear in Diagon Alley. Such an important building is located in Diagon Alley, so the area must be very bustling. Otherwise, why do you think Gringotts' headquarters is in Diagon Alley? Is it to make it convenient for young wizards to exchange pounds for galleons? Don't be ridiculous, you can just open a branch for that. No, it's Diagon Alley. He lived there for over half a month. How could he not know how many shops are in Diagon Alley? Only by stepping out of that alley can you see the truly bustling sounds of Diagon Alley. Moreover, Diagon Alley is very close to us, or rather it is not far from Hogwarts. Originally, that place also belonged to Hogwarts. Where are you planning to buy it, Diagon Alley? I don't think that's the best choice, is it? The implications are self-evident, aren't they? Is it true? Was the place he went to before a fake Diagon Alley? Diagon Alley is not just what you see, that's just the tip of the iceberg. Diagon Alley is very bustling. Gringotts has numerous branches throughout the wizarding world. Narcissa rolled her eyes at Riels' question with obvious annoyance. But now Narcissa tells him no, that's Gringotts' headquarters, Gringotts itself. No, bitter tea seed, he needs a bigger bitter tea seed, this one is too uncomfortable. Feeling blue and sad, seemingly noticing Riels' confusion, Narcissa shook her head helplessly and gently patted Riels' head a few times. Narcissa is hilarious +19 and intriguing +19. A mere 19 points of playfulness. No good, absolutely no good. Riels didn't think too much about it and asked before Narcissa could cause any trouble. Sister Narcissa, where are we going to use flu powder? Does Hogwarts use flu powder? Probably not, right? When asked, Narcissa simply smiled mysteriously and said, why don't you come with me and you'll find out. How long have you been at Hogwarts? I've lived here for 7 years. After saying this with great pride, Narcissa began to lead the way. The mischievous thought that had just arisen was immediately forgotten by her. Riels understood this very well. He wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead and hurriedly followed Narcissa. It wasn't that he was afraid of Narcissa or anything, it's just that he was currently under the control of Kuchazi and simply didn't have the time to waste. The most important thing right now is to hurry up and buy the right bitter tea seeds. Although it's also sold in the system shop, it costs 100 emotion points. He must be incredibly bored to buy those bitter tea seeds from there. Yeah, he's not free right now, but he's really in a bind. But as I said before, the only thing left to save money is comparison. Who knows, these 100 emotional points might come in handy in an emergency. Galleons are meaningless to him, let alone using galleons to buy bitter tea seeds. He wouldn't even care if it were made from gold gallons. The emotional values are different. He can exchange galleons for them using emotion points, but if he lacks emotion points, can he still use galleons in kind? If it were really possible to buy, he would have already emptied the system store by now. Don't forget, Gaffilas has the Midas touch. Money is the last thing he lacks. A secluded corner of Hogwarts Castle. Riels stared at the fireplace-like features on the wall, his expression gradually turning strange. Now he realized that flu powder didn't seem to be much better than apparition. But he wasn't too panicked since he had the horse talisman on him, so the side effects didn't matter. However, he still felt a little resistant. He would absolutely not use these modes of transportation unless absolutely necessary. Especially the biker bus. Night bus, I'm innocent. What did I do to you? You paid me such a small fare and a car not only took you to your destination but also let you experience the joy of clubbing. You actually dared to say you hate me now. That's awful, absolutely awful. Narcissa's smugness +19, hilariousness +19. Didn't expect that, did you? Hogwarts has a place like this, isn't that surprising? Before Riels could respond, Narcissa clapped her hands excitedly and exclaimed, that's exactly what surprise is all about. When I first learned about this place, I was just as surprised as you. Riels nodded in surprise, agreeing with Narcissa. In fact, he had long suspected that Hogwarts should have a flu network leading to Diagon Alley. In fact, many families in the wizarding world have flu networks. This is the most convenient way to travel. It's not only low cost but also very fast. Of course, a large number of wizards will choose to use apparition, because it had been suspected for some time and Narcissa had mentioned it before, so Riels wasn't too surprised. However, he still held the idea that it was better to avoid trouble and to pamper his wife, maid, and daughter-in-law, so he pretended to be surprised and agreed. Well, the reason is still because of feeling blue and sad. Satisfied, Narcissa smiled smugly and said, let's go, I hid a lot of flu powder here back in the day. This stuff doesn't have an expiration date, you know. Diagon Alleys. Although the usual crowds of the start of the school year are gone, Diagon Alley is still quite lively. The shops on both sides were bustling with customers coming and going. Returning to this place again filled Riels with a mix of emotions. In his past life, he longed for the day he would actually receive an acceptance letter from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Then a professor will come to his parents' house, show them what magic is, and tell them that he can also learn magic. It amazed his parents and made them proud. Before long, he followed Narcissa to Mrs. Hawking's robe shop. As soon as they entered the store, Mrs. Hawking greeted them with a smile. "Mrs. Malfoy, Mr. Thomas, it's a pleasure to meet you here." Only those people can give him enough emotional points. Along the way, wizards would occasionally stop and watch the two of them. To be precise, it means going to places where powerful wizards or people in high positions gather, requesting flowers, but none of that matters now. Now he has actually received an invitation to Hogwarts. Could it be that you forgot to buy all the necessary supplies for school? Hearing the noise, Mrs. Hawking put down the ledger in her hand and turned to look at the doorway. "Of course, I only meant buying you one to change into first, and then I'll take you to see the real opposite corner." Just as he wouldn't actually receive an acceptance letter from Hogwarts in his previous life, he also had no parents who were proud of him. With the emotional points added to his account, Riels was in a very good mood throughout the journey. Narcissa was the matriarch of the Malfoy family, and she had met her more than once or twice, so she could recognize her easily. Similarly, he also gained family and friends. Narcissa, dressed in a stunning red dress, walked into the store with the handsome Riels. But why would a young wizard in school come to Diagon Alley? What are you daydreaming about? Didn't you want to buy underwear? Cough cough, I think Mrs. Hawking should have the clothes you need. Ring ring Tilda. After Narcissa finished speaking triumphantly, she held her head high and walked gracefully toward Mrs. Hawking's magic robe boutique. But they weren't blind, they could still recognize Riel's distinctive Slytherin robes. Indeed, the correct way to use the system is to go to places with many wizards. It's just a pity that all of this was ultimately just a fleeting dream. Narcissa's smugness plus 19, amusedness plus 19, others confusion plus 111, curiosity 157. Is there anything I can do to help you? Woohoo, another 200 or so emotion points have been added to my account. Judging from its condition, it's clear that Riels is a young wizard in school. The wind chimes on the door jingled as the door opened. Although she had only met Riels once, she was deeply impressed by him. He was the little wizard Professor McGonagall had brought. Everything now is just as he once imagined. No, it should be even better than he once imagined. Seeing this, Riels raised his eyebrows a few times, shook his head with amusement, and followed her. Then I took him to Diagon Alley to buy things he needed for school. Part of it was because of Narcissa's beauty and allure. Yes, he was an orphan in his past life. Another reason was curiosity, curious why Riels would appear in the Diagonal House. Although they didn't have the ability to tell Riels' age at a glance. Mrs. Hawking's doubts plus 19, vigilance plus 18, Narcissa's smugness plus 19. Riels' lips twitched a few times as he looked at Narcissa with a strange expression. No, what is Narcissa so smug about? Is she smug that Mrs. Hawking would recognize her? But that's because of Narcissa's bad reputation, okay? This can be seen from the fact that Mrs. Hawking was as wary of him as 18 points. You have to understand, he was just a little wizard, a pitiful and helpless one. 59 Zia. And yet Narcissa has dragged me into this, making Mrs. Hawking so wary of me. I can't believe what Narcissa did in the past to make Mrs. Hawking so wary. To prevent Narcissa from saying anything inexplicable. Before she could speak, Riels feigned shyness, lowering his head and asking, "Mrs. Hawking, do you have any larger underwear here? You know, boys usually develop faster, so I might be developing a little faster than my peers. I mean, if possible, could you get me a larger pair of bitter tea underwear?" Even now, Mrs. Hawking's robe shop has very few customers. His voice was also low enough to avoid being heard by the guests, but Riels still felt unusually ashamed. Seriously, it's so embarrassing, making such a request in public is really not very funny. However, in order to prevent Narcissa from doing anything rash or dangerous, he eventually gave up on the shame. Oh well, that's just Narcissa's personality. He could only follow behind Narcissa, cleaning up her messes. Oh right, and Pansy too, if she ever enters the wizarding world. Then he'll really have a lot more to do. It won't be long before his name spreads throughout the entire wizarding world. Look there, this is Riels Thomas, the husband of those two devils, Pansy and Narcissa. Oh Merlin's beard, please kill this whole family. I think the reason Pansy and Narcissa are so arrogant and domineering is because Riels Thomas is supporting them. He's the real culprit. By Merlin, please kill that villain Riels Thomas quickly and restore order to the wizarding world. Such pronouncements will definitely become prevalent in the wizarding world in the future. He was absolutely certain of that. Simply put, Narcissa and Pansy's personalities would definitely make many people dislike them. In the end, all these mistakes will be attributed to him. After all, he's Narcissa and Pansy's husband. Riels shook his head. Luckily, he didn't care about these things. Otherwise, he would have tied Pansy and Narcissa up and given them a good education. But as I said before, as long as I don't care about other people's opinions, then I'm not the one who cares about other people's opinions. What difference does it make what others say? He's a really good at pulling short. He wouldn't force Narcissa and Pansy to change their personalities just because of what others say. Narcissa and Pansy were already perfect, at least when they were by his side, except that Pansy had a little bit of a rebellious streak. Let others talk, let them talk. But if their comments are too offensive, we can't just cut their tongues out. Wouldn't that prevent them from talking at all? If you try to change the people around you because of what others say, it only shows that you are weak and powerless, so weak that you can be trampled underfoot by others. If you're very strong enough to ignore everyone and be an enemy of everyone, then why should the people around you change? Who would dare to gossip about the people around you? As I always say, strength is the foundation of everything. What did you just say? What do you need? Mrs. Hawking had a strange expression and her eyes seemed to be wandering. She glanced at Riels every now and then turned her head to look at Narcissa. Now she was starting to suspect that Narcissa was here to cause trouble, buying bitter tea seeds from a shop selling long robes. Is that something a normal person would think of? Actually, she really wronged Narcissa. This time she really wasn't here to cause trouble. Well, she hadn't caused trouble before either. She's not a street thug. The reason I came to Mrs. Hawking's robe shop to buy bitter tea seeds was entirely out of necessity. She had no other choice but to bring Riels here. He can only hope that Mrs. Hawking will quickly get some large-sized bitter tea seeds or simply refuse them outright. Mrs. Hawking, amazed +19, curious +19. Narcissa, amused +19, helpless +19, annoyed +19. Who made Riels so upset? The only place in this area that sells clothes is Mrs. Hawking's robe shop. Some people are still alive, but they are actually dead. Some people are dead, but they are actually still alive. Why did I have to go through such an awkward situation here? You're getting impatient, you really. You know, it's a long way from here to Diagon Alley, a very long distance for him. She didn't have much time to dress up before, and as long as the clothes she wore weren't too ugly, that was fine. Riels lowered his head silently, feeling like he wanted to cry but couldn't. Seeing that Mrs. Hawking's expression was very strange, Narcissa could only explain, it's just. His bitter tea seed is too small. In an instant, he felt that being blue and sad wasn't so bad after all. You'll see yourself in the mirror wearing a long robe, looking perfect from every angle. She no longer needs to worry about finances. She can buy whatever she wants from now on. Anyway, Riels has that kind of space which is perfect for storing clothes. Things are different now, she has plenty of time. But since things had come to this point, there was nothing more he could say. Saying anything more would be pointless. Once you've chosen your favorite robe, stand in front of the mirror wearing it. There is a full-length mirror in Mrs. Hawking's robe shop. This thing is amazing. I must buy like crazy, let's empty the store today. However, this feeling didn't last long before Narcissa dragged him over to try on clothes. Compared to feeling socially dead, feeling a little blue is better. Remember to remind me later that we should buy a full-length mirror when we go back. Narcissa stared intently at the full-length mirror. So could you make a larger bitter tea seed for him to wear first? Wait a moment, I'll be right back. Stop talking, please stop talking. Of course, those lucky babies don't count diapers or anything like that. For a moment, only Narcissa and Riels remained standing there stunned. If he had known, he would have just used his emotional points to buy a large-sized bitter tea seed. Only Riels felt as if countless eyes were staring at him, making him feel like he had thorns in his back, and he wished he could turn around and run away immediately. For the first time, Riels felt regret. He really wanted to disappear into a crack in the ground. He was so ashamed. Mrs. Hawking gave Riels a few strange looks, nodded politely to Narcissa, and then turned and walked toward the tailoring room at the back of the shop. Narcissa was fine, she didn't feel too embarrassed and instead had plenty of time to help Riels choose a magic robe. And the cabinets, they absolutely must be huge. The entrance to Mrs. Hawking's robe shop. Riels carried several bags, stretched his arms and legs, and felt very comfortable. Riels exclaimed sincerely, Mrs. Hawking's cooking is truly superb. The intriguing 19 points prompted Riels to pose a difficult question. Strictly speaking, it's the last few sentences that seem a bit off. Honestly, he hadn't felt this comfortable in a long time, probably, for several hours. I won't imprison myself in some cage and never come out. The arrogance she had when we first met yesterday was completely gone, and the worry between her brows seemed to have vanished as well. I remember the place that sells wardrobes also sells beds and full-length mirrors. Oh, right, do you want to buy a couple more full-length mirrors for your two little girlfriends? Of course, even if he were to actually have his dimensions measured, he would refuse. She had nothing binding her, so this was the real Narcissa. If it's not necessary, you'd better not go in there. Even if you do go in, wear a mask or something so that no one recognizes you. Hurry up and let's go. Throw all these things into your so-called space. Let's go eat first and then go shopping. If a person puts too many shackles on themselves, then that person will no longer be themselves. I won't do things I don't want to do because of certain constraints. Narcissa was unaware of Riels' thoughts. At that moment, she was enthusiastically introducing Riels to the things around them from King Zhao. If Nash hadn't been bound by pureblood status, the Malfoy family, or Draco's constraints. Naxi humor plus 19, playfulness plus 19. Riels silently watched Narcissa's retreating figure, feeling that Narcissa was, surprisingly quite nice. I won't suppress my original thoughts because of certain things. Just like Narcissa before her. Only if you can intimidate those dark wizards will you avoid a lot of trouble. Perhaps this is what Narcissa was really like, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just terrified that if I took it out it would be so scary. Riel smiled and his steps became much lighter. At this moment, Narcissa truly resembled a lively little girl. When you go in there, remember not to hold back when you encounter enemies. As long as you don't kill anyone, you'll be fine. However, to be fair, Mrs. Hawking was able to make the right bitter tea for him by only glancing at him a few times, and without even measuring his size. Riels frowned and thought for a while, but before he could come up with an answer, Narcissa grabbed his arm and started running. This is truly a skill, Narcissa added with a smile. I think they'll like the gift. Who wouldn't like Narcissa like that? At least he wouldn't dislike her tail. That's the entrance to Knockout Alley. It's full of dark wizards who do illegal things. It's huge, absolutely enormous. It's practically a golden cudgel. He looked at Narcissa with some wariness, wondering what kind of mischief she was up to now. Although what she said made no problem, for some reason, Riels just felt that something was not quite right. We'll go buy clothes first. Only after we buy the clothes can we decide how big a wardrobe we need, or how many wardrobes we need. Naxi rolled her eyes in annoyance. Why are you looking at me like that? It's like I'm going to eat you up. A single punch can prevent 100 more. Riels understood this principle. He also did not inquire why the Ministry of Magic knew that Nocturne Alley was a gathering place for dark wizards, but did not send orders to wipe them out. Is it impossible? Obviously not. You don't need too many elite orders, just a dozen or so will be enough to sweep through the entire overturning alley. It's important to understand that elite Aurors are not incompetent fools, nor are they a corrupt place. Those who can become Aurors are the most powerful wizards in the entire wizarding world. While they may not be as good as Dumbledore, they are about the same as Professor McGonagall and Snape. Moreover, their methods are extremely ruthless, and the 3 unforgivable curses have no effect on them. After all, the enemy they faced was someone who could use the 3 unforgivable curses. If the enemy uses it but you don't, you'll be at a significant disadvantage. You can't exactly say that the enemy wanted to kill you, so they just used Avada Kedavra to devour you. So you're still using weapons to eliminate yourself. Yes, Harry Potter did something like that, but besides him, who else would do such a thing? Besides, Harry Potter in the original story wouldn't be eating gossip. Act if they knew how, it wouldn't necessarily mean they would use weapons other than yours. What? Using the 3 unforgivable curses to fight, doesn't that mean you're going to kill your opponent? That's the truth. Those who are hunted by the elite Aurors are all vicious and ruthless. Faced with these ruthless and vicious killers who cares about cruelty, if you don't kill them, they'll kill you. This isn't child's play. Now, Flipover Alley can exist openly and legitimately in Diagon Alley. This only proves that there is something indispensable in the wizarding world in Nocturne Alley. For example, those rare potion ingredients, which are materials from those magical creatures. Since the Ministry of Magic banned the hunting of magical creatures, that thing can probably only be bought in places like Nocturne Alley. Of course, it's also possible that the owner behind Knockout Alley holds a very important position in the wizarding world. This location is so large that even Hogwarts and even Dumbledore can turn a blind eye. You should know that this area of Diagon Alley is Hogwarts territory. But Tumblefork Alley just appeared here openly and legitimately. This is certainly intriguing. Narcissa is funny plus 19 and puzzled plus 19. Riels, who was deep in thought, snapped out of his reverie upon hearing the system's prompt. He looked up and saw Narcissa looking at him with a half-smile. Before he could even ask, Narcissa smiled and pointed to the street not far away. Look, That's the real Diagon Alley, or rather, Diagon Alley outside of Diagon Alley, that bustling place. Upon hearing this, Riels turned his head to look at the place Narcissa was pointing to. What comes into view is a bustling street with people coming and going, and luxurious buildings that are far more impressive than the two-corner houses in Cayenne. If the buildings in this Diagon Alley are very retro and somewhat dilapidated, Diagon Alley outside is luxurious, extremely luxurious, and it's a brand new building. In a daze, Riels thought he had returned to his past life. This bustling scene is comparable to many places in my previous life. Is this the real Diagon Alley? Riels murmured, not without surprise. Narcissa giggled a few times, stepped forward and patted Riels on the shoulder. Come on, let me show you the real Diagon Alley. The vibrancy of Diagon Alley far exceeded Riels' expectations. If there's one thing that makes the biggest difference between this place and those bustling places from my previous life, it's probably the things that are sold here. In my past life, this kind of place sold food, clothing, daily necessities, and entertainment items. But this place is different. It not only sells food, clothing, and daily necessities, but also all sorts of strange and unusual things. Cats, owls, and toads. Without even thinking, just look at the women coming out of the mall. They're all carrying large bags of clothes, and you can tell what's going on. Before Riels could respond, she grabbed him and ran towards the crowded luxury shopping mall not far away. It seems that they talked about something that excited Narcissa. Without a doubt, all of these things are potion ingredients. Otherwise, why would it be called a potion? The magical creature shop here sells magical creatures, specifically those with a danger level of 2 or lower. He has a dream of building an army of magical creatures. However, it hasn't officially started to be formed yet. For example, shops that sell magical creatures, but these aren't like the Riels shop. He was saying that he didn't see any men coming out of the mall. It seemed to be all women. Dragon poop, well, without a doubt, it probably doesn't taste much worse than a troll's toenails. The popularity of this type of shop can be seen from the crowds coming and going at its entrance. Let's go buy clothes, and I'll get you a few more outfits while we're at it. Draco too, I'll see if I can buy you both a few outfits. Apparition alone is something that Muggles have been studying for hundreds of years, without being able to figure out. Riels simply nodded silently a few times in response to her words without replying. However, Riels wasn't interested in any of these things. Narcissa patted her tummy contentedly. But there's no denying that everything they make is delicious. It's not that he dislikes magical creatures. On the contrary, he loves them and would love to keep all sorts of magical creatures as pets. Requesting flowers. Without nuclear weapons, having more airplanes and artillery is useless. Well, there's not much point in saying it. There are also the eyes of a three-legged toad, the manhood of a wolf king, the stag king of a great antlered deer. Spirits, of course, besides these unexpected events, there are quite a few other interesting things. These magical creatures are all small in size, not very dangerous, and are quite docile with little aggression. However, if a real fight breaks out, given the current number of wizards, it's still uncertain who will win or lose. How was the hot dog just now? The owner of that shop specially learned it from the Muggle world, even though the Muggle world is very backward. What puzzled Riels was that, for some reason, he didn't seem to see any men. He couldn't very well say that the Muggle world had already started making airplanes and cannons, could he? But he has an 800-year-old snake monster, so that's a good start, right? But now is not the time for his curiosity. The answer will be revealed naturally in a moment. Troll's toenails, just from the name you know this stuff stinks. But he preferred powerful magical creatures like dragons, avian snakes, blast-tailed snails, harpies, and thunderbirds. This shopping mall specializes in clothing. For example, there's the bowtruckle, the greedy niffler, the diviner bird that can only sing during heavy rain, and the raccoon cat that will choose to follow a wizard. Ira's owl shop only sells 3 kinds of animals, and none of them are magical creatures. This is the most popular shopping mall in the entire British wizarding world, the kind that specializes in selling clothes. The clothes here are all made with magic, you know, they're absolutely perfect. And the materials are also very rare fabrics. Narcissa explained things to Riels as they walked. After she finished explaining, she saw that Riels was still speechless. They're the kind of person who's good at scheming and has a general understanding of everything. Compared to Riels' speechlessness, Narcissa simply smiled indifferently. Narcissa felt extremely proud and smug. In a way, she thought, am I someone who can talk so confidently in front of Dumbledore now? No, how did this happen? Don't doubt it, Narcissa is the kind of person who would do something like this. Of course, no, this place definitely has men's clothing too. You know, quite a few ladies bring their children shopping here. The thought that Riels, who could speak eloquently in front of Dumbledore, was rendered speechless by her and could only make a bitter face. Riels didn't pay much attention to her introduction. He just silently looked at the women's clothing for sale on both sides. 670, sure enough, his guess was correct. This was indeed the place selling women's clothing. What a wonderful younger brother he's gained. After saying that, Narcissa turned and left with a smile. Narcissa raised an eyebrow with amusement and bowed slightly to bring her gaze to Riels. Because the Malfoy family's businesses were not doing well and the family's expenses were high, plus her position in the Malfoy family was neither high nor low. But I still have to buy it for him, right? You don't need to do that. I would never lie to you. Think about it yourself. Who goes shopping without carrying a bag? Bringing a child to the mall is a very normal thing. The main reason for this trip was to buy clothes for Narcissa. Narcissa was overjoyed and received a reward, 300 emotion points. Unexpectedly, not long after, Riels suffered 2 setbacks in front of her. But this place is full of women's clothing. We can't exactly make him wear women's clothes too, can we? As Riels said this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes in exasperation. Otherwise, Narcissa would really dare to force him to wear women's clothing. If I'm not mistaken, this place only sells women's clothing, right? Of course, a large part of the reason is the exquisite clothes in the surrounding shop windows. At least until yesterday, she felt that Riels was a very capable person. Narcissa continued with a smile. I've never taken Draco shopping before. You're the first child I've brought along, little Riels. Although she had a high status and a lot of money in her hands, she was not wasteful in her spending. Well, not many today, probably because Hogwarts started school, Narcissa explained, looking around. No wonder most of the people coming in and out of here are women. But things are different now. She doesn't lack money now and she doesn't have the pressure from her family. She can spend as much as she wants and Riels can provide it. So she had money then, but it wasn't hers and she couldn't afford to spend it extravagantly. Honestly, she didn't think Riels would suffer a setback. Many people will also buy clothes for their children. Well, in their words, this is called dressing up their little prince. Although Riels really wanted to complain, reason told him that he absolutely couldn't. With this in mind, Narcissa's steps became quite varied. The bitter tea incident this morning and this one now. In the online store, Riels sat silently at the door of the fitting room, his clear black and white eyes quietly watching the fitting room. A saleswoman, resembling a sales assistant, kept praising various clothes, hoping to impress Riels. Little brother, look at this. This red dress is made of the finest material, and it was made by a top master craftsman. Your mother, the sales witch, was interrupted by Riels' cold gaze before she could finish speaking. Big sister, firstly, I'm not a little brother, so I don't really like being called that. If you'd like, please call me Mr. Thomas. Riels ignored the system and just cursed under his breath. When your sister Narcissa comes out, give it to her and see. To reiterate, what he wanted was a Narcissa who could cry and laugh, and with whom he could have a normal, heartfelt conversation. It's just a piece of clothing, but wearing it adds a touch of fun. Fun. This shopping mall has many fitting rooms, each with a full-length mirror. If you start by using a servant contract to restrict others, how can they possibly get along with you normally? Not a puppet controlled by a servant contract. It's not that he's a coward, it's just that Narcissa is capable of anything. Secondly, the woman who went in to try on clothes just now was my sister, not my mom. He considers himself to be thick-skinned, but he is also afraid of social death. Narcissa is amused +19, annoyed +16, expectant +19. The others are bewildered +11, shocked +14. Narcissa couldn't say she was completely satisfied with their reactions. She was simply extremely satisfied. Also pack a few more smaller maid outfits and don't forget the hats. His only purpose was to ensure Narcissa wouldn't betray him. Otherwise, he was practically useless. Narcissa's figure is so good, it would be a real shame if she didn't try on a maid outfit. Just like Narcissa now. She chuckled lightly and said calmly, could you please have someone pack up all the clothes inside for me? The main reason for having separate fitting rooms is that some customers want to wear the clothes they like right away. For him, the servant contract served only as a guarantee. All of this makes her look, with a soft and alluring beauty. Ignoring the bewildered saleswoman, she quickly stood up and looked at the fitting room with a smile. It's so beautiful that you can't take your eyes off it. Little, Mr. Thomas, the maid you just mentioned. And that maid outfit too, since my brother likes it, let's just wrap it up and make it to fit my figure. Well, even now, he still hasn't given up on his dream of becoming a maid. Now that Narcissa has overheard his secret plan, he naturally has to divert her attention before she comes up with any bad ideas. Before the sales witch could finish speaking, Narcissa interrupted her as she emerged from the fitting room. Riels paused, glanced at the bright red dress in the saleswoman's hands and said, put this dress over there. Otherwise, Narcissa could really have forced him to wear women's clothing, or even a maid outfit. Not only were Riels stunned, but even the sales witch was speechless for a long time. She wore a light blue long dress, which complemented her fair face without any makeup, her slightly curved willow leaf eyebrows and her slightly upturned lips. Although he could veto it by relying on the servant contract. By the way, do you have those black and white tan maid outfits, preferably the kind with a hat? But these are just trivial matters in daily interactions. Bring them all over here and bring a couple more pieces. Remember to bring hats too. Oh, and a few more small maid outfits as well. Riels remained in a dazed state until he left the clothing store. No, how exactly did Narcissa do that? Narcissa, dressed in a red dress, is individualistic and flamboyant. She's clearly not someone to be trifled with. That feeling was indescribable, yet it chilled me to the bone. However, he didn't say this aloud, otherwise he would definitely have been knocked down by Narcissa with 2 slaps. Of course, he's not a pervert, he's just having normal lewd thoughts. Wearing a dark green dress, Narcissa resembled a venomous snake patiently waiting for its chance to deliver a fatal blow to its opponent. Well, Riels didn't have a first love, so he's immune to this offensive. But I can't get in, so I prefer you to come find me, said without looking back. A queen of transformation, Riels had to brainwash himself a few times to suppress the rather perverse thoughts in his mind. Wearing a light blue dress, Narcissa appeared so gentle, as if she could embrace everything. Fortunately, there were no men among them, otherwise they would probably be crying and reminiscing about their first love right now. Riels felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight up to the top of his head. Riels inwardly condemned this. Honestly, he didn't want to be called a petty thug or a pervert, even though he was anything but petty. Many passers-by stopped and looked at Narcissa with amazement. If this place is ruined by Narcissa's meddling, it won't be as simple as just being ruined. When Narcissa puts on a black dress, her style changes completely, and she becomes a black rose laced with poison, making people know the danger yet still unable to resist reaching out to pluck her. How come Narcissa seems to be able to pull off any kind of outfit with ease? A sign next to it reads, "Male wizards are not allowed to enter." Narcissa said with a playful expression, "Little Riels doesn't want to go in and see." On what grounds? This is sexism. This is blatant sexism. The most striking thing was the dark green long dress. It really made him feel like he was in danger at any moment. He simply couldn't understand how Narcissa managed to change her style along with her clothes. Wearing a light pink dress and with that smiling face, she truly made one's heart race, as if seeing one's first love. Bye-bye, Narcissa, I'm going to the restroom now. Hurry up and go in to choose. Playing around at 7 p.m. Oh no, you should know that this place isn't far from the Ministry of Magic and there are often inspectors here, Nassin said with a half-smile. Riels quickly interrupted her, and before she could react, he hurriedly turned and ran away. It's mainly out of curiosity about what's inside, that's right. I think if you go any further, you might be kicked out as a pervert, and it might even alert the Order I letter 300511. If possible, he would still like to go in and enjoy the scenery. Sister Narcissa, please go inside. I'm just going to the reading room. Come find me here after you've finished shopping, although I can come find you myself. To be precise, the area in front, unsurprisingly, is entirely dedicated to selling women's underwear. Narcissa is funny +19, playful +19. 013805102 fly 101,301,531. What witches can go in but wizards can't? He touched his nose to make sure there was no suspicious red liquid before looking up at the shop in front of him. Narcissa is absolutely hilarious and announces a reward. 500 emotion points. Riels paused, looking at his nearly 2,000 emotional points, and felt a sense of clarity wash over him. Is this the true value of Narcissa? In just that short time, without doing anything strange to boost my mood score, I gave him nearly 1,000 emotional points. There are millions of wizards in the British wizarding community. The sales witch, who was used to being interrupted, didn't get angry. She just looked at Narcissa with professionalism and waited for her to speak. Its own strength is not weak either. It was once an elite Death Eater, and it required elite aurors to hunt it down. After the sales witch finished speaking, she grabbed a pair of women's underwear and ran to the back. Seeing this, the sales witch quickly introduced, "Miss, these clothes you are looking at are all top quality, whether it is the material or..." She really made me cry my eyes out. Not to mention minor alterations to the style of underwear. The more she thought about it, the faster the sales witch moved. Even then, she felt she wasn't running fast enough and wished she could just use apparition. Before she could finish her introduction, Narcissa raised her hand and interrupted her. 1 in a million, they have to risk their lives to earn money. Riels casually found a place to sit down, silently marveling at Narcissa's awesomeness. After all, in this era, no family is truly so poor that they can't afford to eat. She herself held a very high status, belonging to one of the most prominent figures in the wizarding world. 870. Okay, miss, please sit over there and wait a moment while I go and make the improvements for you. You can also take a look at the other products here. But the material doesn't matter, you just need to tell me if you have a bigger one like. Bigger in the front. Excluding the elderly and children, there are at least 1 or 2 million young people. I think Riels will like this gift, right? Well, even a poor family like the Weasleys can afford to eat and drink without worrying about anything else. At most, they just can't afford to buy some particularly expensive things. She's really struck gold this time. 1 item plus 1 galleon, how much commission will she get for free? This means that Narcissa's strength is not much worse than that of an elite Auror. Of course, another reason is that many capable people did not choose to become Aurors and join the Ministry of Magic. However, the Aurors were already among the top wizards in the wizarding world. There was no other way. If such a big order slipped through her fingers, she probably wouldn't be able to sleep at night. It must be stronger than a regular Auror. Narcissa watched the witch's retreating figure with amusement. You can imagine what that means. If the money is in place, no problem is insurmountable. If problems still arise, it simply means the money hasn't been in place. With such a small number, there are only a few hundred Aurors and only a handful of elite Aurors. The last word silenced the sales witch, who was about to say something. I want one of each color. I'm willing to pay extra 1 galleon for each one. Thinking about it, it makes sense. Narcissa and he were deeply connected, and there was also a servant contract as a link. Narcissa wore a polite smile, but her sapphire-like eyes were filled with amusement. If you don't have any, please have your master make me a few sets. While Riels was deep in thought, Narcissa was looking at the women's lingerie in front of her with amusement. Let alone such a bizarre request, as long as the money is right, you could make them produce a men's version of bitter tea without any problem. Only then did she truly feel the pleasure of having the freedom to spend money at will. All I can say is it's great to have Riels around. No, it's great to have Gafilias around. Even if he wanted to watch something, he could watch Narcissus, who wants to watch these vulgar women. I've heard about this too. I never imagined there could be such a pervert. To that, all she can tell you is, money talks, S*X is everything. After she finished, she didn't even feel a little bit of heartache. 0. Requesting flowers. Not necessarily. I heard about a weirdo the other day who used a spell to disguise himself as a child and sneaked into the inner circle. If he hadn't had a nosebleed and lost control of the spell, you really wouldn't have been able to tell. Once the first person stops, a second person will follow suit out of curiosity, and so on, with more and more people joining in. It's hard not to suspect that he might be up to something shady. Faced with the pointing fingers and whispers of the crowd, Riels simply stood there expressionless, not even letting the system's notification sound disturb his emotions. You should know that these dozen or so galleons represent an amount that many ordinary families cannot earn in several years. Riels stood there expressionless in front of the lingerie store, like a monkey. Lena's suspicion plus 17, others' suspicion plus 124, curiosity plus 155. Don't be so wary, he's just a child. What wicked thoughts could he possibly have? Seeing Riels just standing there, showing no sign of wanting to speak except for his anger, which made it clear he wasn't a doll. He simply ignores whatever others say. In a good mood, Naxi picked out 60 or 70 sets of underwear. In addition, the store was very popular, and in no time at all, it was packed with people. It's wonderful to be able to do whatever I want without having to think about those messy things or being restricted. What? You're asking her why she bought so much at once. Unable to contain her curiosity, the witch was about to ask a few questions when she heard a clear, amused voice. Gradually, some people stopped and looked at Riels with strange eyes. Unlike now, where she could casually throw out a dozen galleons for a prank. Narcissa was in a great mood, especially after looking at all the beautiful lingerie. She felt even better. That's right, it's like being a monkey. Riels, look how popular you are. They were all just ordinary, unattractive women. He didn't even want to glance at them, let alone go in to watch them try on lingerie. Cough cough, people coming and going in and out of the lingerie store, whether they are customers going in or coming out, will see Riels. He's resigned to his fate now and has no choice but to use the ultimate secret technique. As long as I don't feel embarrassed, then I won't be the one who feels embarrassed. Point 0. Who is this person? I've never seen him before. He doesn't look very old. He's probably here with his mother to buy clothes. As the former patriarch of the Malfoy family, she was wealthy, but the family's circumstances did not allow her to be so wasteful. It wasn't that they were overthinking it. It was just that Riels had been standing there for far too long. I agree. I understood these things when I was 13. I think this kid is also a teenager. No one can guarantee that he will have those kinds of thoughts. That's not necessarily true. You can know a person's face but not their heart. Maybe he's just pretending. Besides, there are quite a few precocious kids these days. I've only been inside for a short while, and you've already attracted so many beautiful witches. If your two little girlfriends see this, they'll blame me again. Narcissa spoke with a clear mind, yet also with a touch of delicate tenderness. The witches watching were quite pleased, since no woman dislikes being praised for her beauty unless she is extremely insecure. It made Narcissa truly understand what it means to be pierced through the heart by an arrow. Well, strictly speaking, she may have met Pansy several times, but she was definitely not familiar with Cassandra. Back then, he was still working as a matchmaker at the orphanage. No, did she have close contact with Pansy and Cassandra. However, looking at the high level of sadness, 16 points, and combining it with what she had just said, he could guess why Narcissa was sad. Great, that's solid proof. Narcissa's regret, 5.0 plus 19 helplessness, 19 sadness, 16 others doubts, 85 curiosity, 111. I should have known better than to mess with Riels. Now she's unhappy too. This method is too cruel, too ruthless. Riels was quite happy to have gained another large amount of emotional points. Lifting a rock only to drop it on your own foot, it hurts, it really hurts. Didn't I tell you before, don't think that teenagers don't know anything. Look at this kid, he already has 2 girlfriends. However, compared to the witch's enjoyment, Riels was completely frozen. In addition, Narcissa's opening remarks garnered her a lot of goodwill from these people. However, Riels' expression remained completely unchanged. Forget about the joy of making Riels lose face just now. Even the happiness she felt from buying so many clothes at once had vanished. The bickering had initially made Narcissa very happy. Hey, you guys have to admit this kid's really good looking. If I were a few years younger, I might even be interested in him. Besides, how long ago were those few meetings she had with Pansy? Unfortunately, those who can frequent such places are all from very wealthy families, so there's no question of feeling inferior. This kid is such a womanizer. He's already two-timing at such a young age. What will he be like in the future? It's just a pity for his beautiful older sister. She'll suffer an undeserved misfortune. Especially that sentence, your son is several years older than him. Narcissa clutched her eye-catching bag, which was even more conspicuous against her new clothes, and felt utterly miserable. Narcissa's words now clearly establish her persona as a womanizing playboy. As the conversation went on, it eventually turned to age. He thought he had successfully outmaneuvered Riels and made Riels suffer a setback. As I said before, as long as I don't say anything, no one will know how embarrassed I am. She really couldn't stand staying in this awful place for even a quarter of an hour. His relationship with Narcissa was described as siblings, but everyone knew it was only temporary. Riels could guess the result of adding the two together without even thinking. What do you mean by his 2 little girlfriends? What do you mean by he's going to seduce his older sister again? Forget about it, your son is several years older than him. Narcissa finished speaking with a forced smile, ignored the arguing witches, and left as soon as she thought of Riels. Narcissa's interest, plus 19 humor, plus 19 anticipation, plus 19 others disdain, plus 94 doubt, plus 122. Riels, I think we should hurry up and go shopping. We still have a lot to buy today, have you forgotten? He knew this and Narcissa knew this too, but she herself didn't feel it much. But that's normal. It's also possible that she knew it wouldn't matter whether she tried to stop it or not. Riels is pretty good too, isn't it? A child who hasn't even grown all his hair might not even know the difference between beauty and ugliness, or the difference between a man and a woman. Seeing that Narcissa's sadness deepened, Riels stepped forward and gently took her hand. The reason for this is that Narcissa never really treated him as a grown man. She can only ever be someone who gets decisions made for. So what those people just said was like a blow to Narcissa's head. Imagine a woman in her 30s being sexually assaulted by her 11 or 12-year-old son's classmate. Let me guess, is it because you're sad that you have too much money, 450, and can't spend it all, or because you have too many nice clothes and can't wear them all, or perhaps because of what they just said? The decision-making power was not in her hands at all. They all sound like they're talking about age, but the real meanings are completely different. But she didn't try to stop it, perhaps because of a sense of anticipation and excitement that she herself couldn't quite explain. His tribute maps are truly a joke. The latter too might have some influence, after all. Being admired by a boy more than 20 years younger than herself makes her feel very powerful. Then, from another perspective, the topic shifts from Narcissa's sadness about her age to whether he cares or not. Just like the fact that she and Riels shared a dorm room, it didn't matter whether she objected or not, or whether she had any objections. However, she also knows that even the smallest child will grow up over time. Let's start by making a joke to get Narcissa's attention. After all, she had never been so cherished or treated like this before. It seems that before this year she really will have to be with Riels. She couldn't deny it, she knew how good Riels was, and she understood that if things continued this way, it was only a matter of time before she succumbed to him. This also made Narcissa aware of his thoughts, but instead of kicking him, she didn't get close to him. But the main emotions were amusement and indifference. She might not have thought much of it before, but now that it's really happening, she feels a little happy and excited. This feeling struck her heart directly, and the secret thought she had buried deep within her was jolted back to life. It won't be long before Riels grows into a grown man, especially since wizards develop much faster than muggles. Moreover, given Riels' current actions, it's hard for her to guarantee she won't be tempted. To be precise, she lost her decision-making power from the moment she was tricked into signing that servant contract by Riels. It's not wrong to say they are two completely different issues. Half amused, half serious, he looked at her and asked, "What's wrong, Sister Narcissa? Do you think I'm someone who cares a lot about my age, Naxi Shah? Or is that how you see me, Naxi Yue? Fear, anxiety, excitement? Or just thrill? How strong would this woman's feelings be? Or rather, what would be her strongest feeling?" Then forcefully steer the conversation back on track, creating an emotional ripple in her mind. In addition, he behaved very well in front of Narcissa, did a lot for her, and successfully moved her. Narcissa was both amused and annoyed and announced her reward, 300 emotion points. Just as Riels had predicted, Narcissa instantly forgot her sadness after hearing his words. She rolled her eyes at Riels, clearly annoyed. "I'm your older sister and you're looking down on me. What? You're saying all this? Are you planning to concoct an elixir of immortality for me? Instead of wasting time thinking about all this nonsense, why don't you think about what you need to buy later?" With her mood much improved, Narcissa threw herself back into her shopping spree. Riels followed silently, watching Narcissa, who looked like a little girl, with amusement. "Isn't it that amazing? Riels, come and see what you think of these shoes. The heels are so high, I think if I wear them, you'll have to look up to talk to me." Hogwarts Castle. If this is the case for powerful people, then what about ordinary people? Remember what he said yesterday. He's sharing a bedroom with Mrs. Malfoy now. What do you think of him? Even if it means slaughtering the entire wizarding world and sacrificing all living beings. He wouldn't let those around him leave, perhaps because he was an orphan in both his lives and that lingering sorrow remained in his heart. And there's Professor McGonagall, his godmother. 3 little girls, Hermione, Pansy, and Cassandra. Watching those around you die one after another and being powerless to stop it, that feeling of helplessness is enough to drive anyone insane. What has Riels been up to behind our backs again? Malfoy came to class today, but he didn't show up. However, he was extremely greedy. He not only wanted to have great strength, but also to live forever, to wield power over the world while awake, and to rest his head on the lap of a beautiful woman while drunk. On the contrary, this could be a curse. Moreover, he is very sentimental and not the kind of person who forgets his family after he's done his bidding. He wouldn't want to see the people around him die. That would be extremely difficult for him to accept as well. Cassandra, shut your mouth. By this time, the class was over. It seemed as if they wanted to vent all their dissatisfaction with Riels on the chicken leg. Narcissa's clear shout brought Riels back to his senses. Pansy and Cassandra stared at the still empty chair in the middle with very strange expressions. The young wizards gradually gathered in the banquet hall. Even if they are already dead, he will find a way to revive them. If he thinks it's feasible, then he'll do it. Cassandra glanced at the empty seats expressionlessly and said in a cold voice, maybe she was still asleep in someone's arms. Riels licked his lips and quickly stepped forward to help Narcissa choose some beautiful high heels that could increase her attack speed. Actually, Narcissa was right about one thing. Narcissa, a mature married woman with a youthful charm, he wants to live forever, and those around him also want to live forever. It's not just for himself, but also for the people around him. Cassandra was already used to her behavior. He raised an eyebrow in surprise. High heels, had he heard correctly, high heels existed in the wizarding world. Immortality is not necessarily a blessing for ordinary people. He is indeed preparing to obtain an elixir of immortality. Panksy held a bowl of white porridge in one hand and a chicken leg in the other. After speaking, she took a few bites of the chicken leg with a rather resentful expression. If possible, he would also give Lady Aina an elixir of immortality, but Lady Aina probably wouldn't want it. Wait, what's going on? Is there some internal strife? These are two extremes. Even if they are not in the same wizarding world and the two families are far apart, she would not be afraid of the Malfoy family. Pansy glared angrily at Malfoy. Draco, what do you want? What's it to you if we're talking? But the Worley family is different. The Worley family is thriving. To be precise, among her classmates apart from Riels, she didn't think she could lose to anyone. With such connections, the Malfoy family is really nothing to fear. Well, you know what, today's kanji was actually pretty good. Cough cough asterisk, what she just said was indeed incorrect. Why not look for problems in others and be more forgiving of yourself? Even without relocating, the Worley family wouldn't fear the Malfoy family. You want to duel him. Forget it, let's wait until Riels comes back and then, Pansy frowned, trying to dissuade him with concern. What? You feel uncomfortable seeing your mother getting so close to your enemy? Well, that makes sense, no one would feel comfortable. What was originally a very ordinary thing seemed to become anything but ordinary after she said it. At this moment, she belatedly came to her senses. Malfoy's angry rebuke silenced the entire Slytherin dining table. After all, the Worley family now controls more than 80% of the herbal medicine business in the American wizarding world. She was only halfway through her sentence when she was terrified by Malfoy's ferocious appearance. Regardless of the fact that the Worley family is a pure-blooded family that moved to the United States long ago. As for her hard skills, she has been a genius since childhood, a true genius. She can learn many complex spells in no time. Regardless of whether I am right or wrong, if I feel that I am right, then I will not feel that I am wrong. However, after spending a lot of time with Riels, Pansy also learned Riels' code of conduct. Malfoy glared with bloodshot eyes and said with hatred, Pansy Parkinson, you and Neba. What are we wrongs? Aunt Narcissa is. She stiffened her neck and glared defiantly at the Malfoy trio, showing no sign that she used to be Malfoy's sidekick. LOL, everyone else is afraid of Malfoy, but she's not. The Malfoy family was nothing more than a family that was gradually declining. Even the kittens nearby fell silent, and many of them turned to look at Malfoy. She had never seen Cassandra in action, only that she knew Cassandra was likely very strong, at least that's what Riel said. Thinking of this, Pansy's previously weak spirit immediately hardened again. This is not blind arrogance, but rather well-founded confidence. Young Master Malfoy, it seems you've misunderstood something. I said those words. They have nothing to do with Pansy. The Vor family has many partners, including quite a few pureblood families. Cassandra calmly put down the porridge and continued, what I just said is what I meant, and I won't shut up. It's just the truth. Compared to Malfoy, who only knows how to rely on his family's power to cause trouble everywhere, she doesn't think she will lose. So the mistake wasn't that she said something wrong, but rather Malfoy's attitude. Why is young Master Malfoy glaring at me like that? Does he want to duel me? Perfect, I'd be happy to oblige. But whether she is truly strong or not, she genuinely doesn't know. The only time I saw Cassandra make a move was during the Hidden Master selection, when she and Cassandra attacked Riels together. But Cassandra was only casting some very ordinary spells back then. All of these were easily diffused by Riels. It's really impossible to see anything wrong with them. Now that Cassandra is going to duel Malfoy, she's not sure who will prevail. If Cassandra wins easily, that's fine, but I'm worried she might not be a match for Malfoy. Malfoy already had a grudge against Riels, and consequently, he also disliked the three women who were on good terms with Riels. If Cassandra were to lose to Malfoy, she couldn't even imagine how Malfoy would humiliate her. So the best way is to prevent Cassandra and Malfoy from fighting and wait for Riels to come out and solve the problem. Ultimately, the whole thing started because of Riels. There was really no need for Cassandra and Malfoy to duel. Pansy, I don't think Riels will come out today. If I'm not mistaken, he shouldn't be at Hogwarts Castle right now. To be precise, neither Mrs. Malfoy nor Riels are at Hogwarts Castle. Cassandra continued, seemingly adding fuel to the fire. Their dorm rooms are only that big, there's only one bed and a wardrobe and stuff like that. I bet they've gone out to buy things now, like clothes, a wardrobe, and of course, a big bed. Cassandra deliberately emphasized the word bed. Clever as she is, she naturally knows how to provoke someone's anger. How can one use words as blades, striking the opponent's vitals with every blow? Of course, Riels deserves a large part of the credit for this. If no one was there, Riels would be her target for finishing her off. She really couldn't have mastered such a powerful sword. Cassandra Wara, a pureblood traitor who abandoned pureblood honor, willingly degenerating and associating with mudbloods. I accept your duel, don't think anyone can trample on my head. Malfoy was breathing heavily with anger, his bloodshot and red eyes making him look like a raging calf. He truly hated it, not only for Pansy's betrayal but also for Cassandra's inexplicable words. He hated Riels even more. It was all Riels' fault, all his filthy mudblood's fault. Requesting flowers 0. And Narcissa too. Narcissa betrayed him, betrayed the pureblood family, betrayed his father. He didn't know what was going on. Why was everything fine before he entered Hogwarts, but it changed so quickly after he arrived? Pansy, her childhood sweetheart and sidekick, was kidnapped by a mud boy. He was humiliated in every way by that filthy mud bearer, and was even beaten so badly that he lay in bed for a long time. Now even Narcissa, his own mother who came to avenge him, is standing by that filthy mud-blooded person's side. We even live in the same dorm room and share a bed. This was something he had never experienced before in his entire life. Is Narcissa his mother or Riels' mother? They even claimed that Riels was actually Narcissa's illegitimate son. Or perhaps Narcissa wanted an older woman to have an affair with a younger man. But no matter the outcome, it cannot change the fact that Narcissa betrayed them. Malfoy seems to have inadvertently seen his father, Lucius Malfoy, whom the cattle and horses on Lucius's head are very well fed. It's clear that the green meadow on Lucius's head is extremely fertile, Hogwarts lawn. The place, which is used for flight lessons, was packed with people during lunchtime. There are junior wizards from all grades in the 4 major houses. The reason for coming here is not because of any flying lessons, nor is it because any young wizards want to show off their skills. Compared to all these things, the duel between Cassandra and Malfoy was far more exciting. It's important to know that one of these 2 people is a young master from the Malfoy family. The other one is 743, a little witch from America. You take on a challenge, get severely injured, and lie in bed for several days. Just as you recover, you go on another challenge. In the end, wasn't he still used as a human windmill by Riels? Perhaps only the Gryffindor lion cubs would find this to be a very exciting thing. Only when you become stronger can you have hope of defeating others. But none of that matters, and it's not something they care about. Although Malfoy's target this time wasn't Riels, but rather the little girl beside Riels. These days he can't eat or sleep, he just keeps thinking about Malfoy. It's finally out. He had been waiting ever since the last time, but Malfoy was almost knocked senseless by Riels and had been lying in bed for so many days. If someone can't even grasp the most basic sense of situation, all I can say is, they're incredibly stupid. His dear brother-in-law. Is this the only heir the Malfoy family has produced in this generation? That's really interesting. The older pureblood serpent's tone was full of disdain. I've heard that the family is not much weaker than the Malfoy family, and there are even rumors that they are stronger than the Malfoy family. He nodded in agreement regarding the other questions about purebred snakes. Putting aside the issue of whether they are purebloods or not, Malfoy simply...
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.